DAZN is the home of boxing, with over 150 live fights a year.
It's over! There's no way back from this, surely!
Ladies and gentlemen, let's get ready to rumble!
How do you like it? How do you like it?
That is unbelievable.
These guys will be legends in their own country, but also in the international basketball world forever.
That is what sport means. That is what the EuroLeague trophy means.
Are you not entertained?
I'm not supposed to be cheering, but this is X Series. I can do whatever I want.
Everything is difficult in this life, so still you need to be on it.
It all comes down to tonight. Don't miss the biggest night in MMA. PFL is more than a fight.
Catching up on any NFL game is easier than ever before.
Looking to the end zone for the win! Oh my gosh, one of the great games you'll ever see.
The competition is back, and the UEFA Women's Champions League looks set to be bigger and better than ever before.
It's their time, a night to remember.
The following program is recommended for those 16 and over, as it contains sporting violence, possible bad language, and flashing imagery.
Here's the moment the world has been waiting for. The judges are ready, the fighters are ready, the boxing world is ready. The fight starts now! Let's go.
How do you like it?
So aggressive, so focused.
It all comes down to this.
Fight night, only on DAZN.
Welcome to a massive day of boxing live from the Honda Center in Anaheim, California. World titles on the line, family honor in the balance. We're building up to a must-watch event. These are the prelims coming your way for Jake Paul and Julio Cesar Chavez Jr.
Live, only on DAZN, June 28th. Jake Paul versus Chavez Jr. Everyone's got something to say.
There is a new king of violence, and his name is Jake Paul.
But with every comment, a fighter grows stronger. One is defending a name, the other is building one. The ring doesn't care where you come from, only if you can survive in it. Live, only on DAZN, June 28th. Jake Paul versus Chavez Jr. Buy now at DAZN.com/boxing.
And what a night it's going to be. Go to DAZN.com/boxing to book your front row seat for tonight's pay-per-view card. The action gets going at 5 Pacific time. For DAZN is going to kick off with Kid Austin, Floyd Schofield against Tevin Farmer. They were tense at the weigh-ins yesterday. Farmer, the veteran, talking about schooling the youngster Floyd Schofield. Avius Griffin against Julian Rodriguez. That got contention all week long at the press conference, at the workout, and at the weigh-in. Mexico's Raul Curiel El Cougar, 2016 Mexican Olympian, will take on Uruguay's Victor Rodriguez, who's got upset mind on his side. Zurdo Ramirez, a cruiserweight champion, the WBA, WBO, puts his belts on the line against the KO doctor, desde Cuba, Juniel Dorticos. And of course, the main event, the problem child, Jake Paul, is disrupting things in boxing. He's taking on former champion, son of Julio Cesar Chavez. It's Junior's time to see what he can do against Jake Paul. That'll be in the cruiserweight division. But before that, we have 6 fights coming your way here on the Prelims show. It's headlined by Holly Holm against Mexico's Yolanda Vega. Also, Yoeli Diarte, who is 7-0, all KOs, takes on Kevin Johnson. Alexander Goach with Eddie Reynoso on his side. 2-0 Olympian Joshua Edwards out of Houston, Texas. They call him the Rocket. He's been knocking everybody out. He has Dominic Hardy. And then Victor Morales recently re-signed to Golden Boy Promotions, takes on the veteran Rene Alvarado, who was never a tough out. And then opening up the broadcast will be Scrappy Ramirez against Josue Morales. Inside the Honda Center, home of the Anaheim Ducks, home of a lot of great concerts, home of a lot of great fights over the year. It's been a great setup for the sport of boxing. Alberto Duran alongside the champion, Nonito Donaire, Alexis Rocha, who's from Santana, who's spotted this building. He knows what it's all about. And Golden Boy prospect Jordan Panton with us tonight. All right, Nonito, I'm going to get going. The main event is Jake Paul against Chavez Jr. You know Jake Paul, but when he came to the sport of boxing, what did you think?
Well, there was a lot of doubt because, you know, you guys have he's in shows and stuff, but mainly from the YouTube and stuff like that, you know, the way he was acting and all of that, you think that it's just like, oh, one of those passing kind of thing. But getting to know Jake Paul, I've never seen guys who train as hard as champions do. No. This guy can train harder than anybody else. He's so dedicated, and I know for sure he's taking boxing to the next level, but mainly he's taking himself to that next level of being a true fighter, and I believe that he is, because he got what it takes.
All right, it's going to be a tough test for him tonight if Chavez Jr. shows up tonight. But Alexis, before we start talking about Chavez Jr., let's stay on Jake Paul. As a fighter yourself, and you're a serious young man, I've known you since you made your pro debut. I knew when Jake Paul showed up, you kind of had a side eye at him. Why?
Of course, you know, it's, as Norton mentioned, you're kind of iffy about someone from the YouTube, from the influencer world coming into the boxing scene, how they're going to do. And it's just a disgrace to us that we've had to work since we're little kids, rising up, doing all the hard sacrifices for him to just have a main event slot and have all the eyes on him in his first professional fight. I was not for it, but then I actually attended a Logan Paul, his brother, fight, and I just seen how different eyes it brings, and it's something the boxing world needs. And now you see Jake Paul progressively getting better with each fight. He could make something here tonight if he makes a statement against Chavez.
And that's one of the big things Jordan and Nonito and Alexa talked about, how he's taking it serious, right? You're a Golden Boy prospect. You know what it's like to fight your way out of the club scene, try to get on the big cards. Nothing's been handed to you. But Jake, give him credit. He's got eyes on him, but now he's got to perform.
Look to come to upset that. And that's the real question, is what Chavez Jr. is going to show up. No, he's fought his prime at 160, 40 pounds less, 10-plus years ago. So what Chavez Jr. is going to show up tonight, I think it's a real question. No one really knows until we see him step into the ring.
And Alexis, Chavez Jr. was actually at your gym this week, SOA Boxing here in Santana.
Yeah, he was one of my sponsors, SOA Boxing. He was training there alongside his people. Even the legendary Chavez Sr. was there training. So it was awesome just witnessing greatness and just seeing the camp feel of how the fight week vibes were. And it was very positive, Beto.
Nonito, so now you have a relationship with Jake, all right? What's that like?
Well, he's a funny guy, you know, but mainly just the work ethic. That's something that I was really seeing and giving a lot of respect, and never ever doubting this guy, because the way he works out, the way he's so dedicated, I've never seen even champions, they fall aside from the dedication. But Jake Paul, he's in it. He's in it for a long run. He's in it with a desire to become champion, and I believe that he will have that glory because of the way he works. And each time, like Alexa said, each time that he gets in that ring, he just gets better and better, stronger and stronger, and more experience. And the more that he'll get that experience, the more that he will step up in the ladder and get to that point where his desire of becoming a champion will be given to him.
That's the main event later on tonight. Jake Paul, MVP Promotions. He's doing a lot of work in the sport of boxing. He's the main event, taking on former champion Julio Cesar Chavez Jr. 11 fights total. 5 of them available for you on pay-per-view. That gets going at 5 o'clock. Here on the prelims, we'll have 6 fights for you. The co-feature tonight is the cruiserweight division that Jake Paul was talking about. Hey, maybe if everything goes right, I will see this man from Sinaloa, Zurdo Ramirez, 47-1. Zurdo with a couple belts on the line tonight. And if you look at the rankings, Nonito, Zurdo is on top. And you look at the different names there, and that's from the WBA rankings. It's not easy tonight because he's got the KO doctor, Dorticos, who you know from way back.
I mean, we were in the WBSS series, and I know the guy can punch. I know the guy can fight, and he has that Cuban experience as well of being a fighter. You know, so Dorticos is a guy that is a force to be reckoned with, not to be looked over. You know, and I believe that with his power, there's always that 50-50 chance. But Zurdo Ramirez is a very, very talented fighter, very tough Mexican fighter as well, and can probably take a punch like all Mexican does. But, you know, it's going to be a very, very entertaining fight, that's for sure.
27-2 Alexis Dorticos, 25 KOs. Zurdo has 30 KOs in his career. I mean, if you have the KO doctor and you have Zurdo, it should be the one that steals the night.
Oh, that's bound to be a great fight. You know, you got the Mexican style and the Cuban style always clashing, always making some entertaining fights. What more can you ask for when you got two of the best of the cruiserweight division?
And Jordan, you see Zurdo up close and personal every single day at Brick House, don't you?
Yeah, I trained with him for the last 3+ years. And I can tell you right now, he's been dedicated to this camp, in shape, training hard, looking sharp, watching him sparring, looking great. And he's got a beard, so I don't think that power is really going to bother him too much. It's going to be a great fight, but I'm looking for Zurdo to show out, show his skills, show slickness, and get the job done in style.
All right, that's Jordan Penton. He'll be joining us later on tonight for the last three. Alexis Rocha with us for the first three. Nonito Donaire, we're putting you to work. I know you won in Argentina a couple weeks ago. The cut's fine. You're ready to go. You're ready to do 6 fights.
This is what I love doing, man. Yeah. And calling fights is something that I truly, truly enjoy as well. You know, it teaches me behind the ring of how fights should be, and you can actually bring it inside this ring. So, you know, I love this stuff, and I'm very, very excited because we have an amazing prelims, but amazing main events as well.
All right, 6 fights coming your way. Let's get the prelims going here in Anaheim. All right. All right, the tail of the tape for this one. Scrappy Ramirez is the taller fighter, yet he has less of a reach than the veteran Josue Morales, who's from Houston, Texas. Our first fight, ready to walk. Let's go to our ring announce report tonight. Big Mo.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome inside the Honda Center. Tonight's home for Most Valuable Promotions here in Anaheim, California, as tonight we see the return of El Gallo de Dorado, Jake Paul, as he takes on his toughest competition to date, the former world champion Julio Cesar Chavez Jr. That main card is available on DAZN pay-per-view this evening. But before we get to that point, this is the prelims as we begin in the super flyweight division, scheduled for 8 3-minute rounds. Introducing first, fighting out of the red corner, please welcome to the ring, Josue Morales.
Josue Jesus Morales, a 32-year-old from Houston, Texas, who fought last week. Nonito, this is the dude who's a warrior. He has fought last week, he's fighting today, and then he has a fight scheduled in 2 weeks. You gotta love that.
Hey, man, I was one of those guys that did that back in the days, way back. You know, I was a short notice guy. You know, we just came in and fight, and we didn't really care too much about it, you know. But once you give me that opportunity, you know, then you start rising from there. But, you know, this is one of those guys that are experienced and are tough as well.
And he's opening up the broadcast tonight. Zurdo's Boxing Club, and the shirt he's wearing, that's his own gym in Houston, Texas, that he has. As he said, I train there in the morning, then I train kids, and I have my own amateur program. Guys are boxing all the way around.
And now his opponent, fighting out of the blue corner, please welcome to the ring, John Ramirez.
you heard Big Mo call him John. That's the only time they call him John. It's really Scrappy. Everybody calls him Scrappy, Alexis.
He's scrappy for sure. He comes to fight, comes to put on a good show. And even his personality says it all. Look at him coming with that hat, the little wardrobe, having fun with it.
And you see that hat. We asked him, like, any reason for it? He's like, nah, man, there's no special meaning. I just want to come in, and it's all about the show. Nonito, you love that answer.
It's just the style. He said it's just the art of it, you know.
And those gloves that he's wearing by Jackson, he helped design them. Again, any special meaning? He's like, no, I just like the way it looks, bring a little flair. That's exactly what Scrappy does. Yep, it's all show. He comes in there and brings it. Brickhouse Boxing, he's with Julian Chua, also Zurdo Ramirez. If you ever saw the movie Twins, where Schwarzenegger and Danny DeVito, that's what they say they look like when they're standing next to each other.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, the opening bout on our prelims is scheduled for 8 3-minute rounds in the super flyweight division. This and all bouts tonight are sanctioned by the California State Athletic Commission, by its Commissioner Peter Villegas, Chair, and its Executive Officer Andy Foster. And our referee in charge when the bell rings is Eddie Hernandez Sr. 2 warriors, 1 fight. Who wants it more? Let's meet the fighters. First, fighting out of the red corner, wearing the blue trunks with black trim, he stands 5 feet, 4 inches tall. He weighed in at 121.6 pounds. He holds a professional record of 33 victories versus 18 defeats and 5 draws. And he fights out of Houston, Texas, introducing Jose Zurdo Jesus Morales. And now his opponent standing across the ring, fighting out of the blue corner, wearing the black trunks with white trim. He stands 5 feet, 4 inches tall. He weighed in at 119.8 pounds. He holds a near-perfect professional record of 14 victories versus just 1 defeat, with 9 of those wins coming by way of knockout. And he fights out of Los Angeles, California, introducing John Scrappy Ramirez.
All right, gentlemen, I've been over the rules with you both. You're professionals. I expect you to conduct yourself as such. Touch gloves. Good luck.
Eddie Hernandez Sr., the third man in the ring. This was scheduled for 8 rounds in the super flyweight division. Scrappy Ramirez, 14-1, 9 stoppages. Jose Morales, the veteran from Houston, there he is, 33, 18-5. Best way to say it, have gloves, will travel, Donito Donaire.
Hey, you know, opportunities for guys like Ramirez.
Scrappy Ramirez was trying to knock on that door one day, fighting for a world title. He's a guy that he's been boastful the last couple of years. Lex, you've been on a lot of shows with him, and Scrappy talks it, and he'll bark. And you know, he suffered a loss a couple of years ago, stepping up against the Costa Rican, and he got the loss, went back. And this is a guy who started boxing late in his career. In his life, he was actually 20 years old when he walked into Wild Card, proclaiming, "I'll fight anybody." And well, here you go. Now he's 29 as a pro.
It's very impressive when you start that late and you can build your way up to become into a world title contender. Yeah, you said as you mentioned, he fell short last year, but he's been getting better and better every fight coming forward.
You know, one thing that we see here is the southpaw, Zurdo, and then of course Scrappy being orthodox. And sometimes these guys can bump headbutts, you know, bump heads because, you know, they're going for attacks. They can attack at the same time and might end up bumping head. And you know, in my last fight, that's what happened. You know, and things like that can happen with the southpaw and an orthodox.
The lead foot always gets in the way. The right foot and the lead left foot from the orthodox always gets in the way, and that always causes friction.
You know, and I think what I believe is Scrappy throwing that jab, and that's how he's able to land those shots just to start off with things. Yeah. But don't get me wrong, you know, Morales he's going to fight back. That's the kind of fighter that he is.
Yeah, 34-year-old veteran Morales got called this week. Normally these guys will be fighting at 115. Morales got called earlier this week as Scrappy's original opponent fell out, so they agreed to fight at 119. Heavy for both of them, but the show goes on. That's one of the things. You don't want to lose an opportunity to fight, especially for Scrappy, who mentioned Alexis. Last year he lost to David Jimenez from Costa Rica, and then he bounced back with a win over Ephraim Bowie, also from Houston. So this is Scrappy's first fight this year. And Nonito, when we were talking Morales, he said, "Yeah, I watched that fight. He's like, it's nothing special." Like, he's saying that about Scrappy.
Yeah, I mean, you got a guy like Morales who's been there with everybody.
And there's Eddie Hernandez letting you know, keep it up.
Earlier, he just bumped head a little bit. But that's what you can expect with guys who are go for the attack.
Scrappy throwing the nice right hand to the body, try to slow Morales down.
Morales up against the ropes. Not a good spot for him.
That jab that he is posing is setting up those right hands for Scrappy with the body and the head going up and down.
He's keeping him in the end of his punches.
That's right.
Trying to measure with that jab and then explode with the right hand to the body to the head.
Lorana Bell lets us know it's the final seconds of the opening round. 11 fights total at 5 o'clock. DAZN pay-per-view is when it gets going with Kid Austin against Tevin Farmer. Of course, the main event tonight, Jake Paul against Julio Cesar Chavez Jr.
Scrappy did really well with throwing that jab early on, and I think that he should stay with that jab to start setting up the backhand, which he did in the earlier round, in that previous round.
He's throwing some nice combinations up to the body, always finishing with that right hand to the body, trying to slow. Here we see Scrappy holding his head down a little bit.
Mentioned Scrappy had a late start. He was a high school football player, was a running back. He said, I was so small, people had trouble tackling me at Bernstein High School in Los Angeles. He's always had the competitive spirit. Grew up in South Central Los Angeles.
I like what Scrappy is doing right now from the very beginning. The way he's feinting here and there, he's going up and down, and then he's posting with that jab to set up the backhand. But I like the way he started this round, which was to use feints and to move up and down.
Another thing I like by Scrappy, he's keeping his left foot outside the right foot of the southpaw in Morales, which also keeps you from using your right hand over and over.
Eddie Hernandez warning him about hitting behind the head. Lex, you would know this perfectly, as being the southpaw that you are, what Morales is going through right now.
Yeah, you always got to keep that lead foot outside of the orthodox fighter. So you want to circle to his right. That's what orthodox fighters aren't used to. They're not used to their southpaw fighters going to the right of them.
Good body work from Scrappy. That left hook to the side of Morales.
Morales, one thing that Morales is or should do is throw that straight right down the middle, because sometimes Scrappy is coming in with the jab, but he opens himself right down the middle. And if Morales throws that straight as Scrappy is posting with the jab, I believe that right hand will lead. That straight will land for Zordo, just like that.
A couple combinations from Zurdo Morales. And of course, Zurdo Ramirez still to come tonight in the co-main.
That's that left hand you're talking about, Donaire.
Yes. So that's it. If he uses it like a jab, because of the way Scrappy is posting himself and positioning himself, that right hand or the straight left will always land in Scrappy, just like that. Instead of going overhand, just go right down the middle, which will land for Scrappy, or will land on Scrappy. But that was a good uppercut for Scrappy right there.
Nice body work too from Morales.
Yeah, Morales got called this week. He's not intimidated at all. Like Lonito, when we were talking, we asked him a couple of times, like, really, you're not impressed with Scrappy? He's like, just a guy, nothing really.
He's been there with everybody, and that's why. One thing Scrappy should do is shift off every time he throws that straight. Shift to the left and throw that uppercut or the hook, and he will get away from being in the zone of getting hit.
from a counter left hand by Morales. I think he's staying right in front of him,
Yes.
kind of admiring his combinations a little too much.
Right, and sometimes we get those, we get those little tiny mistakes that can cost us sometimes.
And that's when you go back and your trainer for you, Hector Lopez, will tell you, what are you doing while you're admiring? Nonito, your wife will let you know all about it.
Oh, yeah. I got to listen.
Don't admire the work. Our first fight. Still got Victor Morales and Rene Alvarado coming up next. Joshua Edwards, Dominic Hardy, then Alexander the Alley Cat Goach against Vincent Avina, Joel Idiarte, Kevin Johnson, and then our main event here on the prelims, Holly Holm against Yolanda Vega.
Scrappy should use his talent by stepping in and out, moving left and right, and getting out of the punches.
After that combination right there, should have stepped back, should have
Just
took
like
a step
that.
to the left
Right.
side, avoid the straight lefts, the counter straight lefts, because southpaws are naturally known to be counter punchers, don't they?
Yes, 100%. 100% when it comes down to that. Especially the way, again, Scrappy's positioning his body. He's right down the middle to get hit with that straight. And all he needs to do is just lean to the left a little bit and ship off, and he'll make Morales miss those shots.
Third round. Scrappy's all about boxing. He's dedicated himself, watches it, trains with different people to try to pick something up when he's not in camp. And he brought in Gael Cabrera, a Golden Boy prospect from Obregon, who was a hard hitter. And you know him, Alexis.
I know him very well. He's my teammate right there, and he's a prospect coming up. You know, he's going to do great things in the future.
Yeah, and he fights at 122. And Scrappy said, I brought him in because I like the kid's work ethic and how hard he hits. Used him as a sparring partner.
I like what Scrappy's doing right now. Feint to the body and went to the top, but he's mixing the body and the head, which can confuse your opponent. And he's fighting at a distance, stepping out, coming back in, stepping out, and not getting hit, as previous to the other previous rounds where he was getting it. And like you said, Alexis, he was just admiring his work.
Scrappy is so involved in boxing now that his girlfriend is a fighter. She's from Calgary, Alberta, Canada, home of the Calgary Surge, where our good friend Caleb Canales is coaching a basketball team up there. And when your life is boxing, you go home, it's boxing. Nonito, I bring that up because that's you.
That's it. I love what I do, and that's something that is different from just doing other things. You have to dedicate your life, your mind, your spirit, your soul into boxing if you want to get to the top.
It's whatever you put in, it's whatever you're going to get out of it.
100%.
It's not every day you can share a mic right next to one of my idols in Nonito Donaire.
Thank you, brother. I appreciate that.
That's one of the cool things. That's why I told Nonito, let's go in the back, talk to these fighters. And, Rene Alvarado saw you, told you, hey, we're going to see Rene later on against Victor Morales. He told you, you're a legend in Nicaragua, man. They love Nonito out there.
I just fight. That's all I do is fight.
As long as you keep doing that. And Zurdo Morales is one who also fights. He's not backing down from Scrappy at all.
Although Scrappy is taking the tempo right now, he's controlling the fight, but because he's positioning himself in a way that he's not getting countered, and well, he just got countered there a little bit, but things like that can happen a lot, but he's been trying to press the fight and trying to get away from getting countered.
Scrappy gets off a couple combinations up to the sides, or he gets countered sometimes by Morales. But Morales is showing no fear whatsoever because, as we mentioned earlier, he's been in there with some of the greats. Bam Rodriguez, Yorkis Gamboa. He's been with some tough opposition.
And that's what he said, it's just another guy.
It's just another day in the office.
Yeah, pretty much.
Scrappy has him against the ropes, trying to unload, but no combinations landing flush. Final seconds of round number 3, and that's what we are talking about. As Scrappy's putting on a battle with Zurdo Morales. The FIFA Club World Cup is in full swing on DAZN tomorrow. Messi takes on his former team as Inter Miami takes on PSG in Atlanta. You see Julian Chua, excellent young trainer with Brickhouse Boxing, He'll be with Julio Ramirez later on tonight in the co-feature. Round number 4. Julio Morales, interesting start to his career. Back in 2013, he debuted in Houston. He had a draw. Then he had a win. Then he lost his next 2. Then a win. Then a loss. Then a draw. All that was in 3-year span. Eventually turned some things around. He's always been the opponent that gets called last minute. These kind of guys you got to respect, but you can't give them too much respect in the ring.
Well, you always want to respect your opponent, but never inside that ring. That's just the Warriors' mentality, the fighter's mentality. You know, the more that you give respect to somebody, the less that you will perform. You go out there, respect them outside the ring, but inside that ring, that's your enemy.
Yeah, that fight against Bam Rodriguez, Lex, was back in 2018 on the Deontay Wilder Tyson Fury card at then called Staples Center when they both got up off the deck.
Yeah, very entertaining fight with Bam Rodriguez, who's one of the smaller pound-for-pound goats right now.
Dude, that guy's a monster now, isn't he?
Monster.
Maybe something Nonito might see one day.
Maybe, sometimes.
You say you're not going anywhere after that win in Argentina.
No, I love boxing, man. This is the most entertaining. I look forward to a lot of things. Right now, Scrappy is getting more aggressive.
Yeah.
I think he kind of stunned him with that right hand to the body shot moments ago.
Yeah, he's been digging to that body since the opening round has Scrappy Ramirez.
And those are the punches that takes toll on fighters. Little by little by little by little, you're just hitting those gas tank, and you're depleting it.
Like he just
over
winked
and
at
over.
you. He's just winking at you right now to Scrappy. He's feeling confident about his ability right now.
He's having lots of fun in there.
You know, Scrappy has a big personality. He loves fighting, man. You know, and he's doing really well with setting things up and throwing combinations too. But then coming down to the body, going to the top, which is a very that was a good counter for
Zurdo's countering nice.
Morales.
Morales is very sneaky. He's throwing those check right hooks, those lead left uppercuts that catches Scrappy sometimes, but Scrappy's the one that's doing the most offensive work.
Yeah, you were mentioning that earlier, Nonito, how Morales can get in there with that counter, and he's doing it this round.
Yeah, it's just all timing, just like that. Use it. You know, the more that he uses it, the less likely it's going to land, because Scrappy is very scrappy when it comes down to fighting. You know, he understands fighting, so if he gets hit with it, he's going to think, oh, well, why am I getting hit with this? So he's going to do something different.
Body shots, an uppercut from Scrappy gets through. Final seconds of round number 4. John Scrappy Ramirez against Josue Morales. Opening up the broadcast. Of course, the main event, Jake Paul, Julio Cesar Chavez Jr. That'll be on DAZN pay-per-view later on tonight. Round number 5, scheduled for 8. Got the Duran, Nonito Donaire, and Alexis Rocho with you. Victor Morales and Rene Alvarado coming up next.
I like what Scrappy's making those adjustments. He's not coming in straight at him with his head on the line. He's moving his head now left to the right, dipping in his sides to not get caught by with that left hand. Blocked it momentarily right now.
Yeah, and he's having his hands up where he's defensively sound. You know, he's being defensively responsible and going back into top and bottom and shifting off to the left side to get out of that zone of getting hit. You know, which is very good advice coming from the corner. You got Morales right here, and he's throwing combinations as well. You know, these guys, he's still alive. A good shift. That's what I'm talking about with Scrappy.
Yeah.
He's adjusting really well and then shifting off and cutting off the ring and pressing.
This is what you want to see, right? You want to start stepping on the gas pedal, especially against an opponent that showed up this week at a different weight class. They're both fighting heavier, but you want to see Scrappy start separating himself.
Absolutely, Beto. I'd love to see that by Scrappy. You know, first couple rounds are kind of the feel rounds. See how the pop is, the timing is, his arm, his reach. But now he's making the adjustments of he wants to come and finish his guy that he's making look effortlessly right now.
And his last fight against Ephraim Bowie in December, he won unanimous decision, 97-93. That was a personal one. Those two had a little history, some bad blood between them. Here was just work.
Again, I like the feint coming from Scrappy and then going to the body and then going to the top. But of course, you know, you can't count Morales out. He's one of those guys that just is not going to sit down, you know, just because he gets hit with something.
No, not at all. Duarte, his last fight was in Veracruz, Mexico. He got a second round stoppage. Just went down to Mexico, get a win, get back on the winning side. Before that, he had a draw, then he lost to a young Ari Bonilla.
Morales is coming in and still fighting, but that was a beautiful shot coming from Scrappy with the body shot. But Morales is still live and still he's still there.
Very game.
Very, very game.
Second time Eddie Hernandez telling him to keep the shots above the trunks.
That's what happens when you're a body puncher. You always dig it down to the body. One of those punches are going to hit on the belt line, kind of scrape from there and kind of go downwards a little bit.
That's what Scrappy was pointing at, like his trunks are riding high.
Well, I like the step back coming from Scrappy in this round as well.
Golden Boy goes back to Chicago, the Windy City, for the first time in over a decade. Oh, it's going to be a good one. Oscar Duarte goes up against the local fighter, Kenneth Sims Jr., live on DAZN August 2nd. I'll be there for that one. Great fight town is Chicago. Good to be back in the Windy City. Right now we're watching Scrappy Ramirez against Josue Morales. There's Julian Chua giving the instructions.
Scrappy coming up, but here Morales throwing combinations.
Very
Scrappy
sneaky.
presses, you know.
Very sneaky with those combinations too. Little uppercuts, little left hands that sneak in the guard.
6 rounds scheduled for 8.
Scrappy coming in with feints, which I really like, you know, and then coming in left and right lateral movements, which confuses his opponent. But Morales is just waiting and timing to get something in the middle and then throwing up combination in between.
5 o'clock, DAZN pay-per-view is what you're going to need to see Floyd Schofield against Tevin Farmer, Avius Griffin against Julian Rodriguez, Raul Curiel, Victor Rodriguez, Zurdo Ramirez, Juniel Dorticos, and of course the main event, Jake Paul Chavez Jr. Watching the prelims right now, 6 of them for you here on DAZN. Good left from Zurdo. At what point do you, if you're Scrappy's corner, hell yeah, we need some combinations. We need that flurry. We need some of that.
Well, it all comes down to how his opponent is coming in. You know, Scrappy tried to throw those feints, which enables him to throw combination. But right now, Scrappy is just throwing in one punches at a time. And if you want the combination, I believe that it goes after the jabs and the feint to set up a good counter.
Good counter right hand by Scrappy.
Very, 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 just a little bit more. And I think
missed him by a hairline.
Yes.
Most of Scrappy's 9 stoppages were early in his career, as you're building up a young fighter with a very limited amateur background. As he stepped up in competition, it's been harder to stop an opponent. That's just natural. You have a fighter like Morales, who our friend Steve Kidd would say, giving you that professional resistance. Right, guy's just tough as nails. Like, he's not dangerous at all, but he's not going anywhere.
Very game. He just stands right in front of you, taking the punishment. Once you think you got him or you've hurt him, comes right back with a combination of his own.
Alexis, I've done most of your fights as a professional, and you've had those where you're looking at a guy like, dude, how much more are you going to take from me?
You're hurting your hands on his head. I mean, you're still wondering, how is this guy even up still?
Exactly. It's, you know, some guys can take punch, man, and sometimes it just takes timing and set up to take guys like Morales or tough guys. You know, you just got to set them up.
Yeah, the 115-pound division where Scrappy contends. I mean, you have the monster, right? You have Nakatani. You guys have guys who are just from 115 to 118 to 122. There's like power. We'll see if Scrappy's going to have that kind of power. It doesn't look like it, but he will work you down.
Well, again, a lot of times you can put all the power in the world, but if people or your opponent sees it, you know, he's most likely to take it. It's punches that you don't see is the one that's dangerous.
Good flurry right at the bell. Morales didn't like it. Felt like got one in after. And there's Glenda Perez. That's Scrappy's mom. She loves watching her son fight. She gets nervous. Had breakfast many times when Scrappy used to fight at Fantasy Springs. Sitting there by herself, like, Beto, ¿cómo va a ser? ¿Cómo va a ser? How's the fight going to go? I'm like, it's your son. Like, asking everybody, but she's her biggest fan, super nice, and that is a nervous mother right there.
She does not look nervous one bit over here dancing, enjoying her son's work.
Yeah, so that's what she's telling me in the past. He's like, I'm always nervous, always nervous.
Well, mothers always are, you know.
I mean, we saw Pacquiao's mom.
Right.
And we saw how she was.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Nice combinations. Scrappy throwing a bunch of punches, combinations, punches and bunches.
Scrappy definitely needs to throw those combinations, but shifting off and getting out of the line after each combinations or each punches that he released to be defensively responsible.
I feel like he's doing a great job as the rounds been going on. First couple rounds, like I mentioned, he was staying right in front of him, but now he's stepping to the side, stepping back, giving the lateral movement, giving different angles.
And he's moving, he's punching up and down. And you got to give it up to Morales as well. He's just there too, you know. He's like, I'm going to trying to counter you and trying to time you and stuff like that. But Scrappy is getting better and better as the round progresses.
Yeah, he's controlling this fight. Never been in any kind of danger. And now he's starting to sit down on his punches a bit. Here in the 7th round, scheduled for 8.
Good straight left coming from Zordo.
Scrappy fighting at, well, both these guys agreed to fight at 119. This is the heaviest he's ever fought at. How much of a difference is that, Nonito and Alexis, where you're fighting at a weight class that's a couple pounds heavier than where you normally contend at, but how different is that for you?
For little guys like us, it's a lot.
Yeah.
You know, it's a lot for us, man. So to do that,
good uppercut, yeah.
Good uppercut. But to do that, you know, it just shows a lot of respect for both guys. But mainly, you know, it's testing the water as well.
Do you feel slower, or what is it specifically?
For me, it's more of they can take punches better, and you know, and they're tougher.
I have no comment to that because I feel like I've been fighting at 147 since birth. I've been fighting my whole career, my whole amateur career at 147.
That's true. You've been 147 your entire career. That's rare.
And amateurs too.
Amateurs too, huh?
Once I hit 13, just stopped growing.
That's incredible, man. Just to be able to just stay there, you know.
Yeah.
Well, he was also 200 and something pounds when he was 12 years old.
Oh, I bet they're gonna throw me out just like that on
yeah,
pay-per-view.
Because that's what boxing's done for you. So you know what the fighters go through for the weight cuts.
Yeah, I mean they're never easy. A weight cut to my weight class is never easy. So now you could You
yeah.
could easily speak on that. That's the worst week of your life, probably.
Well, that's what Scrappy was saying. He was getting ready for 115, then they told him 119. Okay, I can eat more, but I got to be smart how I eat those extra 4 pounds. Good round for Scrappy here.
He's just scrapping.
Yeah.
That's pretty much what Scrappy's doing right now. He's just scrapping. He's getting caught, too, because Morales is throwing combination back.
Scrappy's doing a nice job, though, of keeping his hands up every time after he gives not an advantage, but he gives a little, not respect, I would say, too, but just every time Morales kind of tees off on him, he keeps his hands very high up, but he just ate a little short left uppercut right now.
On to the 8th and final.
And Scrappy was more releasing punches in that round rather than sitting down. Although he did sit down early on in that round, but he finished it with volume punching instead.
Took some highlights of round number 7. It's so straight. It's those awkward, short little lefts and little left uppercuts that Morales is sneaking in and catches Scrappy at times. Definitely from weird angles as well, too.
But if you see this position of Scrappy, he leans to the right, which will most likely be hit with an uppercut and a straight because of where he positioned his head and his body. And that's why Morales sometimes stops him because of where he positioned himself.
Eighth and final round. Eddie Hernandez Sr. lets us know, the referee. So I think, my very untrained eye, Scrappy's winning this fight.
I believe so.
But it's also, how do you close her, right? You want to make fans want to see you again.
Well, right now he's trying to sit down on big shots and throwing combinations as well.
I think Scrappy's won pretty much every fight. It's been a shutout, but yeah, this is the round where you really know your opponent doesn't have anything to offer. He throws his little sneaky combinations, but it's nothing to hurt you. I think this is where you really want to unload and make a statement.
I believe that. One thing, though, is to understand that your opponent is going to throw after your punch. So you have, or for Scrappy, is to move his head just a little bit slightly so that he can counter those shots, knowing that it's coming for him.
The back tattoo that he has says, "I chose this life." He got that a few years ago. But the journey that he's on.
Good uppercut, body uppercut. Same hand.
Got a very limited amateur background. So he's learning on the job in his 16th pro fight. And, after that loss, as he said, he humbled himself and had to realize you can't call out the big names unless you get through these other guys. Still a work in progress.
And again, Scrappy just needs to step either back or to the side after punching because a lot of the time he just sits there. Good counter from Morales and countering back coming from Scrappy as well.
Good quality rounds for Scrappy Ramirez.
Good quality rounds. This is against a tough veteran who's going to stay in there and not just take punches, but also throw a lot of punches back.
Speaking of tough veterans, Rene Alvarado coming up next, trying for the upset against Victor Morales, who's 20-0-1 and just re-signed a Golden Boy this week.
And this guy is supposed to be fighting in 2 weeks?
This guy, Zurdo Morales,
man.
is scheduled to fight in 2 weeks.
And more than likely, he probably will fight again in 2 weeks.
Nope, he's taking on a guy named Connor Goad, who's 7-3-1. That'll be in Houston at the Event Center.
He's throwing punches still, still not afraid of what Scrappy can have offered, and he's still punching back. Scrappy's trying to sit down more in those shots.
Yeah, Scrappy closing the show very nicely here in the 8th and final round.
Oh yeah.
This is what you want to see. You want to put
there you go.
Put the gas to the pedal right now and throw some combinations
just like
that.
Good hook from Scrappy.
Good left hook from Scrappy. Good counter.
That'll do it. Our first fight of the night in the books. 8 solid rounds. Respect between the two. And respect to Josue Morales. Took the fight short notice. Okay, Scrappy, some good quality rounds. See Team Brickhouse. Scrappy goes back. You'll see them later on the night when they have Zurdo Ramirez in the co-feature. Mysterious Fulgham, also the boy fighter. Jesse Bam Rodriguez goes back to Texas, where he's from, with the WBC World Super Flyweight title on the line against the WBO champ Cafu. All part of over 185 or more fight nights a year with your DAZN subscription. Good rounds for Scrappy.
He did well enough to I believe, a unanimous decision, winning majority, if not all, of the rounds. With his combination and just taking control of the fight. Tough guy though, Morales. Continued to fight, continued to counter, and just didn't seem like, he's not the guy to just sit down,
From beginning till end, he's been game, throwing punches, took some shots, fired back, was very responsive in those, and pretty much throughout the whole fight.
Well, yes. That's a pro's pro, because there's some dudes that show up 2 days notice and don't show up.
Oh, they just sit down.
Yeah. All right, let's get the decision from Big Mo.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 8 full rounds, we go to the judges' scorecards for the official decision. Judge David Hartman sees the contest 79-73, while judges Pam Yahashida and Judge Tiffany Clinton see the contest 80-72, declaring your winner by unanimous decision, John Scrappy Ramirez.
Win number 15 for Scrappy Ramirez with his trainer Julian Chua. All right, so he gets his first fight of 2025 with a W. There you see the belt that he has at 115. Those regional belts that help you get into the rankings. All right, so they went 8 good rounds. Let's look at the story of the fight between Scrappy Ramirez and Zurdo Morales. They kicked it off here in Anaheim, California.
Some good rounds between two. When it's always the first opening rounds when you have with the southpaw and orthodox fighter, you always want to get the range of the lead foot stepping outside, and I believe that's how this fight was first placed. With the first 2 rounds, just throwing combinations, trying to get the feeling of who's going to throw which and whose timing is better.
That's correct. And again, positioning of their feet, positioning of their body, and one thing that we saw with Scrappy was he admired his punches and combination, his work, and that's when he was getting caught with something. But he adjusted throughout the rounds and throughout the fight. That made him move a little bit more. But you got a guy like Morales who was always game each round.
And get the hand raised for victory number 15. That's the first win of the night for Team Brickhouse. Try to make it 2-0 later on with Zurdo Ramirez. Beto Duran, Nonito Donaire, Alexis Rocha with you here ringside. First fight done. Still got 10 more to go. And then Scrappy gives the hugs here. All right, I didn't know who's over there hugging us, baby. Usually the hugs are for the champion over here. 10 more fights to go. The pay-per-view is going to get at 5 o'clock Pacific time. The main event, though, tonight, Jake Paul taking on Zurdo Ramirez. That'll be later on tonight. And it'll be Jake Paul's toughest test of his career. Earlier this week, he spoke with Claudia Trejos about what motivates him as a boxer.
When you have the opportunity to face the Nate Diaz, the Tommies, what is it that fuels your fire?
Well, I just know I can beat these guys. I know what I'm capable of, and I'm always going to go out fighting on my shield and give the fans a really good fight. And I'm not scared of anyone, which in this sport is actually super uncommon. People want to protect their O's. People don't want to make the big super fights happen. People want certain things. You can't wear this certain shoe. The ring has to be 16 by 16. It has to be at this weight. I always show up and make the fights happen, and that's why I've been super active, and that's why I've risen to the top of the sport, because I'm down to fight anyone, anytime, any place.
Before I let you go, June 28th, what can we expect?
A knockout. I'm doing what Canelo couldn't do, stopping this man, and you're going to see Chavez quit, and his dad's hands are going to be in his head, and he's going to be turned into another meme, disappointed in his son, and all the Mexican fans are going to join Team Paul.
All the Mexican fans are to join Team Paul. Will that happen? The pay-per-view coming your way. That'll get going at 5 o'clock. Go to DAZN.com/boxing to get the pay-per-view for tonight's main event. We got 5 more prelim fights for you coming up next. Victor Morales, Rene Alvarado. Now, that is going to be a good one. You have the young man in Victor Morales, recently re-signed to Golden Boy Promotions. Rene Alvarado is always a tough out. He's fought everybody everywhere. Do not sleep on the veteran from Nicaragua.
Hey, listen, when I saw him over there, you know, he was one of those guys that just, you know what, I'm here, it's an opportunity, I'm going to make it happen.
Victor Morales, a lot on the line for him, Lex.
A lot on the line for a guy, especially he's already pretty much a contender, knocking on the door for world title contention. He's got to go out and he's got to make a statement against a former world champion in the rugged Rene Alvarado.
All right, it's never easy. You may think you're the hot shot, and then you see Rene Alvarado. Morales needs to be locked in, Donito.
That's pretty much what it is. Every fight, doesn't matter who it is, you always got to be locked in. That's how you don't get complacent, because you have to know that when you get hit, it doesn't matter who it is. When you get hit in the face, you better be locked in.
There's a reason that Golden Boy has set up Victor Morales against Rene Alvarado, because this should be a good one. Let's look at the tail of a tape for our second bout here in Anaheim. Morales is younger fighter at 27, has the reach advantage as they're both 5'7". All right, let's bring him out, Big Mo.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, welcoming back inside the Honda Center in Anaheim, California, as we continue our prelims for Paul versus Chavez Jr. live on DAZN. Our next contest is in the super featherweight division, scheduled for 10 3-minute rounds. Introducing first, fighting out of the red corner, please welcome to the ring, Rene Alvarado.
Managua, Nicaragua. His twin brother Felix will be in his corner. Always coming out prepared. Has had so many good fights over the years, but now at the age of 36, you wonder how much of that toll has taken on his body. He's always locked in. Promoter in Nicaragua. Fighting is all he does. But Lito, when we were talking to him, he had that quiet confidence about him, didn't he?
Well, he definitely has the experience, you know, and anytime you've been there already, you've done that already. So for him, this is just another day.
All the experience is on Rene Alvarado's side, looking to upset Victor Morales and just basically coming here into hostile territory and upsetting the Golden Boy prospect.
Alvarado at one point was signed by Golden Boy. Now he's on the B side. No promoter. Has that fighter's mindset.
And now his opponent, fighting out of the blue corner, please welcome to the ring, Victor Morales Jr.
From Vancouver, Washington, right across the river from Portland. Victor Morales, trained by his father, Victor Sr., who has roots in Chihuahua, Mexico.
I recently met Victor Morales, I want to say a couple years ago when he got signed to Golden Boy Promotions. But it's a funny thing because every time you're in the amateurs growing up, you always hear of names. And I've always heard about Victor Morales. winning the silver gloves, junior Olympics, junior golden gloves, and then going into the men's. Never got the chance to meet him until we both signed to Golden Boy Promotions, and I'm looking forward to see what he brings tonight.
Yeah, in the amateurs, he would represent the Pacific Northwest. Always talked about, he's like, everybody just thought I was a white guy. He goes, oh, my dad's from Chihuahua, man. We're just fair-skinned.
Hey, and I think that anybody who is to come from, to be accepted in Mexico, you got to learn how to do the grito.
Oh, yeah. Nonito knows how to do the grito.
Oh, yeah, man.
Jesse Vargas taught you.
I taught Jesse.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, our second bout on the prelim card for tonight's DAZN pay-per-view. Jake Paul versus Julio Cesar Chavez Jr. 10 3-minute rounds in the super featherweight division. Our referee in charge when the bell rings is Michael Margado. 2 warriors, 1 fight. Who wants it more? Let's meet the fighters. First, fighting out of the red corner, wearing the blue trunks with white trim. He stands 5 feet, 7 inches tall. He weighed in at 129.6 pounds. He holds a professional record of 34 victories versus 16 defeats, with 22 of those wins coming by way of knockout. And he fights out of Managua, Nicaragua, introducing Rene El Gemelo Alvarado. And now his opponent standing across the ring, fighting out of the blue corner, wearing the white trunks. He stands 5 feet, 7 inches tall. He weighed in at 130 pounds even. He holds an undefeated professional record of 20 victories, opposite no defeats, and 1 draw. And he fights out of Vancouver, Washington, introducing Victor Morales Jr. Get your mouthpiece in. Get your mouthpiece. Okay, cool.
Gotta have the mouthpiece there.
You got to, man.
This
Sometimes you just forget about it.
And this belt line looks good here, okay? Esa línea está legal. Todo esa área está legal, okay? I gave you both your instructions in the dressing room, all right? I want you to have a good, clean, hard-fought fight. Ya te di las instrucciones atrás en el camarino. Quiero una pelea limpia y que me sigan todas las instrucciones todo el tiempo. Touch gloves now.
Michael Margado, the third man in the ring. Jerry Cantu, David Sullivan, and Jack Reese are judges. As we get ready to go, our second bout of the afternoon here from the Honda Center in Anaheim, California. Of course, the main event tonight, Jake Paul, Julio Cesar Chavez Jr. This one in the super featherweight division. In all white is Victor Morales Jr. Mentioned Alexis when he signed to Golden Boy a few years ago. He showed up. It was in Vegas. Had seen him in the amateur side. He had been fighting the club shows in Southern California. But one of the things that I was told, like, he's got to get out of his comfort zone and leave the Pacific Northwest to get to work in Southern California. And he's been doing is he goes the wild card for the last 6 weeks of his camp, and he gets sparring with Freddie and Marvin Somodio and everybody inside wild card. That's great work.
Yeah, no, that's the best work you could possibly get, getting out of your comfort zone to be something that to better yourself, and that's what Victor Morales is doing. He's outside of his comfort zone and a former world champion in Rene Alvarado. And honestly, I see this fight as a sleeper. This is going to be one of the best fights on this fight card.
It's the voice of Alexis Rocha, Nonito Donaire. You know this, right? You're the veteran. People look at you like, oh, Nonito, how much is left? And then you let them know. That's the attitude
Exactly.
Rene Alvarado has.
Exactly. I mean, you know, the guy like Alvarado, you can't sleep on those guys. He got the power. He got the toughness. Just earlier, he just caught Morales with the left hook, and he's gonna try to do it again. But you get guys like Alvarado, man. We're here to stay. The old guys,
Victor had a draw against Rudy Garcia, fighter from South Central in 2021, and then after that, at a split decision over Julio Cesar, the journeyman from Mexico. Then he knocked out Diego De La Hoya, ending his career in impressive fashion. Then he got a win over Edwin Palomares. And his last fight, he got a fight TKO in the 8th round. That was a nasty cut in December. He lands a good right hand, but already some redness on the left eye of Victor Morales here in the opening round.
Morales is getting caught with big shots too. But although he is countering Alvarado, but Alvarado is just going to be there to stay just like that. You know, he's going to press on Morales, and Morales has to learn how to keep his distance by not staying in there and stepping with the jab and stepping out with the jab as well. And countering with the straight.
Absolutely right, Nonito. I think the keys to victory for Morales right now is to box him. He doesn't want to stay in there and trade with the veteran and the rugged style of Alvarado, because Alvarado's game, as we mentioned, he comes to fight and comes to wear you down, and I think that's more of Rene Alvarado's advantage, not Morales.
Hey, this is going to be a very, very tough fight for Morales. You know, you're seeing in his defense that he's getting caught with shots. You know, that second clean left hook coming from Alvarado that landed on Morales.
Good opening round. It's scheduled for 10. Our second bout of the afternoon from the Honda Center. We're at 5 o'clock. Pay-per-view on DAZN. Gets going with Kid Austin against Tevin Farmer.
This might be a very long night for Morales, as we got Alvarado, who is pressing and landing his big shots too.
And the thing about Alvarado, he keeps that tempo up all fight. There's never any sign of him slowing down. Let's take a look at the highlights right now. This is a very, very hard round to score for both fighters, both landing their good pair of shots.
I agree with that. You know, both guys just are landing good shots, and then, you know, and when it comes down to that, especially that it's just the beginning of the fight. Both guys are already landing and already familiarizing themselves early on.
And there you see Felix Alvarado, the brother / trainer / twin / co-promoter, because they have the Gemelo Promotions in Nicaragua, and he'll be fighting for a title, he said, in October. And Morales coming out very aggressive. Morales against Alvarado.
You know, Morales just need to be careful and be defensively responsible after he throws those combinations, because Alvarado will punch right after that. What we call is a catch and shoot.
This is Alvarado's 51st professional fight. And I think every single fight has been like this. Stands in the middle and trades with you. He'll swing. He'll let the hooks fly.
This isn't Morales' game plan. He should not stay in here and trade against Alvarado like that.
Why?
Alvarado has some heavy hands. He comes to dicks to the body and breaks you down. Those body shots specifically, you don't feel them right now.
We can hear them right now.
You don't feel those
upstairs. Alvarado going body, upstairs hook.
Those are vicious body shots. Although
Right
they're
above
landing,
us,
but they can penetrate the arms. You know, there's times that I got hit with body shots through my arms. You know, and that's what Alvarado is doing.
Not just that, those body shots take a toll out of you in those
So does that
rounds.
uppercut and that right hook. Alvarado does not look like he's 36 right now.
Morales, he needs to learn how to throw the jabs more with the distance so that he can step out at any time to counter Alvarado. But mainly too is use the feint to kind of stop the onslaught of, or the momentum of Alvarado.
Also, when Alvarado's teeing off on him, Morales just can't stay in there and take those shots. He's got to clinch, or he's got to bump him off him and keep moving around to his left.
But Morales had a spectacular knockout of Diego De La Hoya a couple years ago, but that was a Diego who struggled to make weight, wasn't really into it mentally. So Morales not known for his power, so why is he trying to trade?
Well, it's not so much as he's trying to trade, it's just Alvarado's bringing it to him where he can't step back, and he has to learn how to fight. He learned how to just put some grits in it and throw punches. But because Alvarado is taking it to him.
And that's what you're saying, Alexis. He needs the box.
Yeah, not just that. When you have someone like Alvarado coming at you, you want to get the respect. Especially this early on in the second round, you need to get the respect and land some hard shots to get your man off you. If you don't get any respect, your man's just going to walk you down, and that's what Alvarado's doing right now. He's just walking Morales down.
Every single time Morales goes upstairs, Alvarado shakes his head like nothing there. Look, Alvarado keeps on coming.
And again, Morales should be throwing the jabs. Not just one, but two. And moving out. And this is the second time in this round that he's gotten trapped in the corner. That's where you don't want to be.
Excellent round for the veteran Rene Alvarado. And he continues to go to the body, left hook, and redness all over the face of Victor Morales.
Wow.
This is going to come down to how bad Morales wants to win. How much does he want to keep moving forward and keep that undefeated record intact?
Definitely Alvarado is here to make it as tough and as difficult for Morales. He's here to stay. You know, he's taking all those shots and he's coming back with bigger shots, good body shots, and combination from Alvarado.
Combinations, those are the punches that take it out of you, take that wind out of you. Morales just stuck in the corner when that's no man's land. In the corners on the ropes, you need to move around and keep boxing if you're Morales.
And Alvarado's been doing that, being able to do that, to put him in the corner and trap him there. We'll see what Morales have in this corner.
Been there, done that.
Round, you know?
Been there, done that for Rene Alvarado in the blue and white. A career that started back in 2008. He's been in the ring with Eric Hunter, Rocky Juarez. And then he went through a stretch where he and Andrew Cancio went back and forth. Remember, he fought Tino Avila on those Velasco shows. Yurioski Gamboa. And then he had battles back and forth with Roger Gutierrez, the kid from Venezuela. He lost to Lamont Roach. Lost to William Cepeda. And then his last couple fights, he had lost a decision to undefeated Gio Lopez in April in Philadelphia. And on New Year's Eve, he got knocked out by Hayato Tsutsumi in Tokyo. So you look at a guy like Victor Morales, he's not intimidated at all. He obviously sees something that he can control because there's nothing that Morales is going to be able to give him that he hasn't seen in his career.
Well, Alvarado definitely is not intimidated. He's going to keep pressing forward. But one thing that Morales is doing is countering really well. That's kind of stopping and making Alvarado think twice a little bit that we haven't seen in the previous rounds.
Making second guessing himself. Every time he throws a punch that's looping or slow, Morales is reacting with a nice counter shot.
And that's what he needs to do, is take control in that way rather than just be pressed on every single time. That'll tire you out, you know, especially those body shots coming in from Alvarado.
And you hear the corner of Alvarado tell him, keep on with the pressure.
A good left hook by Alvarado. You know, again, Morales need to double up those jabs while stepping out of the corner and out of the ropes.
You were saying last round, Nonito, how he gets himself into traps.
Just like right now, he's about to get trapped in there, and it's going to be very difficult for him. That was a good move, keeping it in the center of the ring.
That's what he needs to do. Keep circling around and keep the fight in the ring and off the ropes.
100% on that one. Oh, good straight coming from Alvarado.
It was set up by a body shot. Another body shot. He goes to the body again. Digging is Rene Alvarado.
Alvarado is a game fighter, man. These fighters are the tough guys that you're just like, man, this is going to be a long night.
But isn't it supposed to be the other way?
It's supposed to be the other way.
Isn't it supposed to be Morales in control?
It's supposed to be Morales, but again, we have a tough fighter. When you have a tough fighter like Rene Alvarado, you better be prepared. And I know Victor Morales comes to train and he trains his butt off, but for this specific fighter and this specific fight, he needs to be well conditioned.
And again, getting trapped in that corner. Good left hook coming from Morales.
Nice short left hook, just landed.
Done with 3. It's scheduled for 10. We're in Anaheim at the Honda Center this afternoon, but next Saturday, Cataraw is back as he takes on Harlem Ubeck in Manchester. Can El Gato get back to his winning ways against the undefeated welterweight? Find out July 5th live on DAZN.
Look at the highlights. It's always Rene Alvarado shooting the body shots, and that's what Morales needs to be worried about. He needs to keep those hands up, keep those hands down, not hands down, but keep those hands up and avoid the body shots, because those body shots will eventually take factor in the later of the rounds.
Oh yeah, it just, like I said, it depletes your gas tank little by little by little, and sometimes even when you get hit in the arm, you can still feel it when you're depleted already. So again, double in the jabs should be done by Morales, feinting a little bit here and there and slowing the fight down.
If you've ever
that was good lateral movement.
Watch the Rene Alvarado fight. He'll do this, and then late in the rounds he'll give it away, or later on in the fight he'll get caught, or he'll catch his opponent. Back in 2014, he had a fantastic fight against, remember Robin Hood Castellanos? Robinson Castellanos. They went back and forth in Puerto Vallarta. That was a fight where in the 9th round he got the stoppage. That's something that, if you look at the ledger for Rene Alvarado, if you go look at his box rec, his stoppages are always later on in the fights. Either he's stopping or he's getting stopped.
One thing I've seen numerous times is Morales is very susceptible of getting hit with that right hand. And
like
that's
that?
Just like that. It's because his chin is up there and he's not utilizing that jab. He's not covering himself up. When he's punching, he's open to get countered every single time. Good body shot. Oh, again, 1-2 combination coming from
That
Alvarado.
left hand is also down from Morales. He needs to keep that left hand right up to avoid those right hands.
Now he's going southpaw for a bit. Is that good? Or?
He looks very awkward when it comes down to it. He might get caught with just like that.
Just like that.
Well, he's just trying to get Alvarado off. A good left hook by Alvarado.
Middle of the 4th round, Nonito, and you see Morales trying to switch things up, give him different looks, and he's not looking comfortable at all. Just like you said, he hasn't looked comfortable since the opening bell.
And this is not his fight.
This isn't his fight at all. He needs to keep moving around. He can't stay right in front of him complacent, taking those shots.
And one thing you notice, too, is that when he pauses, he squares up, and that's where he gets hit with those shots, especially the body shot. Just like right now, he's squared up.
He's squaring up, staying right in front of him. Alvarado isn't the most dangerous power puncher, but it's those variety of shots that break an opponent down. It's the accumulation of shots that knock you out and basically tell you to say no mas in the later of the fight.
You see the swelling on both eyes of Victor Morales, who is in his toughest fight of his young career.
Morales coming in forward, pressing the fight instead, and you get those body shot coming from Alvarado and landing those combinations too. It's very dangerous for Morales to be in that type of fight.
Nonito, it's all being set up by the body work from Alvarado, that left hook to the body.
And that's where it slows you down tremendously.
Morales has been on the ropes most of this fight.
This is a tough fight for Morales.
It's like excellent fight for Alvarado so far. Heavyweight Joshua Edwards coming up next. Still got Joel Iriarte, then Holly Holm and Yolanda Vega.
Shoot straight, back him up. But I need you to move, eh? I want you to relax. Make it easier. Circle. Breathe.
The lateral movement early on, but then this is where Alvarado starts pressing forward as well.
I think also Morales switching to southpaw momentarily was just another plan C, plan D if the A, B, C was not working to get Alvarado confused, because it looks like Morales is having no answers thus far.
Right. Oh, he's just pressing power shots now.
He's coming out aggressive.
Yeah. But the thing is he used to that type of fight? Because those fights are very, very tiring. Because I'm a power guy. I love the power. And they take toll in terms of,
and
good
you're getting caught.
counter with that straight. Again, but because where his feet is, he squares up, he gets hit with that straight.
That might have cut up the right eye of Morales. The left eye, I'm sorry.
It had been swelling since the second round, the eyes of Morales. And Nonito, I've done most of Morales' fights. He's never looked like this.
Oh, you got a guy like Alvarado who doesn't get much tougher than guys like that. You know, Alvarado was a tough dude, man.
I mean, a few fights ago, Morales had a tough battle with Duelo Guin, our guy from Guadalajara, who every now and then will be somebody you upset. And that was a split decision. It should not have been that difficult. But it looks like he didn't learn his lesson from that fight, where he made it more difficult than it needed to be.
Maybe that's his kryptonite, that type of fight, that type of style.
Yeah, but this is a step up in competition right here, Alexis.
Oh, big step up in competition. I thought Morales' his eye was cut, but it's swollen. It looks very red. Taking punishing shots just like that. Morales needs to keep boxing him, using his jab, using the combinations in and out, and keep moving. He cannot stay in front of Alvarado because he's taking those punishment shots and those lead left hooks to the body.
Nonito, switching southpaws is not doing anything for for Morales.
Well, the thing is, he's very awkward when it comes down to it. It might be a dangerous move for him, as Alvarado is just keep pressing forward, you know. He's not stopping. And so, again, like Alexis said, and I said earlier, that jab and the feints are the crucial point, but he's not utilizing it. He's just throwing one jab. Of course, the guy's going to keep pressing forward. You got to double it up, triple it up, put a little feint here and there so that you can confuse your opponent by having a variety of offense before setting up the bigger punch. But if you don't have it, the guy like Alvarado is just going to keep pressing forward.
Feet get tangled up. The legs, they're swelling underneath the left eye and on the eyebrow of Victor Morales.
That's just accumulation of shots that the punches and bunches Alvarado's throwing, just like that left hook he just landed earlier.
And that right eye is starting to swell because of those hooks.
Good one, too, coming from Morales. See, that right there is a smart move. If you're in there, grab. You know, it's easier said than done because for me, I never really grab my opponent. But watching this, you know, I think that's the smartest move for Morales is when you're in close range, grab him.
When you're against the ropes, just grab him. Don't let Alvarado tee off on him.
Good counter by Alvarado again with the left hook.
Another good round for Rene Alvarado. And he's looking right at you, Nonito. He's putting his fist pump right at you. He's feeling confident just like he was in the locker room.
He's very, very confident. You know, his brother is very confident as well.
See the corner of Victor Morales. Jason Marquardt working on the swelling. Yeah, that left eyelid has started to swell. Underneath the eye is swelling. More Rene Alvarado replays.
More replays, just punches and bunches. That's what Morales needs to do, but he can't stay in there too long. I love how he slipped the shots that are coming under the hooks, but he's got to keep his hands down every time he throws a combination.
Thanks, everybody. Join us wherever you may be. DAZN, bringing you fights from Anaheim, California. MVP, association with Golden Boy. We'll bring you the main event. Jake Paul, Julio Cesar Chavez Jr., Zurdo Ramirez, and Uniel Dorticos on the co-feature. It's our second bout of the afternoon. Beto Duran, Donito Donaire, Alexis Rocha with you. We're in round number 6. Y saludos a toda la gente que nos está mirando desde México y Nicaragua también, Honduras, Costa Rica. All of Central America watching for Rene Alvarado, Nonito. Even Argentina, they love you now. Maybe.
No, it was incredible.
There's that cut. You're talking about Alexis. It was going to happen.
Oh, it was just going to happen. There you go.
I knew it wasn't crazy.
No. But you knew it was a matter of time before that swelling led to that cut.
I believe Victor's been cut there in previous fights as well,
He has.
So it might have been an old injury reopening again.
Yep, it happened in his last fight. The fight that ended in the 8th.
Oh, good overhand by Alvarado. Good overhand right.
Alvarado's corner doing everything they want their fighter to have executed.
Good straight right hand by Alvarado as well. One thing that Morales is doing that I believe is a detriment. When he's jabbing, he's stepping in rather than stepping back. And that's where he gets caught by Alvarado, and therefore Alvarado's able to tee off on him.
Staying stationary, just staying right in front of him. Morales having all the success with some of the shots, but it's those shots right there that you can't take too much of.
And he's getting caught with combinations as well. Not just one, but 2, 3, 4.
Just walking him down is Rene Alvarado. And Victor Morales is breathing heavy here in round number 6 with less than a minute to go.
Because the body shots like those that take the life out of you.
And again, the jab from Morales. Oh, good left hook. And a counter straight again from Alvarado. Alvarado is taking this fight in his hand and taking control and taking the pace from Morales.
He's control. He's dominating. He's doing whatever he wants. Is Rene Alvarado in the blue in his 51st fight. Says, I don't care if you're 20-0-1, Victor Morales. I'm bringing it to you. What are you going to do? And Morales is not doing anything.
Again, Morales is very susceptible of getting hit with that straight because he squares up. Oh, just again, another straight.
It's target practice right now.
You know, he positioned himself there to get hit by Alvarado's shots.
Another fist pump from Alvarado. July 24th, back in California, Gucci Manny Flores takes on Jorge Chavez in a junior featherweight matchup live on DAZN. And you know that one, Alexis. That's your boy Chavez, who you trained with, and Manny Flores training with Joel Diaz. It's going to be a heck of a fight.
Heck of a fight that I'm looking forward to. Tune in July 24th. I believe that's actually a Thursday night, not a Saturday. But it's going to be a great fight between two of Golden Boy's prospects taking each other head on for contender status.
Yo, that fight like that, you can start Thursday. It's going to go all the way through Saturday and Sunday. That's how good it's going to be.
Yep.
This is all Rene Alvarado controlling this fight here at the Honda Center. Jake Paul, Chavez Jr. in the main event, still to come on pay-per-view.
That's going to be a very exciting fight, you know. You don't know what Chavez...
The doctor's going to check out Morales' cuts. We're ready to go. All right, Lex, round 7. It looks like it's Alvarado controlling this fight. Is it desperation time for Morales?
Yes, I believe it is desperation time for Morales. He needs to come and land something big. He's been landing some big shots, but I don't see the pop being there. So now what he has to do is just outbox him. He needs to land 2 or 3 hard shots and keep moving. He can't give away these 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th rounds away.
Now, Nathan, you know what it's like where sometimes your game plan, you can't execute it. It feels like you might be running in water where you're in place. You can't do anything. It looks like it for Morales tonight.
And those are the toughest nights because sometimes you feel like everything that you do just is not working, but you have to learn how to cope up with it and come up with a different game plan. Again, what you see with Morales right now is the same thing over and over and over. Instead of adjusting to a different jab, maybe a jab to the body, maybe a feint here and there, maybe a straight, maybe a shift, or maybe keeping my hands up. But he's not doing that. All we see is him doing the same thing over and over, and Alvarado is giving the opportunity to do the things that he's done since the beginning of the first round.
It's not hard to figure out Alvarado. He's doing the same exact thing, Alexis.
Yeah, same thing. And as Nonito was saying earlier, this is what you got to do. Despite how the fight's going to go, despite how it ends, these are the toughest but the most valuable fights and the valuable nights that you could possibly learn from, because you go back to the drawing board. What do I need to do? What do I need to not get hit with? What do I need to do to prevent this from happening again when you face a tough, rugged fighter like Rene Alvarado?
And there's the gatekeeper is Rene Alvarado. And if you want to have championship aspirations, if you want to fight for a title, if you want to be a contender, you have to get through guys like Alvarado. And if you can't, then that's when your promoter and the matchmaker, well, how are we going to set you up for a championship fight when you're getting tagged 1, 2, 3, 4 against the ropes?
This is very getting dangerous for Morales. He's getting caught with big shots just like that, but he traps himself, and he's not holding on. You know, hold on for a little bit. just like right there.
But he's not throwing anything back, Nonito.
And that's a problem. You know, this is a big learning lesson for him. But he traps himself in a corner, and that's one thing that those body shots coming from Alvarado is just horrendous.
It's
I
grueling.
can feel him.
And Alvarado, doesn't it look like he's just in third gear still? Like he's not even stepping on the gas.
This is his tempo all fight.
Yeah.
And again,
he's breaking him down.
He's breaking him down, and you can see him broken down a little bit, little by little, every round. You know, he's just standing there. He's getting hit with shots now. He's not keeping his hands up.
At what point does the corner maybe have a talk about when do we protect our young fighter?
You know, sometimes as a corner, you have to realize that it's better to fight for the next rather than take everything away from this fight.
Look how slow he's walking back to the corner.
His demeanor is very defeated.
He's fatigued, bloodied, battered. It's going to be interesting what his corner tells him right now.
And the corner is his dad.
Just breathe. Just breathe. We're fighting his fight. Okay? I need you to stay in the center.
You took a lot more punches on that last round than I'm used to seeing. I gotta watch it, man. You gotta show me something, bro.
As his father just mentioned, you're fighting his fight, which Morales is doing all night. He hasn't been boxing him the way he's supposed to be, throwing the jab, throwing double jabs, tripling the jabs, confusing Alvarado. He's just staying stationary and staying right in front of him for Rene Alvarado just to tee off on him.
And you heard the referee, Michael Margado, go to the corner and tell him you took some punches at the end.
And this is where Alvarado just landing pretty much everything that he wanted to land. Oh, good uppercut coming in by Morales.
Okay. This is that desperation mode. Round number 8, scheduled for 10, has been all Rene Alvarado, one-way traffic from him.
Watch out, guys. Watch out on your own. Stop! Let him go, Victor. Come home.
You hear the referee mic out. Back and forth. Alvarado in the blue and white. It is Victor Morales just digging deep. This is all heart for Victor Morales.
Sock and bop him, just back and forth action. As I said, this is going to be a sleeper fight. This has been shaping up to be a really good fight.
Yep.
But Alvarado is just the one in control, throwing punches. Even though Morales is not shying away, wants to keep his undefeated record intact, wants to secure the W, just showing the heart and the motivation that he has.
But he does open himself up for a counter because of the way he throws those shots. His chin is up in the air.
Can't be exposing himself like that.
You guys were saying that in the second round. And that
There
chin
you
is
go.
getting tagged.
He's getting tagged again. Every time that he throws and he stays there, he gets countered by Alvarado.
Think about Rene Alvarado. When he was fighting at 118, 122, wherever he's fighting, always in great shape, always comes in underweight, always prepared, always gives you a tough fight. And he's having a heck of a night as he gets pushed down by Morales. That's frustration. Joshua Edwards, Dominic Hardy, the heavyweights coming up next here in Anaheim. Hook from Alvarado.
Again.
That lead left hook just caught him right on the jaw.
And Morales starts the first 5 seconds of the round really aggressive, and then that's it. Arm punches now.
He has to keep that same output the whole, from the opening bell of the round to the very end of the round. You got to keep that same punch variety.
Well, that's how you take control of the fight, by continuously doing what you're doing. You know, like when he came in very hard with an uppercut, and then he just kind of faded along the rounds. And when he's in front of Alvarado, he squares up, which means that he's going to get caught with some big shots. And there's no power when you're squaring up. As you can see in his feet, you know, he squares up a lot. And again, the limitation...
Opens himself to a body shot there.
I mean, he opens himself for everything else. Alvarado's a tough guy, though. You know.
But he's not hard to figure out if you know what you're doing. And right now, Morales does not look like he knows what he's doing.
because he's letting Alvarado take control of the fight.
Yeah.
You know, he's not throwing a jab, he's not doubling it up, he's not pressing, he's not giving him variety. He's giving him something that Alvarado already knows and figured out from the very beginning of the fight.
That's a long list right there, Nonito. And another excellent round for Alvarado.
Alvarado just winning these exchanges. Morales is throwing so many good shots, catching Alvarado, but the fight is just clearly one-sided to Rene Alvarado just throwing shots, even though Morales does have a lot of success when he doesn't square up.
I agree with that. You know, maybe sometimes because of the pressure, it's allowing him to be stagnant like the way he is right now.
Alexis, remember Hugo Partida used to fight for Golden Boy on the Velasco shows,
Yes,
coming as an opponent? He's watching right now, and he had texted me the other day when he saw Alvarado's name. He's like, Beto, cuidado con Alvarado. Be careful with Alvarado. Fighters know.
Fighters know.
Yeah, Hugo watching us in Mexico right now. Saludos a toda la familia Partida. Just like that, Nonito, when we walked into the locker room, Rene looked at you right away. Campeón. You looked at him, and your Spanish, you guys were going back and forth, had a flow. And it wasn't even that he was not focused. It's more of he was so calm.
Yes.
He'd rather talk to you about your fight in Argentina. He'd rather talk about your career. He'd rather talk about everything in Nicaragua. And then when we did finally talk to him about the fight, he's like, yeah, I'm going to come out here. I'm going to do what I do. And that's it. I have experience. He doesn't. It's easy.
Yes. And he said that, you know, this is an opportunity. I took it. And I'm going to do what I need to do. This is something that I'm used to. You know, so he's going to go over here and do the things that he's already shown throughout the beginning and not be afraid of getting hit and do what he needs to do. Come press forward, beat the body, and land those big shots like he did throughout the whole fight.
Lex, we've been around when you work broadcast with me. Some of these veteran gatekeepers will tell you that, but you don't believe what they're saying. With Alvarado, you believe every word of him.
Oh, every word. You could just see his demeanor from the get-go when he comes out swinging, throwing punches with bad intentions and just smothering and taxing your opponent, just taxing the person in front of you. Lands a nice left hook right now.
That hook has been landing from the opening bell for Rene Alvarado.
And I think, for me, this is the most advanced or experience coming from Alvarado is that he's mixing up his punches to the body, to the head, while you see Morales is just headhunting.
Yep.
Very interesting take, too, because when you have someone coming forward like that, like Alvarado is, Victor Morales should dig to the body just like Alvarado's digging to his body. You got to slow that pressure fighter down for the ending of the last couple rounds.
100%. See, that's experience. Yep. You know, for Alvarado, he's going out there, breaking his body, then opens up the head shots. And Morales, this is something that he needs to learn along the way. Oh, good counter straight coming from Alvarado.
Man, they're landing flush. This is also a case where you can't say, Golden Boy didn't develop Morales. They did. They brought him on. This is a 22nd pro fight. This is where you need to show whether you can hang at the elite level.
Well, this is the gatekeeper, like you said.
Yeah. There's a reason Alvarado has 16 losses. Because he'll go up against those undefeated guys, and he'll give them the battle, but he won't come away successful. Tonight, it's a different story.
Right now, he's taking control of this fight and landing a lot of the shots, but because of those body shots, that sets up all the other shots from Alvarado.
Like that. That game plan has been executed to perfection by el hombre desde Managua, Nicaragua, Rene Alvarado.
You know, those Nicaraguan fighters are very, very tough, man. One of my favorite fighter actually is Alexis Arguello. Alexis Arguello, I got my hook from, as well as Trinidad as well, and Mike Tyson. So, you know, those are a combination of my left hook and Roy Jones as well. So, you know.
The pay-per-view at 5 o'clock. Jake Paul, Julio Cesar Chavez Jr. You'll get 5 fights on the pay-per-view. And you also see Zurdo Ramirez, Juniel Dorticos, Raul Curiel, Victor Rodriguez, Vias Griffin against Julian Rodriguez, and kicking it off is Kid Austin, Floyd Schofield against Tevin Farmer. You'll need the DAZN pay-per-view for that one. Let's look at the replays from round number 9. Great job by a replay crew.
Again, Alvarado coming in, but this is, you know, Morales trying to do something. But because of Alvarado's pressure and output, that he is taking control of this fight.
Great job by everybody in the truck. My man Mambo Mike on replays, finding nothing but Rene Alvarado going to the body attacking. And when you look at this, I was telling my man Declan, who's our producer-director today, this is going to be a good one, and it's lived up to it.
Oh, man.
And it's Alvarado sitting on his punches here.
Lived up to the hype.
And he's landing those shots.
Nonito, you're moving
as
back.
well.
You're
Oh.
moving back right now. Like you're seeing something.
No, I'm not seeing something. I'm feeling it, man. You know, I'm feeling those shots. Those shots take toll in your body, in your mind, in your brain, and it gets dangerous sometimes.
It does get dangerous.
Well, that's what we were talking about earlier. How much do you start protecting your young fighter? You can't let him take how much abuse?
You know, sometimes it could be pride, it could be something, but whatever it is, you know, you have to make that decision, because right now it's a dangerous situation for Morales, getting cut with 4 or 5 punches.
It is a dangerous situation, but you got to take from him. Morales is also very responsive. He's taking these shots. He's taking these shots.
I'm not saying to stop the fight. It's just more you have to watch out for this fighter.
You always want to keep a young fighter, just like Victor Morales' career intact, because there's always life after boxing. There's always, you know, the long run, but he's being very responsive, throwing shots of his own. I haven't seen him wobbled or anything. He is taking a brutal body shots just like he did right now, but he's very responsive in everything he throws.
But sometimes a lot of that is reactionary and instinct coming from us fighters. But it could be very dangerous coming into it, because you're getting hit and you're dehydrating yourself by sweating and all of that stuff, which can take a lot of toll in your body, in your mind, in your brain.
And your longevity of your career.
Yeah, that is the the case.
The right side of Morales' ribcage is just red right now from the body shots that Rene Alvarado has been inflicting since the opening bell.
I'm telling you, man, Alvarado is just one of those guys. He's just walking and just punching and walking and punching and just nonstop. He's marching forward.
Huh? He's 36, huh? you need to go fight in Nicaragua. I heard there's a guy out there, maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Maybe. You know, I do like chocolate, though.
Saludos, Chocolatito. I think Rene Alvarado might work your corner if you go down there.
Yeah.
They love you, man.
No, I'm a big fan of you know, the Nicaraguan fighters as well. You know, again, Alexis Arguello is one of my favorite fighters. But again, this is right here. This
has been impressive. Gemelo Promotions coming out, B-side, nobody else, just his brother and his trainer, and that's it. What a fight for Rene Alvarado. He hugs the young Victor Morales. Respect between the two fighters. And Alvarado was cut late in the 10th round. But regardless, it was all.
You know, and I think that we have a lot of expectation for Morales because of his undefeated record, you know, coming into this. But one thing is, I believe that he didn't adjust enough to change the fight and the tempo, while Alvarado was just marching forward, doing the same thing over and over. Both guys were doing the same thing over and over, you know. And Morales is big learning lesson for him.
Big learning lesson. He's gonna go back to the drawing board. He's gonna go back home, recuperate, and focus on what he did wrong, what he did well. He did a lot of good stuff doing well. He gave some lateral movement early on in the ring, but he needs to be more consistent in that if he wants to win against gatekeepers just like Alvarado that keeps coming forward. But it's just going to develop his career to come back even stronger.
July 12th, we'll see the third Ring Magazine show headlined by two massive co-mains. That's right. Shiraz moves up to 168 to take on Berlanga. And then Shakur Stevenson takes on Camarón Cepeda for the WBC World Lightweight title. This blockbuster night of boxing available to you by now at DAZN.com/boxing. All right, we're ready for our decision. Let's go up to the ring with Big Mo to make it official.
Ladies and gentlemen, After 10 full rounds, we go to the judges' scorecards for the official decision. Judge Jerry Cantu sees the contest 96-94, while judges David Sullivan see it 99-91, as well as Jack Reese 99-91. Declaring your winner by unanimous decision, Rene El Gemelo Alvarado.
Managua, Nicaragua, win number 35 for Rene Alvarado, unanimous, sweeping the cards. 99-91 was more like it. There was one close one at 96-94, but regardless though, good night for him after 2 tough losses.
Deserving of the win. He came in to fight, and he came in to do what he needed to do, breaking down the undefeated Morales and taking it to him.
There you see the emotion from Rene. His brother Felix is just... All right, let's see how he got it done. Alvarado gets the victory. 10 good rounds against Victor Morales. And right away, as you came out, it was going to be all Rene Alvarado from the get-go, Nonito.
Oh, yeah, he came in there with those body shots early on and started landing those shots and made Morales' head open up and getting caught with those big shots.
Morales had no answer really for the body shots, for just the punch output of Alvarado. He would try to move around, box him well, using the double jabs, using the jabs, keep him at end. But it was just Alvarado just smothering, throwing the left hooks to the body, and just the little pitter-pat combinations up top.
There you come.
Rene Alvarado here alongside with us.
Yeah, he's all excited. He made sure to come see you. And now his brother Felix comes over. Everybody wants to say hi to Nonito. Hey, buen trabajo, buen trabajo. Buen trabajo.
Everybody's saying hello.
It's just,
you know, and that's a beautiful thing. You know, they deserved the win. They fought hard. They did what they needed to do.
Yeah, it's Rene, his brother Felix, his twin brother, and then Carlos Ruiz. You see, you got to take the selfie. I want to be in it too. There you go. As Felix is taking the picture. You got to get the picture here if we're going to be on the part of the broadcast here. That's what you want to have right there, because we saw the emotion from them. They get the victory. What will happen in our main event tonight is Jake Paul taking on Julio Cesar Chavez Jr., and our cameras caught up with him in camp.
It's good to see Julio with that mindset, with the work ethic, the mentality he's putting every day to put in a great fight and get the win. You know, I'm so happy to see that he got the fire back, his passion back, and he wants to do everything right so he can perform very well on June 28th. He's looking very sharp, you know, conditioning is very well. He's been doing between 10 and 12 rounds. So I feel confident that he really put a great performance, and I can see it, like I say, in a good spirit. I think Jake Paul, you know, he's a great athlete. You know, obviously he don't got the experience that Julio has, but he's doing great things for boxing. You know what I mean? And I'm happy that we can share, you know, a great card. We'll see the experience of Julio and his great conditioning will pull it in a great win for us. When you fight a fighter who has a lot of experience, Julio has more than 60 fights, you know, that's professional fights. I mean, Jake has 7, you know what I mean? There's a lot of differences in between, you know, between Jake and Chavez Jr. We always we're preparing for the 10 rounds, you know, but if Jake slips, it might be a short night for sure. In the last stage of the preparation, you know, this is the last week of sparring. We're gonna go start slowing down. Like I said, last week he was touching 10, 12 rounds, even the week before. So now he's starting to slow him down little by little. So he start feeling, you know, his body can rest and start peaking. And that's where the stage is right now, just to keep it focused, keep it in the right distance with great timing, and ready for rock and roll June 28th.
Rock and roll later on tonight. Jake Paul against Julio Cesar Chavez Jr., the main event. You can buy the pay-per-view right now. Just go to DAZN.com. That gets going at 5 o'clock Pacific time. Inside the Honda Center in Anaheim, California, 2 fights done. Both of them went the distance. What will happen in our third fight? It's time for the heavyweights. Joshua Edwards and Dominic Hardy. Beto Duran and Nonito Donaire and Alexis Rocha, the third fight this afternoon. We got 6 for you here on the prelim show. Heavyweight action. Then after this, we're going to have the bantamweights. And then Joel Iriarte and also Holly Holm against Yolanda Vega is still to come. Right now, let's look at the teletape for the big boys. The heavyweight action coming your way. As Joshua Edwards and Dominic Hardy. Same height, but it's Edwards who weighing 226. He does have an inch reach advantage, the young fighter from Houston, Texas, U.S. Olympian. All right, let's set it up to the ring, the Big Mo.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our viewers joining us around the world on DAZN, and welcome to those of you joining us here live in Anaheim in the Honda Center ahead of tonight's main event between Jake Paul and Julio Cesar Chavez Jr. But before that, we have arrived at the heavyweight division, scheduled for 6 3-minute rounds. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner, please welcome to the ring, Dominic Hardy.
Windy City's own Dominic Hardy with 9 professional fights. The record of 6-3, 4 KOs. Been fighting the club scene in the Midwest. A couple fights in Green Bay. There's obviously a big test for him as he takes on the U.S. Olympian heavyweight.
That's a big boy too, man. You know, and sometimes in this weight class, weight can matter.
Oh yeah. Saw Hardy in the hotel, and I was sitting down. He stood up. I'm 6'1". I'm like, oh, this guy's big. Like, this is a heavyweight. He's got his hands full tonight, wearing all black, got the title robe on. Okay. Come out with the title, saying something.
I mean, serious business when you come out with title.
And now his opponent, fighting out of the blue corner, please welcome the 2024 U.S. Olympian, Joshua Edwards.
With Ronnie Shields on his side, the Rocket, Joshua Edwards, out of Houston, how appropriate. Very, very talented young man. Oscar De La Hoya signed him out of the Olympics. Oscar's been pushing him, saying this guy could be the future. You're going to enjoy watching his fight. Not just the way, because he gets the knockouts. Mind you, it's only 2 fights. But the way that he fights. Coming off a first-round KO on Memorial Weekend. Great personality. Great charisma. A lot of talent.
Well, when you're an Olympian, you're like that. You know, you'll have the confidence as he walks into this ring. He has that confidence. The way he's walking, you know, he owns it.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, live inside the Honda Center in Anaheim, California, and live on DAZN, this bout is scheduled for 6 3-minute rounds in the heavyweight division. Our referee in charge when the bell rings is David Hartman. 2 warriors, 1 fight. Who wants it more? Let's meet the fighters. First, fighting out of the red corner, wearing the all-black trunks, he stands 6 feet, 3 inches tall. He weighed in at 251.4 pounds. He holds a professional record of 6 victories versus 3 defeats, with 4 of those wins coming by way of knockout. And he fights out of Chicago, Illinois, introducing Dominic Hardy. And now his opponent, standing across the ring, fighting out of the blue corner, wearing the white and multicolored trunks. He stands 6 feet 3 inches tall. He weighed in at 226 pounds even. He enters tonight with a perfect, undefeated professional record of 2 victories opposite no defeats. And he fights out of the Space City of Houston, Texas. Ladies and gentlemen, introducing the 2024 U.S. Olympian, the Rocket, Joshua Edwards.
Pause for 2 seconds. All lines look good. Right here on the title and up is good. Right here at the top of the lettering is good. Commands at all times, protect at all times. As a reminder, I do about. Okay, here we go. Touch glove.
David Hartman, our third man in the ring. Chris Lieben, Lou Moret, and Tiffany Clinton are judges for this one. Scheduled for 6 rounds in the heavyweight division. Dominic Hardy knows he has his hands full. 9 professional fights. He's an insurance salesman during the day, insurance marketing salesman. He wears a shirt and tie to work. Boxing is his passion, as he said, and Dominic has his hands full against Joshua Edwards, who's been boxing his entire career, brought to the sport by his dad. Tried basketball a little bit in high school, got hurt, and said, no, let's go back to boxing. You're going to like his style, the way he comes out, Nonito.
Edward is throwing those jabs and setting up his big shots. You know, a lot of times to set up those big shots, you got to throw those jabs. And one thing we see that we didn't see in the previous fight, he's doubling his jab, and he's doubling to the body and to the head, and then that's when the counter comes.
Edwards turned pro in April. Had a second-round stoppage against Larry Gonzalez, making his debut. And then he stopped Alexander Rhodes Memorial Weekend in Vegas. And Oscar liked his performance so much, said, hey, I'm putting you on the Jake Paul Chavez Jr. card. And here he is. And down goes Hardy. Oh, my! A big right from the Rocket Edwards. Wow!
I see that coming. I was seeing it, the way he was throwing those rights.
And it's over.
It's
a
over.
First-round KO for the Rocket, Joshua Edwards. This young man is out of control, and he's 3-0. .103 of the first round, Nonito.
Well, he set it all up with that jab, you know, and when you're occupied with that jab, the way he was dropping those hands, he got caught with that counter straight, and it was night-night for him.
Tricked him. He was jabbing to the body, and Hardy dropped his hands, thinking he was going to drop another body shot with the jab, which opened up the perfect right hand to the top of the chin of Hardy. Joshua Rocket Edwards really living up to his name.
He's rocking it. He's definitely rocking it. But one thing is, that jab set everything up for him. And this is how and why the jab is such an important part of boxing. It sets the big shots. And that's what he did against Hardy.
That's a big dude. He weighed at 253 yesterday, rehydrated to about 270, and went down hard. And we'll get you the replays in a bit. My goodness. And Barrow, let me give you that bad cliche. He was fighting like he was double parts, right? He's not messing around. He don't get paid overtime.
No overtime, baby.
Wow. So, well, let's just show you the entire fight now.
Again, those jab to the body, jab to the head, and then that counter right down.
Hardy never saw it coming, too. Expected a jab downstairs and that monster's right hand.
He sat on his feet, you know.
My goodness.
Vicious. And that was just perfectly timed. He knew from that jab where he was coming from. And when he had the opportunity to throw that straight right hand landed as hard as he could, knocking out Hardy.
We will be interviewing the Rocket, Joshua Edwards. Oh, my goodness. Man, Hardy. I told people don't sleep on this one. It's going to be a knockout. I didn't think it was going to be a first round and not a one-hitter like that. Let's make it official with Big Mo.
Ladies and gentlemen, referee David Hartman calls a stop to this contest at 1 minute, 3 seconds of the very first round, declaring your winner by knockout and still undefeated, the Rocket, Joshua Edwards.
103 of the first round. Lexus, you're only going to work the first 3 fights with us, so we're going to say goodbye to you, but let me get your final thoughts on Joshua Edwards.
Man, this guy's a talent. What can I say? I'm looking forward to seeing more of him. Really, like I said, he's really living up to his nickname, the Rocket. Can't wait to see more of him, and that was just pitch perfect right hand. He confused them by using the jab upstairs, downstairs, upstairs, confused them, dropped his lead left right hand, chopped him.
And Lex, we're going to see you in the ring hopefully sometime this year?
Hopefully sometime this year. Can't disclose it, but I'm sustaining a little injury right now, so I'm just waiting for that to heal down, and I'll be back.
All right, we'll see you, Lex. Great job on the broadcast today.
Appreciate it.
Enjoy this rest of the day. Remember, pay-per-view is at 5 o'clock.
Yeah.
Donito, for you, though, Edwards, would you impress right
You know,
here?
he was very, very, I guess, what would you say, he's very cerebral. You know, he's using that jab, he's stepping here. He's not just throwing it to the top, he's throwing it to the body. And then once he got that distance, pop, over that right hand, you know, and drop and knock Hardy out.
All right, so Lexus Rocha, enjoy your night tonight, Lex. Appreciate you as always.
Hey, brother, appreciate you, man. That was awesome.
Yep. All right. Woo. More heavyweight action coming your way. July 19th, a rematch for the ages. Usyk Dubois at Wembley Stadium for the undisputed heavyweight glory. Be part of this historic boxing night. Buy it now at DAZN.com/boxing. Man, heavyweights. There's something about the heavyweights, Donito. Not that you're one of them, but they always put you on your toes.
Oh yeah, man. They, you know, one punch from the heavyweight can really end fights, and that's exactly what we saw today.
Joshua Edwards, my man. You do not like working more than a couple minutes, do you?
I mean, a lot of heavyweights, they want to come out here and wait. I plan to get right to it and establish my jab and then start looking for my other punches to land.
That's something that Nonito, you mentioned right away. You like his jab.
You know, not only that, but he mixed it up to the top, to the bottom.
Yeah.
But what did you see when you were in front of Hardy and after those jabs that you were throwing to the body, to the head?
He started reaching. He started reaching for after I started letting my jab and I put my right hand to the body. I seen him reaching, trying to like catch it. So that's when I just like I heard my coach say step forward with the right hand. And then that's when I stepped forward.
There it is.
Yeah,
there it is, that right hand. You listened to Ronnie.
Yeah, always. I listened to my corner, man, immediately. Like,
so okay, I gotta ask the dumb question here.
What's that?
How does that feel? Something flush like that.
That was. I mean, that's what we train for, man. We train to be accurate and just letting our hands go. So when it happened in front of Bright, it's just another day in the office for me.
Now, that's a dude who weighed 253 yesterday at the weigh-ins, probably rehydrated to 270, 275. You're 225. You always said it. I might be one of the lighter heavyweights, but I have that power. You told me that before.
Yeah, don't let the size and the weight fool you. Like, we're like my strength and conditioning team. I feel like it's the best in the game. Like we're increasing speed, we're increasing power without getting slower. So it's just man, we headed to the top.
Well, going into this, after this fight, you know, sometimes easy fights doesn't teach you much. But what did you learn into this fight? After this victory.
This one was kind of tough. I'm always say the same thing. Listening to your corner, like your corner is seeing things out there like in real time. So if you listen to them immediately, like Ronnie said, probably like 10 seconds before I landed that last right hand. He said, step forward with the right hand. I heard it, and I got on it immediately. So just always listening to your corner. They seeing things that you can't see.
You know, some people are seeing you for the first time. I've done all your fights, all two of them. But you come in here, you have a great demeanor about it, but you are building that fan base. Obviously, Houston's there with you.
Yeah.
But you have your dad who took you to the gym when you started. Tell people that story about how special the relationship is with your dad in boxing.
Man, my dad is just like my whole motivation, like all the way from before I even had my own motivation. He was the motivation, like from when I was very, very young. Like I was getting put out of daycares, elementary schools. I was fighting, but I was a playful kid. That's how I played. But he put me in the boxing gym at a real young age. I took to it like just like that, and it's been boxing since then.
Now, Nonito, I was at the hotel, and I was in the elevator, and I see his robe. Your sister had your robe.
Yeah.
And I was like, it's early in the morning. I didn't want to say, hey, let me bother you. But I'm like, that robe is beautiful right there.
Yeah.
So what was the inspiration behind the robe, man? A lot of rockets everywhere.
Yeah, I just want to keep going with the Space City thing. I mean, I'm from Houston. Susie Wong did the robe and the trunks for me. And then Jackson was on the gloves. So I got, they're creative. Both Susie and Jackson Boxing, they're super creative. Like, I get them my idea and they run with it. So.
All right, main event tonight, though, it's Jake Paul, Chavez Jr.
Jake is my guy.
Really?
Know him personally, that's my guy. And he work hard. He's not going to,
exactly.
He going to put the work in.
How did you guys become friends?
He became a partner with USA Boxing back right before we went to the Olympics, like in 2024, maybe I think it was, before the 2024 Olympics. Like he became a partner.
That's right.
And then he was just like teaching us stuff about branding ourselves and just like posting content and making fans go up and stuff like that. So he taught us a lot, and he's cool people. So,
all right, Donito, let's see if you paid attention. The branding. So what's your Instagram? Look at the camera.
Walking on good 2 times, man. That's the Instagram. Put in Joshua Edwards. Put Joshua Edwards in, you'll find me.
There you go.
Congratulations,
brother. You look great.
Yeah, Joshua Edwards looking good. He's got to go talk to the commission. A bunch of fans here waiting for him, man. Like, there's a lot. Look at the people waiting behind him, waiting to talk to him.
That's right.
You knock out people like that. Hey, everybody's
lining up, you know, and then for him, it's like, line them all up, you know.
And Oscar De La Hoya, I know he's super happy about him. I'm pretty sure Oscar's going to come out today. You know what, Edwards? He's fighting in a couple weeks. He just wants to move that young man.
Hey, he did what he did today, impressively. You know, and he needs more of that. Yeah. More fights, more challenges to get him to the next level. Because he already has that talent. Why not get him the challenges that will lead him to be into the next level?
And somebody's been on the next level. Zurdo Ramirez was a champion at 168. He's a champion at the cruiserweight. Our camera's caught up with Zurdo in his camp.
You were debating en quién ibas a enfrentarte. Dorty comes up. It's a hard-hitting fighter with a lot of experience. ¿Por qué Dorticos?
I mean, he was a champion, and he's the mandatory challenge, and I had to do it. I want to fight with Opetaya, Badu Jack. I want to get more belts.
I mean, Latino night really made a difference in your life. How did you feel that night?
Well, I felt like so proud of myself because I knew that I was a better boxer than Chris Benavidez. I mean, he's a true warrior. He can take punches. I think he break his hand, and he was fighting like that. I mean, he's a warrior, but nothing to do with Zurdo. Even this fight is nothing to do with Zurdo. He said that he's a Mr. Knockout, but everyone tried to knock me out. Everyone tried to get my belt, but it's not going to happen.
Tampoco nos quisiste dar un prediction para tu pelea contra Dorty. Aquí entre tú y yo, ¿cómo ves la pelea contra Dorty? ¿Cómo termina?
Yo voy a ganar, saliendo con la mano en alto, voy a ganar esa pelea. Sé que Dorticos es un peleador difícil, fuerte, que viene confiado de su pegada, pero pues muchos boxeadores lo han hecho, incluso en esta división me subestiman porque para mí no significa nada de eso. Tengo más experiencia.
Very confident Zurdo Ramirez, speaking with Claudia Trejos. Our pay-per-view card gets going at 5 o'clock, opening up with Kid Austin and Floyd Schofield against Tevin Farmer. Those two have been contentious all week. The veteran Farmer getting in the face of Schofield, going back and forth. And speaking of contentious, Avius Griffin and Julian Hammerhands Rodriguez, they've been going back and forth. Even Jake Paul going after Rodriguez at the press conference. Raul El Jugar Curiel, Mexican Olympian, trained by Robert Garcia now, was with Freddie Roach, taking on Uruguay's Victor Rodriguez. And the co-feature, you heard it, Zurdo Ramirez, WBA, WBO cruiserweight belt on the line against Cuba's Uniel Dorticos. And of course, the main event, the problem child, Jake Paul, the man responsible for MVP Promotions, takes on the former Mexican champion Julio Cesar Chavez Jr. He's 40 years old. What will he offer tonight? That's still to come in the main event. Of course, pay-per-view at 5 o'clock. Inside the Honda Center, Beto Duran and Nito Donaire, and now joined by Golden Boy prospect Jordan Pimpin. And Jordan, okay, we've had 3 fights, 2 went the distance. We had an upset, Victor Morales losing, then that heavyweight KO. Let's all just take a breath here. Woo! How's it been for you?
It's been exciting so far. I mean, you had a little bit of everything. I think you had the distance in the first fight, scrappy, dominating victory, but then you had the upset. I think maybe a little cardio problems there. The pressure, Renalval, I'm very familiar with him, so it's kind of what I expected for him, but Morales didn't come, I guess, with his correct game plan. Maybe a little cardio, I don't know about you guys, but I thought maybe a little tired was the main issue. And then Edwards, blast out knockout. I mean, that was explosive. So, yeah. Yeah,
that's what everybody wants to see. You want to see the knockout, especially when you're the Olympian, Lonito, right? When you're the big-time prospect.
Well, when you see big heavyweights like that, you expect knockouts, especially with the 2-0, 2 knockouts, with heavyweights, especially big guys as well, like Hardy, there's a chance that because they're big, but because they're heavyweights, shots like one shot that lands flush, it's game over.
All right, the pay-per-view gets going at 5 o'clock Pacific time. Jordan, you have a couple of people of interest. Zurdo Ramirez because you're at the gym with him. Jake Paul and Chavez Jr. Schofield and Farmer. Who's the one where you're saying this is going to be the guy?
I mean, there's a bunch of great fights on tonight. I mean, all 3 are great fights. I think the Zurdo fight's going to be great. The Floyd Schofield fight's great. I mean, Tevin Farmer's going to have 2 close split decision losses to, fellow Golden Boy Williams Zepeda. So that's going to be a great fight tonight. The Farmer's coming. He thinks he's going to win. So it's a lot of other fights here tonight. But I think the one for me is going to probably be the Zurdo fight. There's a lot of energy and specific to the division right now. Yeah. So I think that's a fight for me where I've got my eyes on. I'm looking for something special. Yeah.
And Jake Paul has been saying, hey, if I win, I might be in the rankings. Could it be Zurdo? You know Jake Paul. You know Jake Paul.
Well, Jake, again, he's a really hardworking person. He really loves boxing. He takes boxing seriously like no other. I've been around numerous fighters, but I've seen the demeanor and the desire of Jake Paul. He works harder than anybody else that I've seen.
He works hard, but skills pay the bills. So, yeah.
All right, Chavez Jr. Forget everything that he's had in his career, the ups and downs, the issues outside of the ring, the issues with his dad. At the age of 40, at the end of the day, he still has had 61 professional fights. He's been a champion. Mind you, he's fighting at 200 pounds. Does he have something left?
That's for him to say. I mean, I hope so. For the fans and for us watching, I hope so. I expect to see something. Yes, he has a skill department and whatnot. 200 pounds is a big difference from where he fought. So Jake Paul, if one thing he's got power. He's got power. We've seen it. That right hand lands, he can put anybody out. So if Chavez defense is a little slacking and Jake Paul unloads the right hand and hits him with it, I won't be surprised if Chavez goes down. So, but if Chavez put in the work and he's determined, we might see some old Chavez Jr. in there.
And that it looks like Chavez Jr. put in the work. He was training at Maywood Boxing. Like, you don't go into that gym with Mondo Huerta and just, pitter-patter around. You got to work in that kind of gym. And Chavez Jr. doing interviews in Spanish, understanding what he's saying, he's like, I am a boxer. This guy's not. I have the experience. This guy's not. And when you hear that, Nonito, look, you're 42, right? Shh, no one's saying that. But when people are not counting on you, doesn't that give you extra motivation?
Well, it's supposed to give you a lot of motivation to prove them wrong, especially that you have your father, the legendary, but to be able to compare yourself in that essence that, hey, I've been fighting all my life. Yeah. Everything from the day I was born, I've been fighting. this is my redemption. So because of that mentality, if he has that mentality that this is my redemption, I can make my dad proud, I can make myself proud, then he should show up at 100%, and it can be a Julio Cesar Chavez Jr. that we haven't seen in a very long time. Like Jordan said, it depends on his mentality, but this is his moment. This is his only moment to prove the world that, hey, I'm the son of a legend. I'm also am a fighter, and I will take pride of that. But that's for him to decide, and we know that Jake Paul as well, aside from his hard working, he's always constantly getting better. And like Jordan said, he has the power. If given that shot, and he takes that shot with the right distance, I mean, he can do a lot of damage. I know the guy can hit.
I'm going to make this one a personal side on the Chavez. We've all seen that meme of Chavez Sr. ringside for one of his son's fights, and he's like this, right? Where he's embarrassed of the way his son's fighting. If Chavez Jr. comes out tonight and puts on a show, he can change his relationship with his dad, Jordan.
Yeah, possibly. We don't know their personal relationship, but he comes out, he throws punches, he's active, goes to the body hard, and he has that just great aggressiveness, and he wants that will to win. Yeah. I think that's going to be the game changer right there. I think it's really his mentality. Like the times you see Chavez Jr. not do well recent his career or have those moments dating Jacob, I think it's just the mentality of not wanting to be there. So if he wants to be here tonight, he has the will to win, puts out work in. I think going to the body is a big key. I think we'll enter a good fight, and we'll see something special for Chavez Jr. tonight.
So how do you know Jake Paul?
Well, MVP. I'm here because of MVP. So, I do a lot of the prospect, and I love what I do in commentary and stuff like that. But I did get to see him in training when I went to Puerto Rico. I was able to see him because I trained with Larry Wade. Coach Larry has been an amazing part of Jake Paul's training, but he is an excellent, just the mind and the things that he teaches. And I was able to be there with other guys around Jake and see how hard this guy worked. But because you have Larry Wade there and third and Jillian, I think he's in good hands of learning and getting into the next level because he has the people that sets him up mentally. And Jake is that kind of guy anyway. He's mentally strong, and this is why he's here to create everything else, because he believes in himself. It doesn't matter what you do, what you tell him, or what you say. It's what Jake Paul thinks he is, and if he says he's a champion, he'll become a champion because he creates that frequency to become one. And sometimes that's all you need is believe in yourself to create who you want to become.
And he's surrounded himself with talented people in his corner, talented people in his front office of MVP Promotions who are expecting a big crowd inside the Honda Center. We're on DAZN, home of boxing. 5 o'clock is the pay-per-view, but you know that DAZN is more than just boxing.
The FIFA Club World Cup. And check the file. Let's see who's best to down check the style. I flip the script so they can't get fouled. At least not now. When they sweat the technique. 1 month of elite soccer. Every game comes to you live on DAZN. Who will be the undisputed champions of the world? Sweat the technique.
DAZN is the official global broadcaster of the 2025 FIFA Club World Cup. We're into the round of 16, so don't miss some huge matches, all live on DAZN. The matches have been good. Teams have been eliminated, but the matches keep going here inside the Honda Center. 3 fights down, 3 more to go here on MVP Promotions on the night where Jake Paul is going to take on Julio Cesar Chavez Jr. Let's look at the tail of the tape for our bantamweight fight. They call him Alley Cat. The 19-year-old is 4 pounds over. He's also a couple inches taller, but Avina has the reach advantage. Let's send it up to Big Mo to bring in our next fight.
Now I'm going to do like a honey bun.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Anaheim, California. Welcome back to our viewers joining us around the world on DAZN. To the prelims for Jake Paul versus Julio Cesar Chavez Jr. And we now arrive at the bantamweight division scheduled for 8 3-minute rounds. Introducing first, fighting out of the red corner, please welcome to the ring, Vincent Avina.
8-1-1, Vincent Avina from a fighting family. His father, Alberto Avina, was a pro fighter. We have Jason Gallegos, Kai's son, and Citlali Chavez in his corner for the man fighting out of Las Vegas, Nevada.
Yeah, he's a good fighter tonight. Alexander Getch is not in easy tonight. I'm familiar with Jason Gallegos and how he trains his fighters. So I know in that Las Vegas Fight Club where he trains out of is a strong gym, a lot of hard sparring. I know he's going to be ready for this fight. And he's only had one loss, and the one loss against a fellow undefeated person. So,
yeah, that one loss in his last fight. And let's hear who he's going to take on.
And now his opponent, hiding out of the blue corner, please welcome to the ring, Alexander Getch.
Long Beach's own 5'6", representing Alexander Getch. Alley Cat, they call him. Been around the Southern California club scene, but now you see that no boxing, no life on his trunks. Been training in San Diego with Eddie Reynoso, who's over his left shoulder. Alfredo Corrales and Alfonso Getch in his corner for the Alley Cat. Did some good work as a kid at Jackrabbit Gym, all over the Southern California amateur scene. Been here his name for a while. Signed with MVP.
his first 8-rounder tonight.
Should be a good test.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, live from Anaheim, California, this contest is scheduled for 8 3-minute rounds. In the bantamweight division, a referee in charge when the bell rings, Eddie Hernandez Sr. 2 warriors, 1 fight. Who wants it more? Let's meet the fighters first. Fighting out of the red corner, wearing the silver trunks with black shirt. He stands 5 feet 6 inches tall. He weighed in at 120 pounds even. He holds a near-perfect professional record of 8 victories versus just 1 defeat and 1 draw, with 7 of those 8 wins coming by way of knockout. And he fights out of Las Vegas, Nevada, by way of Stockton, California. Introducing Vincent the Beast Avina. And now his opponent, standing across the ring, fighting out of the blue corner, wearing the white trunks with pink trim. He stands 5 feet 7 inches tall. He weighed in at 124 pounds even. He holds an undefeated professional record of 7 victories, opposite no defeats, with 5 of those wins coming by way of knockout. And he fights out of Long Beach, California, by way of Harbor City, California. Ladies and gentlemen, Alexander Alley Cat Getch.
Professionals, I expect you to conduct yourself as such. Touch gloves. Good luck.
Eddie Hernandez Sr., the 3rd man in the ring. We'll have Jerry Cantu, Pam Hayashida, and Fernando Villarreal our judges for this one scheduled for 8 rounds. And you're right, Jordan Panthen, that it is the first 8-rounder for Alexander Getch. Nonito Donaire, when you're moving up in the ranks in your career, what's the difference between 6 to 8? I know it's just 2 rounds, but what's the mentality?
Well, it's not so much as the difference of the rounds. It's more of the opponents. You know, the opponents that you're fighting, it's no joke. Oh, he just tripped on himself. You know, and that's the difference when it comes down to just the 8 rounds. It's just the level of opposition. You know, we know that Gage with Reynoso, they're gonna impose on a lot of the power.
Alley Cat coming off a unanimous decision 6-round victory. We got 60-52. That was in January of this season here in Southern California.
You can see the difference between these guys, but like you said, Jordan, you know, Avina is with these guys from Gallegos guys. They're incredible fighters.
Yeah, they're tough fighters. A lot of resemblance to the Mexican style over Las Vegas Fight Club with Jason Gallegos, pressure fighter. Alexander Getch too, 7-0, 5 knockouts. Last 2 fights were a decision. So I know about him, but I'm pretty sure he wants to get back in the KO column. So I'm liking the jab, using his speed as his friend. I'm looking for Vincent to come forward with that high guard and make it a little more nitty gritty.
Yeah, you'll see Gage with that represent logo on the back of his trunks. You know, the Nate Diaz crew out there in Stockton, but that's where Avina has roots in Stockton. Avina coming off a loss where he went to Puerto Rico and got the decision lost to Elijah Juan Acosta, a Puerto Rican fighter, prospect coming out of there. So it's a good matchup here.
The difference between, I've seen Gage fight a couple times on MVP, and this is the difference, is that he has his high guard. He usually doesn't, you know, he's using behind the jabs and setting things up. But this high guard is a new thing that I've seen with Gage, and he's throwing those shots. He's sitting down on those big shots.
Yeah, Gage turned pro in 2023 in Edinburgh, Texas. Fought on a couple different shows. Had a fight in Costa Rica on a Yocasta Valle Anabel Ortiz show that Golden Boy put on. I was there for that. I was like, oh, I know this kid. We're in Costa Rica. You don't see that many people from Long Beach. I'm from Carson, right next door. I liked what he saw in his second pro fight. Is now Avina with some blood from his nose. So the development of a young fighter is always important. Most kids his age are still amateurs.
Definitely. Getch has got the speed advantage for sure. Very sharp punches.
You know, I like what you said earlier, Jordan, that he was imposing on that jab, and I think he should go. I believe that he should be going with that jab instead of just trying to tee off with things. Is to set up those big shots that he has, because he does have a lot of power.
Yeah, I can see explosiveness. I mean, he's got the reach, he's got the height, he's got explosiveness. So
Avina slipping punches landing right at the bell.
Avina should be keeping his hands up, maybe smother the punches of Gage when he comes inside, when he goes in there, so that the power is diminished. But with Gage, I think the jab, setting things up in the backhand, his overhand, his hook, his uppercut, and his body shots, those shots are tremendous shots. But he has to set it all up with the jab.
I agree with you, Nito. I agree 100% on what you're saying there. You know, Vince is tough and whatnot. I know they want him to come forward. They want to bring this fight close. They want to bring Getch into deep waters and see what he's made of. I think that's kind of what they're going to be trying to do.
Well, Gage, as a taller guy, you know, the shorter guy, you have to make it happen, make the fight happen. You know, go in there, keep your hands up. Either you make him miss, or you smother his punches.
You're watching Alexander Gage in the white with the pink trim. Vincent Avina coming up next. Joel Iriarte, Golden Boy fighter who's 7-0 with 7 KOs against Kevin Johnson. Who's still got Holly Holm against Yolanda Vega. Our main event here on the prelim show. Pay-per-view gets going at 5 o'clock. Go to DAZN.com. Buy that pay-per-view for Jake Paul and Julio Cesar Chavez Jr. Good body shot. Yep. The thing about a young fighter, Jordan, is the way they match you up, right? You got to have somebody who's going to give you good rounds Both of them are going back and forth, and Avina's a good test for him tonight.
Tina's a very good test. I mean, he's 8-1, only one loss against another undefeated person. I mean, he's not no walkover opponent. He's got 7 knockouts out of his 8 wins. So, very tough opponent.
One thing that I see with Gaethje is he's doing the same thing over and over. Body shot, hook. Not really setting things up, you know. And he throws his 1-2. His right hand, he just kind of pulls it. It's just more of a distraction more than anything. And then he throws that left hook to the body and maybe an overhand. But everything that he throws with power is outside from what I'm seeing in this fight.
Good body shot from Avina halfway through the second round. The youngsters going to the body shot. Usually, when you're 18, 19 years old, you don't go to the body.
Well, when you have Reynoso's in your corner, you know, like Canelo, he loves a body shot.
Yep.
Body first, the head will come.
Yep. Jason Gallo is an excellent trainer for Avina as well. This is a real good match. It's one I was looking forward to because you see the record, you see the age. Like, okay, there's a reason they have it 4th on the afternoon. Like Avina with his hands down.
And Gaethje just missed that right hand. Ooh, nice body shot.
Look, Avina's confident in that ring.
He's
doing his own play-by-play.
Yeah.
Ate that body shot, though.
Ooh.
And Gaethje trying to
Good
sit
counter.
down on his punches. And it's Gaethje holding on. Eddie Hernandez having to let him know. Gaethje staying locked in, and it's Avina
who's playing around.
Yeah.
He's
playing the mind game?
Yeah, maybe.
And he gets caught with the left hook by Gaethje.
I'm liking Gaethje's composure now, not letting that get to him.
Yep.
At all.
And
Sticking
he's
to his
staying.
game plan.
Yeah, and he's staying to the game plan. That's exactly it. Oh, good counter hook.
Avina looking right at you, Nonito. Little nod.
A little nod. You know, and he's doing really well. He's doing really well. You know, he just have to be defensively responsible. Sometimes Gaethje is throwing those big shots, and he, being the taller guy, he could probably reach you, you know, and land some big shots. But what I would say for Gaethje is to throw this jab, maybe double it up. Jab to the body, jab to the head. Play with the jab before you start throwing those big shots.
Yeah, you get a little tricky with it. I agree with you, Nonito.
And you can see he's doing the same thing over and over. And sometimes doing that, you'll already know the pattern, you know?
He's landing some good shots already. Now, Vince has been able to eat them and take them, but that's round 2. Can he take those same shots round 6, 7, or 8? That's another question we'll have to see.
19-year-old Alexander Gaethje, the alley cat. You see that on his trunks. It's been on those MVP shows that they've been doing in Orlando. You're a part of those. So the development of a young fighter. See what you're going to do. Stay composed. I like the alley cat.
Good body shot again, working on it.
Avina's game. He's not going anywhere.
Yeah.
One thing that I've seen change in Gaethje is his right hand is he's not really turning his hip as he used to when I saw him in the MVP cards. This time he's just pretty much focused in turning his hip with the left hook and the body shot, which is good.
So he's only turning with the left.
Yes. If you look at it, his right hand is pretty much not as strong as it was back then. But I think...
So why would he be doing that?
You know, sometimes the focus is that body shot. The focus is that left hook that he's trying to land. And he has a lot of power when it comes down to it. But when he throws that straight right down the middle, there's no power in it because he's not turning that hips.
And when you saw him a couple of times ago, he did have that.
He did. And he was very dangerous when he countered.
I don't know about you, Nonito, but I like Gaethje better at range than inside. I know he could fight inside. He's young and he's got guts and want to go, but I like him a little more space. I think he just has the control there and more comfortable. He has better attributes to be. He has a little bit mid-range, a little bit his distance. I think he gives Vince a better opportunity being close.
I 100% agree with that. And this is why I always say, impose on that jab, double it up, just like that. Stay there. That's where your power, that's where his power is going to be, by not stepping in, but throwing that jab to set up the big shot, because he's a taller guy. He shouldn't be coming in there and making the fight like he's a shorter guy.
They exchange punches on the inside with less than minutes to go in round number 3. Forget the range now.
That's
Jordan, it's Gage who's like, I'll get in there and mix it up with you.
Hey, I like fan-friendly fights, so.
Of course.
I was just speaking from a technical
No, you're right,
standpoint.
though, because that's what he was doing.
Yeah, but I agree with Jordan 100% with this. It's to keep his distance, you know. Why smother your punches when you have the distance to land the big shots? And sometimes they don't see it because you're coming outside, and when you don't see the punch, guess what? Night-night.
Yep, he's got that speed to walk him right into a shot, too.
See, just right now, the distance was so close that he's getting caught with shots.
Yeah, as he's giving Vincent a better opportunity, giving him more chances when he's that close.
This is what Vincent Avina wants to do, right? Rough it up, make it ugly, frustrate you, try to get in your head.
Yep. And he's more safer inside because he smothers Gage's punches.
Ooh. Good left hook by the Alley Cat. Final seconds of the round.
But Vincent,
another solid right. And the
Vincent
Alley Cat with the
coming
smile.
Back. Yeah, he smiled. He smiled, but hey, Vince is coming up too, so, you know, he got caught with it, he countered, and then the smile came after that.
Hey, Gage did what you asked. He mixed up a little bit. That wasn't a normal left hook. That was more of a chopping left hook to the top of the head, and then he landed it. So a little mix-up, kind of what you were asking for.
Right. And you know, it wasn't just the left hook or the body and then left hook. He was just, you know, he came in with it, and he threw it over. A chopping, like you said, it was a chopping one. It's a different look. Again, the inside game. This is not his fight. He shouldn't be doing this stuff. He should be at a distance throwing his jab, then countering with the bigger shots.
Exactly. It's unnecessary. He doesn't need to.
Right. And that's how he was landing those the chopping left hook at the end, because he was at a distance to hit with power.
And if one person knows about the left hook, I know it's you. I know you love the left hook.
I love my left hook, that's for sure.
Nonito Donaire, the Filipino Flash. Jordan Panthin with you here on the broadcast. Beto Duran, this is our 4th fight of the afternoon. Still got Joel Iriarte and Holly Holm against Yolanda Vega to come here on the prelims. DAZN pay-per-view gets going at 5 o'clock. Y saludos a nuestro gran amigo.
Oh, good uppercut by Avina.
And not every time, but I don't know if you noticed, Nito, Gage, sometimes his hooks are a little wide on the inside, and he's almost slapping a little bit, like he's not curling them over short. That's another reason why he should be a little longer.
Right. That's why he should be fighting. He should be fighting at a distance. Although he does have a tremendous body shot coming in from that distance, but the left hook is very smothered.
And sometimes it turns into a slap because he's not making it short enough.
Right. And even his overhand, because it's smothered. You're at a distance.
Avina answers with a hook.
Wow.
After getting tagged.
Hey, Avina can take a punch, though.
I mean, from that inside, he has definitely better chance than being outside. You know, this is where he should be going and stepping forward and you know, doing more body shots and throwing right down the middle as well, like he did.
Look, Avina in the silver, you're going to have no trouble finding him. He's going to be right there exchanging with you. And it's up to the Alley Cat, like Jordan was saying, keep his distance and not smother himself.
Yeah, don't smother it. Land those punches nice and flush.
Yeah.
That might be the trick to put the lights out. Because, hey, Avina, as we've seen already, can take a punch.
He can take a punch.
He is a smaller fighter. As the Alley Cat had trouble making weight. So that's another thing. I think Avina might be upset about that, too.
Well, when you decide for the fight, you decide for the fight. You know, that's no longer an issue for him. When you take the fight, you got to go and make it happen.
Yep.
Oh, good body shot, too.
Blood from the nose of Avina. And he's got a little small cut over his left eyebrow as Gage leans on him, pushes him down. Edgar Hernandez Sr. is a referee who does not suffer much, and he'll get on it right away.
I do have to say, Alexander's doing a great job with his hooks, both sides, and Vincent's taking notice of it, putting his earmuffs on. I would love for him to take a hook and then follow up with an uppercut, either side, left or right uppercut, come through the middle. I think the opportunity there.
These are the kind of fights that our good friend Julius Julianis would enjoy, man. With the young prospects going back and forth, not having trouble finding each other. Right overhand right from Gage.
Again,
good hook from Getch.
Again, Gage is throwing the jab, but he's stepping in. His distance between his jab and his straight are pretty much similar. That when he steps in with the overhand, it's smothered.
He's not landing it flush.
He's not landing it flush, and he's not landing it at a point where it matters. You know, where you get the impact.
Thursday, July 24th, will be in Indio as Manny Flores takes on Jorge Chavez. Golden Boy putting up their prospects against each other in a junior featherweight matchup live on DAZN.
Yes, sir. I'm actually the co-main event on that card, too.
Oh, I didn't want to bring it up. Is it official?
That's official.
Okay, good. I was told, but I was told don't say anything yet. So you are the co-main.
I am the co-main. Oh, I said it. There we go.
There we go.
I wasn't told to say it, so they didn't tell me.
Jordan Panthen, boxer, breaking news reporter here. And we got a good scrap breaking out here. So who are you fighting, Jordan?
I'm fighting a tough guy. Actually, I do know who I'm fighting. Just can't really pronounce his name very well.
Okay, there you go.
10-1, only one loss to an undefeated guy. Never been stopped. It's gonna be a good fight. So I'm looking to put on a show for sure.
There you go. You'll take off the suit, get back in the ring, July 24th. Round number 5. Alexander Getch, the Alley Cat, did good against Vincent Avina, trying to get back on the winning side.
See, this is where Getch should be doing his things, but throwing that jab every time. He's stepping back, throwing that jab should be his main job to do. You know, he should be throwing those jabs so that he's not behind of things. Right now, he's letting the other guy, Avina, take control of the fight. But if he throws that jab while stepping back, I think that he will definitely land those big shots.
Yeah, in my opinion, I think Gage is kind of got control of this fight. Now, he got two options here. We can just get this W and win. Now, if I want to stop him, I got two options. Do I just come forward and throw punches and try to overwhelm him? Or, hey, do I maybe let Avina open up a little bit, try to come at me, and I walk him into a shot, counter him, catch him flush, put him down? I might lean towards that. But either way is a good option.
Avina, back-to-back fights where he's stepping up in competition. Uppercut. He started his career back in 2018. Most of his fights have been in Tijuana, including the legendary Big Punch Arena. But when he went to Puerto Rico last August, that's when he stepped up against an undefeated fighter. That was the first time he's fought somebody who was undefeated. And again, another tough fight here tonight against Alexander Getch. So he's coming in as the opponent, but he's giving him good work.
What I want to see again with Gage is jab to the head, and something we didn't see at all is jab to the body. And I believe that he will set up that overhand and the hook because he'll drop the guard down of Avina.
He's thrown his uppercut twice this round, and he's landed both times uppercut. Yeah.
He's only 19, so that's also the development of a young fighter too, right? Learning how not to smother yourself, learning how to get rounds, learning how to create that distance.
Yeah, 19 years old so far. I think he's doing great, honestly, so far. I think he some stuff that we're pointing out, but I think he's doing a really good job against, not no slouch of an opponent.
Well, then you go and add Eddie Reynoso to your corner, and you're seeing what those fighters are all about. That work ethic, just being around in a great gym like that. You've done that, Jordan, right? You've gone to different gyms and picked up different things.
Oh, good.
Nice
good left hook.
Counter, left hook.
Counter. I think it stunned him a little bit right there.
You can see the sluggishness movement of Avina now. Maybe he's getting tired, or maybe those body shots are affecting him. Maybe those big shots are affecting him.
Maybe counters the way to go. Alexander's got the reflexes, the speed, and the explosive to land those counters. So if he can time something, that might be the answer to catch him off guard, not see a punch coming for Avina and put him down.
Well, that's the biggest thing is the punches that you don't see is the punches that will take you out.
Exactly. I mean, as a young fighter, as me myself, I'm always trying to put someone away. So I mean, I never really happy with the decision. So I want to put someone down. I want to put someone out. So I'm always looking for the answer. Even if I'm winning 7 rounds zip, wherever round going into 6 round, 5 rounds zip, I'm always looking. Okay, how do I get this guy out of here? How do I stop him? That's kind of my goal, and I feel like that's got to be his goal a little bit. He was 5-0, 5 knockouts, going off 2 decision wins. So I don't know personally, and ask him. I just, hey, maybe once he's back in the knockout column.
That's the voice of Jordan Panthen, who's going to be the co-feature July 24th, right here on DAZN, and you'll see Jordan. Jordan, what gym do you work out in?
I work out at Brickhouse Boxing Club.
So you have Zurdo there, you have Scrappy there.
Zurdo, Scrappy, a couple other great fighters. Eric Priestner, Golden Boy guy, Jim mate of mine. We have Arnold Gonzalez. So there's a handful of us there. So we got great gym, great atmosphere.
You've been sparring with a guy I really like, Fabian. Fabian Guzman.
Sparred them last week. Yep.
Yeah, I really like his. Very talented.
Back to your question earlier, I think going to different gyms and getting different sparring is a great thing to do. And in California or Vegas is the two best places, I think, to do that. See a bunch of different styles.
That's what it was with me, man. Back in 2000, for me, I traveled from all over the place. You have to.
You got to get great sparring. You got to get hard sparring. You got to fight different styles and whatnot. Only time the hard sparring and great sparring is not good is if you're getting the SHIT beaten out of you. So if that's not happening, it's a great thing to do. You don't want to take wars in the gym, but if you're having tough, hard sparring, but, you're not getting the crap beat out of you, then...
Oh, good.
There's that
uppercut.
By Gage. That's what you've been looking for, Jordan, and finally connected.
Well,
and then it connects again.
Nice. That was a different pattern. We've seen the hook. We've seen
and
all of that
push
stuff.
Push down.
But then he came in right down the middle where it was unexpected and landed that big shot that hurt Avina.
Right. That's what I was saying. Avina was respecting those hooks from both sides, putting the earmuffs on, and he was preparing for those hooks that Gates has been having success with. So I think there's an opening to the uppercut up the middle, which, as you see, there was, and I think it'll be there again. So I think he's set that up again.
Halfway through round number 6. Solid round for the Alley Cat. Gage.
Instead of the body hook, body uppercut might work even better, knowing that the earmuffs is there from Avina.
And a good punch selection right now might be a left uppercut, left hook. Because now maybe he's thinking about the uppercut now. He just got hit with one. So go back there, hit him with the left uppercut, then come in the left hook,
Well, you said that, Nonito. He gave him a different look, different angles.
Again, he did it again.
It
was just right down the middle, too. I mean, he barely missed. And I think if he was just a little bit more, it would have been a very, very dangerous punch to take. He jabbed to the body. That was good.
Yeah. He doesn't look 19 anymore. Now he looks like he's at the zone.
Yeah, he's definitely on there. He's moving smoothly now. He's very confident now. He's throwing different kinds of shots. So that's confusing Avina. Avina right now is getting caught with shots, and he's wary of getting caught with that uppercut now too.
Avina's not messing around anymore. No more smirk, nor Olay, nothing.
Yeah, not like the first 2 rounds, exactly.
He got the high guard up, swelling on his left eye, bleeding from the left eye. Combinations again for the Alley Cat. Excellent round for the 19-year-old Alexander Getch.
I like his position right now where he's stepping back.
That right there.
And countering rather than stepping forward and trying to throw all kinds of power shots. But right now he's just timing him properly and he's changing it. That's a good sign of having change of style and fighting in selective punches. That's great to see.
No, it's great. And, Avina, depending on his mentality, he might be feeling a little desperate right now. He might be willing to take a little more chances round 7, round 8, which might allow for some more opportunities, openings to a counter for Getch over here. So that could be the perfect recipe for a solid counter happening.
Again, that straight right hand and coming in with the left uppercut that just move and whiplash Avina's head with that uppercut. I like the distance that Gage is doing in that last round, and we need to see more of that. But like you said, Avina needs to come in there and make it into a fight.
And also, Nonito, when you go to a new trainer, especially one as respected as Eddie Reynoso, you're learning new things, so it's not like you're going to make an overnight impact, right? This is the gradual progression of a young fighter?
100%. You just don't learn things of what your coaches are doing. You're going to have mix of the things that you've learned throughout your career and the things that you're learning new, and you can mix it up. But for Gage, you can see he's very talented. Yeah. He's changing his style. He's changing his game plan, and it's showing a lot of maturity that we're seeing right now, that he's keeping his distance, because when he was smothering it, he wasn't landing those shots.
And it's also not like Eddie's working with that many fighters. He's working with elite. So for Eddie and his team to take on this young man, that's got to say something, Jordan.
Ooh. No, definitely.
Again,
I
like the distance that he's doing right now,
He
right?
kind of changed the style up a little bit, on which I think it might be beneficial. He's just kind of, I feel like he's kind of trying to bait Avina to come do something, come in, give me a reason. He's kind of leaning back on his back leg a little bit, Getch.
And he's not getting hit with punches like he did earlier. Oh, good counter.
Kind of left hook. I think he's looking for that.
Yeah.
Looking for a nice, good counter check left hook.
Gage coming on strong, closing strong.
I really like the post that he's doing, with the jab and keeping that distance and punching bigger shots behind it.
Up next, Joel Iriarte and Kevin Johnson. Still got Holly Holm and Yolanda Vega to come here on the prelims. 5 o'clock, DAZN pay-per-view.
Nice jab.
Yeah, I like that distance that he's doing right now. It's very mature.
Ooh, uppercut. Ooh.
Hooks from Getch. Standing in the middle of the ring, these two young fighters.
See, if Vince comes forward like that, I like that check hook from Getch and then followed by right uppercut. I like that specific combo.
Yeah, Getch just absorbing whatever Avina's bringing back.
A good overhand right.
Yep.
Yeah, Getch looks very comfortable in there. Very comfortable. He's just like another day in office. He knows what he's doing. He's very relaxed. He's locked in. Look at his eye. Look at his stance. I mean,
good hook from Getch there.
That's
Sat
pretty
down on
much
that
it.
one.
He's getting the right timing. He's getting the right distance, but because he's using that jab to gauge the distance so that he can land those big shots, and he's landing those big shots. And he's stepping back. He's not just pushing forward like he did earlier.
Landing the body shots as well as the alley cat. Another left hook. Blood from the mouth of Avina as the final seconds of the round.
I like it. I like his change of things. Avina is a tough guy, and he needs to change as well. Right now, what he's been doing early on wasn't working.
July 12th, we'll see the third Ring Magazine show headlined by massive co-main events. 2 of them. Shiraz moves up to 168 to take on Berlanga. And then Shakur Stevenson takes on Cameron Cepeda for the WBC World Lightweight title. Blockbuster night of boxing in New York. Available to buy now at DAZN.com/boxing.
Yeah, 2 great fights. I sparred Hamza a couple of times for his last fight. He's a hard worker, so I know the hard work dedication is there every time. So I'm excited for that night. William Cepeda Shakur is a great fight, so great night of boxing.
Yeah, I'm glad you bring that up. Where'd you guys spar at?
His Tengus boxing gym.
Okay, so they brought you in with Funes?
Yes, I'm friends with Hamza. I've been training with him, running stairs and doing beach work for the last couple years with him. So, yeah.
Oh, so you currently train with him then?
No, he's in Ireland training for this training camp.
Okay.
But his strength coach named Holly works out at Brickhouse Boxing Club, and I've run Santa Monica stairs and done beach workouts with him since 2022. So I'm very just familiar with Hamza and whatnot.
Yeah, I've never been around, but what kind of guy is he though?
Oh, he's super humble, very nice guy. I get along with him great. Trains hard, which I respect. If I don't like you, but you train hard, I respect you. And I like you. You know what I mean? So he trains very hard, very humble dude. I get along with him great and his family. Yeah, he's a great dude. So I'm looking forward to his first showing at 168.
Well, you'll see that July 12th. That's the voice of Jordan Panthen. Beto Duran alongside with Nonito Donaire. Nonito, this 19-year-old has really separated himself as we're in the 8th and final round.
Yeah, no, he's definitely changed up his whole game plan by utilizing his distance and combination, stepping back and not smothering his punches and setting things up. His right hand, he's shifting more with it, and there's a lot of power when it comes down to that. But because he's stepping back and allowing Avina to step in where he, Alley Cat, is able to counter with the bigger shots.
Yeah, I think this is a great showing from a young fighter to show this, to fight one way for 5 rounds, 6 rounds, and all of a sudden switch to maybe even a more effective or not taking less punishment in the fight, be able to switch on the dime like that. I think that's a great skill set to show.
No, definitely, because it shows that he can fight inside, he can fight outside, and he has the ability to change it all up when it doesn't work. Whatever doesn't work, he goes to the next ways of fighting, and that's what we're seeing right now with him.
Exactly.
Okay, he's really slowed Avina down, who was very cocky the first couple rounds. After that, not as much. You see the wear on his face, swelling on both eyes, blood from the mouth. Been an excellent showing for the young Alley Cat.
Well, you got to give it up to Avina. He's a tough guy.
Yeah, he's tough.
He's a tough guy. He's just outgunned in this fight by a more skillful fighter in front of him. But he is definitely still trying.
Yeah, definitely a tough dude. He took a lot of shots tonight that other people would not be still here, for sure. So, just like that one.
Just like that.
And he's still standing.
And he's still fighting
back. Yes.
He's a fun fighter. He's fun.
Definitely gotta give big respect for Vincent Avina, who came in to fight.
Avina's a kid that they'll get called back and say, hey, we have a young prospect for you to test. What do you got? And if you're not ready to go, he can upset.
So tonight with Reno Alvarado already.
Yeah, Rene Alvarado. That's a tough gatekeeper right there. Controlled it. It looks like Getch is on his way to another victory in his young career. Eight good rounds between Anthony Getch and Vincent Avina. And we will talk to the winner of this fight. Got Joel Iriarte, Kevin Johnson coming up next. Saturday, July 19th, Bam Rodriguez, repping the 210, is in his home state of Texas with his WBC World Super Flyweight title on the line against WBO champion Cafu, all part of over 185 or more fight nights a year with your DAZN subscription. Bam Rodriguez, that's a name you like, huh?
Oh yeah, man. You know, I've been. I mean, he's been incredible. You know, again with Robert Garcia, that's my brother, man. We've been working for a very, very long time. So I'm very happy with what I see in Rodriguez.
Yeah, as a talented young fighter. See Eddie Reynoso, he'll be busy later on this year.
He will definitely be busy.
Just a little.
Just a little
September fight for him.
Vincent Avina, very, very tough guy.
Yeah, that's a tough dude right there. I wouldn't mind seeing him again against an undefeated prospect.
You got knuckle marks on his head, man. That's how tough this dude is, man. He took those shots.
He landed a couple of his own.
Oh, yeah, he did.
All right, let's hear the results. Let's go to Big Mo.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, after 8 full rounds, we go to the judges' scorecards for the official decision. Judges Jerry Cantu and Pam Yahashida see the contest 80-72, while Judge Fernando Villarreal sees it 79-73, declaring your winner by unanimous decision, Alexander Alley Cat Getch.
So win number 8 for the 19-year-old Alley Cat, representing Long Beach and the South Bay. Avina loses for the second straight time in his career. He's now 8-2-1, but he holds his head high. He's a tough dude. And there you see Eddie Reynoso with his new young pupil, Alexander Getch. Got to get the team fight there. Got the no boxing, no life on the trunks. All right, so this fight went 8 rounds. The youngster, Getch, 19 years old. Avina, 24 years old. Getch knew he was going to have his hands full, and early on it was back and forth, Nonito, but then it started pulling away.
Well, he changed his style. He changed his ways of fighting and technique. So, you know, he did it. He did it. He utilized his jab. He utilizes his distance. and that's what it happened. That's exactly what happened.
You like what you saw, Jordan?
Yeah, I think Getch and the whole team should be very happy with the performance. I think he showed a lot of tools. I think he showed heart, power, speed, grit. He could take a punch. And then he showed the ability to, hey, switch the game plan up mid-fight and control from distance. So I think he showed a lot of things against a really tough opponent. And I think he made it look easy. So, I mean, if I'm his team, if I'm his coach, if I'm his manager, I am very happy. I'm very happy.
I agree with you in that one. Definitely a lot of maturity.
Get the hand raised. You got to flex a little bit. Congratulations to the 19-year-old back here ringside, Beto Duran. Nonito Donaire. See, you didn't get cut, man. I don't see any cuts on you.
I heal fast, baby. I heal.
Better start selling that potion that you got, man.
That's right. It's called the mind. The mind to create, the mind to heal, the mind to do, and the mind to do anything that you want and become.
At Jordan Pantheon, we'll see you July 24th at co-main. Right here on DAZN. How are you enjoying the broadcast?
Oh, I'm loving it. I mean, it's easy. I just like talking fights with my coach from Hawaii back home when I was young. So that's what reminds me of. Yeah.
There you go. You're talking story right now. All you need is a loco moco. So how are you getting ready for your next fight?
I'm training hard, 6 days a week. Sparring's going well, strength conditioning, track work. I'm in shape. I'm ahead of schedule. Weight's on point. I'm healthy. That's the most important. My body is healthy. I'm ready to explode and pain, lots of pain.
You'll bring that pain, and the guy who was inflicting some kind of pain tonight was the 19-year-old Alexander Getch. We're getting his headset set up as he's. Let's see what's going to be harder for him, the interview or the fight? Because youngsters don't like the interview. Yeah, so there you see the Honda Center. The merch is being sold inside. Crowd filling in nicely as the doors opened up at 12. Scrappy Ramirez got us going with the victory. Then Rene Alvarado with the upset over Victor Morales. Joshua Edwards had a KO in 103 of the first round. And then now it's Alexander Getch. The 19-year-old gets win number 8 of his young career as Getch is joining us here ringside. Alexander, the Alley Cat.
What's up, guys? How you guys doing?
How'd you feel?
Felt great in there. I felt like I had a really good camp, and I feel like I showed my skills out there tonight.
Well, going to this and working with Eddie, what does it feel like, and what kind of mindset did you go when you went into this ring?
I mean, obviously having Eddie in your corner, it puts some pressure on you. But you know, as they say, pressure makes diamonds. So you gotta combat with it, and you gotta work with it, and you gotta use what he's telling you and make the most of it.
Well, you look great in there. You look great in there. Was there a reason for you switching a little bit in around 7-ish, switching the game plan, leaning more on your back foot? Is that talk in the corner or a game plan decision?
I just felt like he wasn't. Like, I felt I had heard him in, like, the 4th round or the 3rd round, and I knew the smart thing to do would just to be to outbox him, outpoint him, because I think I felt like the 2nd round we were going back and forth, and I don't want to have a close fight. I'd rather win it by a wide margin rather than have the points so close together.
Alexander, I was there for your second pro fight. We were in Costa Rica on the Yoka card. Yeah. You were fighting, and you were like, what the heck is going on? It was a good event, but I remember talking to you afterward. You're like, we're a long way from Long Beach, man.
Yeah.
How did you connect with Eddie Reynoso?
Eddie, we did it through, like, my dad, because since my pro debut, we wanted to be in the No Boxing, No Lies. The gloves. We always liked them. And I think, like, growing up, since I was, like, I mean, Canelo was the first boxer I watched, I think. The first boxer I liked. He's probably, like, the only boxer that I really, like, ever looked up to. So I think Eddie's guidance was right for me, all things considered.
Well, it shows a lot of maturity going in, coming in, the way you started, trying to knock the guy out, and then using the back foot. What was the learning experience for you into this fight? I mean, the guy was tough in front of you.
Yeah, I think the learning experience is just getting those road tires, and it's 8 rounds, my first 8-rounder. And, you know, Eddie's telling me he wants me to do 10 soon, so I'm trying to get that experience in. You know, when I go 10, it's going to be different. It's going to be a better opponent, so the experience is everything right now.
Well, I think you earned that tonight. Great fight. Great first 8 round, all 8 rounds, so you're on your way.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
You are Long Beach, Harbor City.
Oh no.
What's your background, man? Where are you from?
No. I was born and raised in Long Beach, but the hospital I was born in was in Harbor City.
Oh, you're born at Kaiser.
Yeah.
Yeah, just like me. Me and you, bro. We're the same here. So that's what it is. We have the same. No, probably not the same doctor. Way older. But Team Mexico. That shirt. What's it about?
This is one of my sponsors.
Okay.
It's a sports betting company. Shout out to them. They're taking care of me for this fight, and hopefully we keep it going. So shout out to Team Mexico always.
All right, the main event. What do you think? Jake Paul, Chavez Jr.
I'm gonna have to go with my team MVP. I'm gonna go with Jake Paul for that one. Shout out to Jake. Best of luck to you.
All right. Well, congratulations to you, young man. Your social media is
at Alex Getch, Gueche on Instagram, and yeah.
All right. We'll be seeing more of you. Congratulations. The 19-year-old gets win number 8 on his young career. The pay-per-view is at 5 o'clock. You'll need to go buy the pay-per-view. Go to DAZN.com/boxing to get that pay-per-view. And it kicks off, as they say across the pond, with a cracker.
Really exciting to watch. I mean, this kid has power, he has speed, knows how to rip the body.
This has been an absolute nightmare. Oh, hard shot by Farmer. He's down again.
This is how you become a young star.
Kevin Farmer.
He's a champion. He won every single round. This was a shutout.
Good stuff from Floyd Austin Schofield. Farmer with another hard shot. Farmer had the biggest rounds of the night. Great fight.
This kid is thick and he's got power.
This is what makes you a better fighter.
That's the main event. Jake Paul against Julio Cesar Chavez Jr. But the pay-per-view at 5 o'clock is going with Kid Austin. Floyd Schofield against the veteran Tevin Farmer. Nonito, Kid Austin is very confident. Tevin Farmer looked like this week he doesn't care anything that Kid Austin's done.
I mean, the guy, Farmer, has been there with everybody, again, with Zepeda, one of the best fighters in the division, and having that decision. But he's a tough guy. Not only that he's a tough guy, but he's been there with everybody else. So, this is a big step up for Floyd Schofield, because Tevin Farmer is not a guy or a pushover. He's a very dangerous guy who can make an upset.
No, Tevin Farmer's coming in confident. He's coming in here knowing and thinking, believing he's going to win. He's coming off 2 very close fights against a really great fighter, William Zepeda. So, Floyd Schofield, it's a great fight. I know he's coming off that, he got sick when he's supposed to fight Shakur or whatnot. So they both have something to prove here. Farmer's here like, hey, you're not on my level. Schofield's here to prove like, hey, no, I'm still that guy. So it's a great fight. Really looking forward to it.
That will be the first fight on DAZN pay-per-view at 5 o'clock. And Farmer has let it be known that he doesn't think much of Kid Austin. There's also one that I'm very curious to get your guys' thoughts about. Raul Curiel takes on Victor Rodriguez, undefeated from Uruguay. We don't know much about him. He even said, I know you guys don't know much about me. I'm coming for the upset. Curiel cut him off at the press conference and said, you better keep that energy and bring the fight to me. And we know Curiel, who chased with Robert Garcia, was that wild card before. He's not a trash talker. But I was very interested in that one. I think that has the potential to put on a good show.
I mean, those guys, we don't know much about the other guy. But with Curiel, he's always coming to fight. I mean, anybody else who's with Robert, I mean, they come to fight. That's what they do is with the record. And the thing about guys with that record is they want knockouts. And, like you said, he's not a talker. But because of that, we want to see this. Yeah. This is interesting.
And we know for Curiel, he likes to put on war. Well, Alex Rocha here earlier knows that firsthand. So if we expect anything, we're expecting lots of punches, fast punches, hard punches on a lot of them.
That was the weigh-in yesterday. They had to get separated. And that is not Curiel's demeanor. He's a Mexican Olympian. You talk about a gentleman. That's what Curiel is at. He just became a lawyer in Mexico, like a legit practicing lawyer, family man. I even asked him yesterday at the weigh-in, like, what's that about? He goes, he's been just talking, but nobody's been translating. But I understand what he's saying. So that's a good one there. Yeah, so that'll be a good one. Before that, it'll be Avius Griffin and Julian Rodriguez. We got the Magic Man, Antonio Tarver, coming through. The last time I saw Antonio, we were running out of a building in Tampa. But good to see you. You'll be on the broadcast tonight, Antonio, with Todd Grisham later on tonight. So that'll be good as Antonio coming through. You excited? Because I know you've been here all week.
Yeah, I'm very excited, man. It's a big night of boxing. A lot will be revealed tonight. You know what I'm saying? A lot of great fights. We got 5 undefeated welterweights on the card. And the matchmaker did a heck of a job, bro, because there's a lot of 50-50 fights on this card, bro. And I can't wait to call to action.
What about the main event?
Main event is interesting. You know, a lot will be revealed. Like I said, I think it's time for Jake Paul to show a little separation. He got a legend in front of him, the name, the brand, and we're going to see what Chavez shows up. I think everything is predicated on the mentality of Chavez, bro.
I definitely agree with that. With Chavez, the way he is, I mean, like I was saying earlier, this is his moment. You know, it's either you're being put in the stage. It's either you got to show up. This is your moment of redemption. You got to show up. And this is the moment for Jake Paul to get to that next level. And this is a fight that everybody has to see, because we will see a great challenge between these two. And you know, as much as they're friendly about things, it's going to be a war.
Most definitely.
I think you hit it on the nail. That's what I've been saying. The big question mark is Chavez Jr. What version shows up? What work did he put in? Where's he at? We kind of don't know. So, and it's, you know, from where he prime was at 160 pounds, now 200 pounds he's fighting at. We just don't know. So what version shows up is really the main question. We kind of don't know until it happens, unfortunately.
You're exactly right. And another thing is, we can say that Jake Paul is a prospect right now today. If he has a win over a 60-fight veteran, you got to tag him as a contender. As wild as that may sound, but, you know, that's what we're looking to see tonight, some separation.
And if he does get the win over Chavez Jr., who there you see the fight against Canelo years ago, you would see a fighter who has 61 fights, just like you mentioned, Antonio, and Jake Paul, the contender, because he would get into the rankings. Zurdo Ramirez, if all goes well, there's been talk this week that maybe, hey, Jake Paul and Zurdo. Could that happen?
You know what, when you think about it,
because he would be in the rankings.
If he had a voluntary defense, who wouldn't want to fight Jake Paul for the opportunity to get that many visible eyes on you? And it's a fight that you got to go in there thinking that you can win. You know, that's boxing.
And Zurdo, he's got a tough one tonight, though.
Oh, yeah, he can't look past this guy. Cuban knockout artist, 25 knockouts out of 27 wins. Hey, bro, somebody get knocked out tonight in that fight.
Really?
I'm going on record.
You're
saying
calling that?
I'm calling it. It's a knockout.
I'm with you in that. You know, I've met Dorticos through the WBSS series that I was in that tournament. He was in that tournament. And I've seen what he has to show. And, of course, you know, you got Zurdo, who's very tough, got that
Big
Mexican heart, Mexican toughness. But just a guy who is a southpaw, and sometimes southpaw, we all know, like you, are very difficult to fight.
Yes, they are. They come from a different angle, and if you haven't mastered fighting a southpaw, he can give you some issues.
And that was his victory over Billin Smith in Riyadh season. Zurdo, I can't believe he used to weigh 168. He was a champ at 168. You know about that division.
Yes, man. And you know what? He looks like he can fill out to a heavyweight. You know, standing 6'3" and as big as he is, I mean, heavyweight could be in his future.
I got to ask you this, though. The first one, Kid Austin, Floyd Schofield, Tevin Farmer. You've been on both sides of that, where you're the young prospect and then you're the veteran who's like, wait a minute, young man, back up a little bit.
I like this fight, and believe it or not, I kind of called this fight when he went over there with Shakur Stevenson. I thought that a guy like Tevin Farmer can really show us and have Kid Austin show us his potential. I think this is the perfect fight for him to get it done. You know, Tevin Farmer, who has all the technical skills, but he can't keep nobody off him. But you feel me? So with Schofield coming in with the power, he has to trust his power, though.
That'll be the first fight at 5 on DAZN pay-per-view. But the cruiserweight rankings, I'm glad they brought this up. Because if you're going to talk cruiserweight division, you got to talk about Jai Opetaia.
Yes.
Okay, Jake Paul, we love you, but Zurdo Opetaia could be something special.
Yeah, he's breaking faces, man, and that type of power is unusual at the cruiserweight division. This guy punching like a heavyweight, Mike Tyson, man, and it's just like, it's wild to see.
I'll talk about that part. I mean, he's punching hard, explosive, but Zurdo's got a beard. He's got a chin. I would say speed gives him more problems than power. Now, talk about specifically boxing skills, smoothness, moving around the ring. I think Zurdo's got the upper hand there in that department, and we've seen Jai have some trouble over some fights, guys who aren't on Zurdo level. So, people say, oh, Jai by knockout. Hey, Zurdo's got a beard, and he's got the skills to pay the bills. He's fluid. He's very smooth. So I think this is a great fight and whatnot, and I can see back to victory of both guys. I would probably lean towards Zurdo a little bit. I'm probably a little favorable because I trained with Zurdo, so I might be a little biased right there. But it's a great fight, and that fight needs to happen.
And this is Opetaia's last time in the ring. Just look at that. Very next punch. Oh!
And also a southpaw for southpaw, which is a little interesting.
Yeah. I've been there. I got my jaw broke against Eric Harding, man, and that's some of the most crucial pain I've ever felt. Yeah, he got unusual power, but Zurdo boxing ability could take him long, take him to 10, 11, and 12, and win a decision. You know, a lot of punchers don't have the technical ability to process boxing round after round.
Are we getting all knockouts tonight?
I don't think so. I know in that cruiserweight fight, it's a good chance somebody get knocked out. I don't know who, but we're going to be standing by to see.
Main event. Are we going distance?
I don't think so. I think when you look at that fight, Jake Paul has the power. We've seen him land one-punch knockout power. You know, so if he can rake Chavez over the coals with that shot, Chavez going to have to show us that chin's still
100%.
solid.
If Jake Paul lands a flush right hand, like I said, he's got power to knock anybody else. If he lands that right hand, Chavez takes it, he could be down, he could be out. Number one, it wouldn't surprise me one bit. No.
I agree with that. The thing about it is that Chavez is gonna be the guy that, like his father before, he's gonna smother the punches. And when he is in that distance where he's moving his head left and right, he can smother those punches. But if Jake is able to have that distance where his power is at the optimal, then yes, that I agree with.
If Chavez is going to win, he needs to go forward. He needs to throw he needs to be busy, active. He needs to go with the body. He needs to be active. He needs to tire Jake out. I don't think Jake's a very active fighter. I mean, a punch out, but Chavez needs to physically exhaust Jake Paul. I think that would be one of his main keys to victory.
Well,
Antonio,
for me.
Oh, we got to get rid of Antonio. He's got to save the voice. He's got 5 fights coming on pay-per-view. Antonio, thanks for stopping by.
Thank you, guys. I appreciate it.
You can see Antonio, and you can hear Antonio on the main broadcast. The Zone pay-per-view, him and Ty Grisham will be on the broadcast. An entire crew will be for you at 5, but we got 2 more to go right here on the Prelims show. Let's go to Big Mo, who's ready to bring out. Actually, hold on. You know, I'm not ready to go to Big Mo. What I need to do is I need to talk about who our next fight's going to be. The weigh-in yesterday, Joel Iriarte, 7-0, 7 KOs, taking on Kevin Johnson, who's a veteran of 18 fights. Joel Iriarte, Jordan, you've heard about this man. All knockouts with him. Let's look at the tail of the tape. You like him.
Oh, I like him. All knockouts, 7-0, 7 knockouts, and I know he's looking to keep that streak going in tonight. So I think he's got a good chance. Now, Kevin Johnson, I heard, is a short notice fight. So we've seen that tonight with the cardio. So short notice fight, meaning we don't know what kind of shape he's in. Is he in good shape? Has he been training? We don't know. Because we've seen that play tonight with Alvarado already. That cardio takes a big deal.
Nonito, 7-0, 7 KOs. Are we going to get another one?
Hey, if the momentum is there, it's definitely going to happen again. You know, especially with the confidence that he has. And of course, Johnson, like Jordan said, whether he's in the gym or whether he just took it for the fight, we will see it today.
6'1", 146.8. That's a tall dude. Joel Iriarte with a lot of power.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to our viewers joining us around the world on DAZN to Anaheim, California, here in the Honda Center. Tonight's home for Jake Paul versus Julio Cesar Chavez Jr. But before we get to that main event, we get to the fifth bout on our prelims. 8 3-minute rounds, and it's for the WBA Continental Gold Welterweight Championship. Introducing first, fighting out of the red corner, making his way to the ring, please welcome Kevin Johnson.
Kevin Johnson was in the ring not too long ago. He took on Golden Boy prospect Eric Tudor. Came up short in that fight.
Yeah, one thing about Kevin Johnson is that he's never been stopped. He's fought great competition. He's fought great competition, like you said, Eric Tudor. He's also fought Kellen Davis. Back in 2019, he was with Richards and Hitchens. Yep. So he's been in with good competition. He's been around gyms. He's a good fighter. It's a tough test, never been stopped. So if Joel can go out there and stop him, I think it's a statement. And I think the only question I have is what kind of shape Kevin Johnson's in coming off a short notice. I set this fight on short notice. That's my really only question.
You know, these guys in Vegas, they
stay ready.
They're always in the gym. You know, their coach is like, yo, you better be in the gym, man. So, you know, I know that he has been in the gym too, you know.
Yep, he's got Coach Otis on his side, so he'll be all right.
That's why I saw him like, yeah, he's in the gym.
And his opponent, fighting out of the blue corner, please welcome to the ring, Joel Iriarte.
Representing Bakersfield, California. Family roots are in Sinaloa, Mexico. Culiacan, Casa de los Tomateros is where he's from. Undefeated Golden Boy prospect, Joel Iriarte. See Chris Esqueda, Golden Boy photographer, getting the right flicks. Iriarte, also a business owner. Warm Up Athletics, his gym, is also a community center offering kids classes, not necessarily for boxing competition, but for kids to have somewhere to go and train. Also runs a special program that's dear to his family and his heart, where they offer boxing recreation classes for people with special needs. And it's a special class just for them where they feel confident and they boost their morale. And as you said, it's something special for the community in Bakersfield.
That's incredible, man. That's a lot of respect you got to give, you know, for a lot, because a lot of fighters don't have that opportunity, and he's made that, and that's incredible.
At the age of 21 doing that.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, live on DAZN, this bout is scheduled for 8 3-minute rounds and is for the WBA Continental Gold Welterweight Championship. And our judges at ringside, Jerry Cantu, Fernando Villarreal, and Eddie Hernandez Sr. And our referee in charge when the bell rings is Ray Corona. 2 warriors, 1 fight. Who wants it more? Let's meet the fighters first. Fighting out of the red corner, wearing the white trunks with green and red trim, he stands 5 feet 10 inches tall. He weighed in at 146.4 pounds. He holds a professional record of 12 victories, opposite 6 defeats, with 8 of those wins coming by way of knockout. And he fights out of Las Vegas, Nevada, introducing Kevin Thunderstorm Johnson. And now his opponent, standing across the ring, fighting out of the blue corner, wearing the gold trunks with black trim. He stands 6 feet 1 inch tall. He weighed in at 146.8 pounds. Tonight, he comes to us with an undefeated professional record of 7 victories. Opposite no defeats, with all 7 of those wins coming by way of knockout. And he fights out of Bakersfield, California, introducing Joel Iriarte.
Mouthpiece. Look, this is good right here. This is good right here. You want to touch gloves? Do it now. God bless.
Ray Corona, the third man in the ring as we get ready to go for this one. 8 rounds scheduled in the welterweight division. El Pelavacas, Joel Iriarte, a big fan of Chalino Sanchez, taking on Kevin Johnson from Las Vegas, Nevada. Now with 18 pro fights.
He is very, very tall. Throwing that jab right off the bat.
Iriarte makes that 147 with ease.
That
Joel's
jab
got a lot of
is
size, a lot of
really
power.
great jab, right, Jordan? That jab and the length, the distance that he throws it to is he suits his height.
With Iriarte, we've learned, be ready for something to end anytime. He's had knockouts in the first and second round. He's never seen the third round. He comes in and he works quick.
Look at the size difference, too.
Yep. Does a lot of work at Churchill Boxing in Santa Monica area. You go down there for sparring. Comes down from Bakersfield, makes it a 2-hour drive. He was recently in the gym with Anthony Davis, former Laker, was at Churchill, and he was there with him. Had interactions with AD. No nonsense for the 21-year-old Iriarte, who Oscar De La Hoya is very, very high on.
He's throwing everything in his punches, man. He's not even setting things up. He's just throwing them, you know. And that's something that, good straight right hand and a body after that, too.
Iriarte's third fight of 2025 had his second round stoppage in February, first round stoppage in April. Uppercut from Iriarte pushing Johnson back, who just looks very, very small in that ring with Iriarte.
The high guard from Johnson is giving him time and not getting caught with big shots.
Uppercut from Iriarte as Johnson trying to tangle him up, not working.
But Iriarte's power is definitely very visible from the very first round.
So that body shot that Johnson just felt on the right side of his ribs.
Kevin Johnson got some experience, and maybe part of the game plan was to jump on him quick for Joel, to jump on him quick, to not let him get any time to get comfortable in there.
Well, Iriarte is stepping back now. 1-2 that lands. This is where his power comes from, is that distance. You know, when he smothers his punches, there's really not much power, and you know, he needs to be in a distance where his power is at the optimal.
Iriarte's last opponent was 25-11. The guy before that had over 40 fights. So it's not like he's fighting guys that are brand new to sport. The guy's with experience, and he's taking care of business.
Iriarte is smothering his punches by being in there. Earlier on with the distance, he was very dangerous. What do you think?
I like him at distance. I think he's just kind of maybe a little antsy and wants to get right to him, and he likes to come out strong. I think he's not really ready to wait. So maybe he gets that little antsiness out of him in this first round. Maybe we see it different in the second. He doesn't need to be here right now.
No, not at all. I think this is a disadvantage for him, knowing that he is a taller guy and he throws wider shots. You're smothering your punches that way.
Yeah, you get more leverage on shots from a little more distance. I mean, just a little space. You want to put him on the ropes, you want to press forward. That's cool. Press forward at your distance, your range, though. You don't need to be so close.
I agree with that. You know, that's why there's that jab. He started off with the jab really well, but he then started smothering it.
Take a replays from that first round. It's all Iriarte.
Johnson with a combination. And Iriarte right there with the straightened body. But then this is when he started smothering his punches, where it takes away a lot of his power. Being the taller guy and wider shots, you got to get that distance. You like to jab and throw that straight right behind. You can be in the back foot too if the guy is pressing forward, but the jab is the one that dictates your distance.
Exactly. Let's see if the corner talk some of that into him and see what he comes out in the second round.
22 years old. Let me correct myself with Joel Iriarte. Cuauhtemoc Iriarte in his corner. Omar Sanchez as well. I was being told by Golden Boy people that it's hard to match up Iriarte right now because of his power, because of his size, because of his amateur background. He had a huge amateur background, potential Olympian, but went pro, where guys know, hey, I'm going up against this dude. I need more money.
Right.
And also, you got to find somebody who's willing to give him that test. So it's been hard to match him up.
Well, Johnson is showing up in this fight right now with the high guard and throwing combination when he's able to do so. And he's landing some earlier on. So, he's a game fighter.
He's
Definitely.
smiling a little bit. He's talking a little bit. Yep. So after the first round, he feels maybe a little more comfortable.
Yeah, that feeling out where you're figuring out what you're up against. Johnson going the distance with Eric Tudor, a Golden Boy prospect, a couple weeks ago. This is where the development of a young fighter, I say that a lot, Nonito, where you want to test them, but you can't test them too hard because they've only had 14 rounds, right? You want to test them and see what you got, but you can't rush them.
Right. That was a good counter earlier from Iriarte, with the left hook, and he did it again. But now because he's setting up his distance, he's not coming in and pressing forward and smothering his punches. Yeah. He's actually stepping back and countering. So he's landing those big shots.
Uppercut from Iriarte.
I have a feeling the corner was probably saying similar things you were saying and probably got him back on track going into the second round.
You see as he's stepping forward. And I like that little feint that he's doing and then throwing a jab after that. So, he's taking control by doing so. Good.
Nice body
jab to the body, yeah.
But that's also something that a young fighter falls in love with, right, Jordan? Where you start knocking everybody out, you just think I can sit on one punch?
Yeah, exactly. You got to kind of get a little hyped. You get a little hyped in your own knockout power. Like, I just want to crush everyone.
You got to box your way to the title.
Hawk smash.
I do like that jab of the body. I wish he keep doing that. Let's hit the right hand over top, later in this fight.
That's how he's going to set it up. That's how he's going to set it up. The right hand or the overhand right by throwing that jab to the body. Then the jab to the head, jab to the body. It'll open up a lot of the shots if he's able to constantly do it.
It's Johnson who landed a good left hook.
Yeah, Johnson's having a better round. Like I said, I said earlier, he was smiling, talking a little bit, seemed a little more comfortable. He got out of that first round, and he's like, okay, I'm here.
Well, he's definitely moving and countering really well.
Right hand from Johnson. Iriarte getting hit for the first time in his career. Johnson feeling good here in the second. A little shimmy at the bell.
Two very different rounds.
Very.
Oh.
Well, Johnson has gotten very, very familiar and very confident in that previous round. Now we got to see what Iriarte's next move is for the next round. I mean, I think that what I believe is throwing that jab, not just the jab, but jab to the body, jab to the head, but not just once. We haven't seen double jabs. We haven't seen triple jabs to set up the right hand, to set up the left hook.
Exactly.
And here we go. Again, his punches being smothered, but Johnson...
Straight right to the body.
A good uppercut. But that's when he was starting to utilize his distance.
I see Joel's looking for the uppercut. He landed a little bit.
Johnson in the green, white, and red has lost his last four going back to 2022. He lost to Eric Tudor, who was 12-1. Before that, Isaiah Johnson, who was 10-0. Kelvin Davis, who was 12-0. And then Christian Baez back at 22 was 18-2. And for the first time in his career, Joel Iriarte sees round number 3.
I'd like to see him double jab some more and then to the body. Just mix up the jab. I think that'll confuse a lot for Johnson. And I think it will definitely set up that big shot from Iriarte after those jabs.
Exactly. I think Joel's gonna probably figure out I can't just throw something I'm gonna land. I have to set it up. I gotta trick him. I gotta get him used to something. 2 jabs up, 1 jab down. I gotta put him into a rhythm and then set something up. I got a plan for something. And I think after the first round, after the second round, he's probably figuring that out. Like, okay, I have to put a little more homework in here.
Johnson's smiling, and then somebody says something from the corner. He looked at them and shook his head no. He's feeling confident.
Well, I wouldn't want to stay in the ropes, though.
Oh, good jab.
You're feeling confident, but I wouldn't want to be there. But he is confident.
He's trying to bring in Iriarte off the ropes.
What I want to see with Johnson is double up that jab, a little bit feint in there, because he has the skill for it. He can box, and that's one thing that he should be doing more often. You know, he's feinting here and there, his head movement, and he's keeping Iriarte thinking.
Yeah, the 32-year-old's in there giving Iriarte different looks, and he's very confident in the corner, talking to Iriarte.
Well, like you said, Jordan, that's a very dangerous spot to be in.
I know. He's feeling confident, he's feeling himself, but still, why? Why this early?
And Iriarte didn't put any pressure on him in there.
Well, Iriarte got caught with a couple jabs
earlier, yeah,
and maybe he had to think twice. There you go,
There's
the double
jab.
jabs. Yeah. We want that double jabs for him, and it could also work with Johnson instead of just playing the possum game.
Jab up, right hand up top.
Just mix it all up.
I think that's there for both of them, actually. Joel stands sometimes a little tall. I think the jab low, right hand over top is there for both guys.
Yep. I agree with that. Definitely agree with that. You know, mix it up, top, bottom, instead of just trying to counter, trying to throw those big shots. Set it all up.
I know it's only an 8-round fight, but I like that right hand right to the elbow of Kevin Johnson from Joel in that Philly shell or whatnot. That over time does damage to that arm, and then consider the right hand over top as well too.
And that immobilizes his jab hand from countering left hook or anything like that. You throw that jab enough time, it'll set up everything else as well.
I think this is Golden Boy is getting what they're looking for. I think Joel's getting a little test right now, going around 4. Haven't been here before. I think this is perfect so far. I think we're just going to wait and see how the rest unfolds. But I think some good rounds, and I think we're going to see a little more of Joel.
Catterall is back as he takes on Harlem Eubank in Manchester. Can El Gato get back to his winning ways against the undefeated welterweight? Find out July 5th live on DAZN. Beto Duran, Nonito Donera, and Jordan Pantham. That's the corner of Joel Iriarte. He's going to the fourth for the first time. Could it be, I'm just throwing it out there, that Iriarte and his team said, okay, let's get some rounds in. We haven't had any in this young career.
Oh.
No, nobody says, hey, I want a couple more rounds. I'll take you out as fast as possible.
This is why I'm asking.
Yeah,
the reason I'm bringing it up, because Iriarte, having called his first 6 fights, was always coming out quick, boom, boom, boom. Here he's more reserved to start this fight.
Well, I think it goes to the round 1. I think round 1 he tried, he put the effort out there. He's okay. This is not going to be that easy. But back to Nino, I agree. If you can get someone out of there, get him out of there.
Of course.
You don't play boxing. You're not going to keep him around. But I think that first round, I think he came out hard, and he's like, oh, it's not.
Oh, he's getting caught with those shots.
But he's looking
My
at
apologies on that one, brother. No, he was just getting caught while he was holding them.
Yeah, he was looking for Ray Corona to separate them, and Johnson just kept on throwing. And now we got a scrap breaking out.
But yeah, like you said, yeah.
Yeah, I'm not saying that, it's just more of having seen him.
Right.
He's more reserved in this fight than he has been in the past.
Well, it's the opponent. The guy is landing the shots too and countering him.
No, I think he's definitely his most experienced opponent that he's fought, and he's been in a room of experienced guys. I know he's been sparring, been in gyms sparring with Shakur, Javante Davis before, this Kevin Johnson guy, so definitely got experience. But I don't like a firefight for Kevin Johnson. For Joel, I like a firefight.
Yeah.
If Kevin Johnson wants to have a firefight, if I'm Joel, sure.
Yeah, Joel wants it.
Right
uppercut from Iriarte as Johnson is back against the ropes. Uppercut getting through again. Another uppercut for the man from Sinaloa.
Aside from his uppercut, everything around that shot in that distance is smothered because he is a wide puncher. He throws a wide shots, and his powers are diminished because of the distance that he's imposing right now. He might tire Johnson out. That might be the case for it, But that uppercut lands again.
That one lands as Johnson's trying to hold on to the back of his head. Another uppercut from Iriarte. Iriarte. A minute to go in round number 4.
It got hit with the hook too.
It's funny though. You said the only thing landing was the uppercut. Well, maybe that's the only thing he needs.
Yeah, exactly.
And Johnson just trying to make it ugly and rough it up and hold on. As he's got some blood from the bottom lip, does Johnson. One left hook from
Left
Iriarte.
hook power shots from Iriarte.
We heard those ringside.
High guard from Johnson.
Yep.
And countering with an uppercut, left uppercut after that, a left hook coming from Iriarte. From the southpaw stance. Yes.
Go southpaw and he gets hit twice in the gut.
See, when you're not doing good and you switch like that, sometimes a little desperation. It's nothing that, I don't know. You have an opinion on that, Daenerys? You see someone switch after they're not doing so well?
Well, it's definitely desperation because you want something to kind of shift the momentum by making them think differently. But yeah, and you can see the way he's walking into the corner too. There is exhaustion in his demeanor and in his face as well.
Yeah, it's a good round from Joel. I like that round. I hope he capitalizes and continue on the momentum going into round 5.
And in that round, those uppercuts were very vicious. There's a replay as he's holding on. Oh, that's the one I was telling you. He was like, how the heck is that happening? But he's landing those shots.
Protect yourself at all times,
That's right. That's right. But this is the uppercut right here.
For you now.
Yeah, now it's my turn. Push up, and then the uppercuts are coming in this corner 1. Another one.
There's a couple.
2. And then it just goes in a series of uppercuts. And I think those were the shots that really tired and slowed down Kevin Johnson.
Yep. Round 5.
Scheduled for 8. All right, so Ray Corona telling them watch the feet. Johnson, I think, wants to work with you guys as a commentator. He's been talking a lot. And then Ray Corona, let me rep. Third man in the ring. Letting you know.
The demeanor of Kevin Johnson in this round, it just shows, I guess you would say, the feeling that he's gonna lose this fight. Like I can feel that because of the way he is talking, the way he came out of that corner.
Exactly, a little agitated, a little annoyed. If I'm Kevin Johnson too, I don't want to go back to the ropes. So he's about to go back there right now.
This is also good for 22-year-old Joel Iriarte to get rounds and also get a awkward fighter who's going to show you different things.
Good uppercut.
Joel's
and then the left
for
hook.
the uppercut. He's looking for the uppercut. He's been looking since the first round, looking for that uppercut.
He found a home for it in the 4th round.
But he did land this one with follow-up left hook. Another one.
And this is also just very tiring for Kevin Johnson, being on the ropes. And you might say Joel's punches a little wide sometimes, but he's hitting, he's landing, he's leaning on you. This is just tiring Johnson out.
Wears you out?
Yeah, Johnson does not want to be on these ropes.
I mean, especially if you're the short notice guy.
Yeah, Johnson was called this week as a replacement.
Another uppercut.
Yep.
That's his shot right there.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Johnson's leaving it open. You take advantage, right?
I mean, if you keep getting hit with the same punch, that irritates me. You got to do something. Close the guard. Lean on the other side. Take your head offline. If you sit right in the middle and keep hitting the uppercut, what are you doing? Do something different.
Well, we'll see that Iriarte right now is very confident in this distance as he's using a post to kind of set up his uppercut.
See, now I saw Kevin Johnson fight a lot right there. See, he's fighting back, but you know what that's doing? Taking a lot of energy to do all that.
Yeah, especially those little ones that he's doing.
And then Iriarte answers with a body shot to the right side of Johnson. 30 seconds to go in round number 5.
I think I heard that body shot.
That body shot is going to take its toll.
You're going to have to break down Johnson. Body going upstairs is Iriarte looking for that uppercut, just misses.
Johnson's still fighting back.
Oh, absolutely.
But Iriarte right now is very confident in this distance, and he's throwing those shots after Johnson's shots.
Johnson's a tough dude. He is a tough out. Like you said, Jordan, he's never been stopped.
Never been stopped. He's fighting back. He's spending a lot of energy, though. I was going to say that what he's doing right there is not easing the gas tank for sure. 3 rounds left. Still a lot of boxing. I think it's gonna. Joel's got a chance. From what I'm seeing, Joel has a chance. I think the momentum to put him away. But Kevin Johnson is a very tough dude. Like I said, he's never been stopped.
Well, right now, again, I look at demeanor and body language, and what I see with Johnson is, I believe he's ready to go. Just big one shot, big shots, body shots, and the power that Iriarte. I think he's gonna make it happen.
He's laying the ropes. Like we saw him do the ropes in the second round, he's having fun with it, okay. But then in the third round, not very good. And then the very last round, he was on the ropes for a minute and a half at least. Not very good. If he keeps going back to ropes for round 6, 7, 8, I think Joel is going to find a way to put him out of there. The uppercuts and the body shots combination,
Especially
those two
uppercuts.
together.
Right, yeah, exactly. Oh, and the body. The body is definitely something.
He plays around with it, 2 uppercuts, left hook, body. He just plays with the different combinations. Tap here, hit there. Might be an answer.
See, I like it when I like the fact that when Johnson starts, good straight right hand.
From Iriarte.
But when Johnson moves around and confuses Iriarte with the jab and just the movement, it slows the fight down. But if he doesn't do it, then that's when Iriarte comes in and just smother and just make the fight happen for him to tire out Johnson.
Yeah, that's when Kevin Johnson's corner, I'm like, stay off the ropes. He spent so much energy in the ropes in there. Spend that energy staying off the ropes and moving around the ring. Spend that energy in that department rather than fighting off the ropes.
That's the voice of Golden Boy prospect, Jordan Panton. Beto Duran alongside the Filipino Flash, Nonito Donaire, fresh off a victory in Argentina. The cut healed up nicely, and wow, big swing and a miss. That uppercut, he's trying to end it in Iriarte. But those uppercuts, Nonito, they have to be set up, right? You can't
They have to be set up. They have to be set up by the jab, by the feint, and the good left hook coming in.
And a left hook.
And the left hook. But the demeanor of Iriarte is different from the way it was earlier on. He's actually watching. He's setting things up. He's looking. And he's doing a good job.
Yeah, that's the scouting report on Iriarte. Is he's very mature, very smart. But we haven't been able to see it in his 7 fights because they've been ending early. But this is the first time we actually get to see some of his boxing acumen.
He already landed that jab, the body ran over top this round. I love for him to give it a go again this round, set it up. I look for him to try that specific combination again.
That's pretty much what he needs to do, because if you're going to aim for the head and the guy's moving his head, guess what? Sometimes you might hit, a lot of times you might miss. But if you're setting up either in the chest or in the body shot with that jab, you're going to land it every single time.
Mm-hmm.
And as you're progressing in your career, realizing that these veteran fighters know how to roll with punches, know how to absorb the big shots that somebody in your early career, you hit them once and they're going down.
Yeah,
Johnson isn't that case.
He's in that shoulder roll stance. Now, if he times the right hand and rolls it, okay. But hey, if he doesn't time that right hand and gets hip flush, that might be night. I mean, we see what Shea Mosley did to Floyd Mayweather, almost put him down with that specific combo. So that combo is an answer to that style if they're caught slacking.
100% when it comes down to that, because a lot of people don't think that just because you got hit with the body, they think that you're far away with your head. But sometimes when it's quick enough, you're gonna get hit with it.
A previous opponent of yours, Inoue, when he fought what's his name from Philadelphia?
Scooter, yes. Scooter.
Good.
No, his name's Scooter, but
from Philadelphia.
Yeah,
I'm having a brain fart. He's at Brick House training for the fight.
Nelson, right?
No.
This fight was in Japan. Oh, it's gonna drive me crazy.
All right. Steve Fulton.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, that's the combo that put him down. He fights the shoulder roll. He put the jab, the body, right hand right over top, and that's the combination that put that fight away. So, another example. But Kevin Johnson did better that round, staying off the ropes. He didn't go there. So,
and he did a good enough job to slow down the fight by moving his head left and right and not be a target by just standing in front of Iriarte. He's moving here and there. He's moving a little bit of lateral here and there. So he slowed it down and gave him a lot of time to breathe.
Now, 2 rounds ago, I'm curious if Joel will bring more initiative and really try to bring more pressure here. So, okay, 2 rounds. I mean, he looks fresh to me. I'm looking at him right now. He looks fresh. I don't think he's been hurt or phased by any punches from Kevin Johnson. So,
Baco's finest, Joel Iriarte, family from Tres Reyes, Sinaloa, Mexico. Also a lot of family in Culiacan. Where you're going to see a Culiacan fighter later on in the main event, Julio Cesar Chavez Jr. against Jake Paul in the main event. Again, the pay-per-view gets going at 5 o'clock. Go to DAZN.com/boxing to get the pay-per-view that will open up with Kid Austin, Floyd Schofield taking on Tevin Farmer. 5 fights on the pay-per-view tonight. We're in the prelims. We got 1 more to go. Up next will be Holly Holm and Yolanda Vega. Good rounds for Joel Iriarte. We're in the 7th for him.
He started pretty aggressive, but he started kind of slowing down. But again, because of Johnson's demeanor coming in, moving his head like to kind of confuse Iriarte. But that's the veteran move. Sometimes a good uppercut, stepping back.
Yeah. Nice on the ropes. I'm okay. Hold, spin off. Don't release and stay there.
Iriarte had 10 rounds in his professional career coming into this fight.
I did a little hold uppercut again.
Well, this is where, like you said, to see by being aggressive, this is where his moment is. He has to just kind of go and make it happen,
I want
right?
to see him work right
This
now.
is it right now, right? If you're going to break down a guy like Johnson, you have to do it. You're not going to get him with just 1 shot.
Take a slight step back, just a mini step back.
Yes.
Right uppercut, left hook to the body, something. Yeah.
I like that right uppercut, and then body like a Canelo kind of shot, you know. But step back, left hook, but keep that distance and keep it aggressive where you're tiring out your opponent.
Yeah, just a little space. You saw he just threw a left hook and it went around the guy, Kevin Johnson's head. Just get a little space.
Push up with a little shoulder right there, and then throw a right hand.
And you know, for a guy like Johnson, who we brought up early on, has never been stopped. That's a point of emphasis for him, right? Point of pride. Where
yes.
You're not going to be the first one.
You know, we saw him earlier kind of losing his demeanor. Oh, good body shot. That was a beautiful body shot.
Oh, he felt that.
That took something out of a Johnson.
Yeah. And if you want to stop a tough veteran, sometimes the head's on answer, sometimes the body's the answer.
Especially a guy who got called this week, had to lose weight, had to come down.
Felt that body shot.
Oh, yeah, he felt it for sure. He's still breathing heavy.
I would have loved for Joel to jump on him a little bit and just try something right there. But maybe he didn't realize he hurt him.
Well, the demeanor of Johnson is he's going to survive. Earlier, we thought that there's a possibility of him falling, but right now he has the confidence.
We still got 3 more minutes to go, and then in Saturday, August 2nd, Chicago is where Golden Boy will be back for the first time in over a decade. It'll be Oscar Duarte from Parral, Chihuahua, going up against the hometown fighter Kenneth Sims Jr. live on DAZN August 2nd.
Well, he's got 3 minutes left. 3 minutes left to survive, so the odds are in his favor. Let's see if Iriarte comes out, or Joel comes out with a little fire. 3 minutes as he put it on the line.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the final round.
If he wants his all knockout ratio, he gotta go.
That's right.
Can Joel Iriarte stop Kevin Johnson for the first time in his career? Johnson has been resistant and cagey. Iriarte controlling this fight.
Hey, Johnson is seeing the light right now.
Yeah.
You know, he's controlling it. He's having this demeanor that I'm like, I got this.
Yeah.
It's the last round.
Well, the first fight went the distance, and I came back to the corner. It was an 8-round fight, too, and they were like, what's wrong? What's wrong? I was like, I want to stop him. How do I stop him? Just, I was throwing a bunch of, so that's definitely in your head.
Up next, Holly Holm And Yolanda Vega de Sonora, Mexico. Yeah, this is a good learning experience for young Joel Iriarte.
Oh,
Body shot.
Well, definitely that was one of the keys. Take a step back, another body shot.
You've been saying that, Jordan. You want to see him pounce after he lands one of those.
Yeah. Well, one thing that we see, like Jordan's saying, is that when he have him right there, just step back a little bit so that your counter or left hook or body shot, whatever it may be, is going to land stronger.
But when you think you might hurt someone, and especially with someone, Kevin, everyone's damaged in boxing, but he hasn't thrown anything that bothered Joel or hurt him or nothing like that. Yeah. So in a way, I'm saying Joel is kind of safe. So when you throw, maybe you don't even know if you hurt him, but maybe you did. Like, okay, try something, put something else together real quick, put a 3-piece together, a 2-piece together. Me put something together right there.
Yeah. Right.
That was a good combo by Kevin Johnson that just landed, though.
Well, he's definitely seeing a lot of, gaining a lot of confidence in this round.
He's fighting well off the ropes.
It's also for Iriarte learning that you can't just knock out everybody with one punch. You said it to me earlier, Noito, the knockouts get built up.
You got to set it up. Because for me, my left hook, I used to knock a lot of guys out with it. But because they know exactly it was coming, that it's hard for me to set it up.
You got to have the wrinkles of the game.
You got to do something different.
Blood from the nose of Kevin Johnson. Tough dude.
You got to give it up. Got to give it up to Johnson, who came in here with the short notice and giving a young, undefeated fighter with all knockouts all that he can handle.
And then some.
But I think in a way this is exactly what Golden Boy.
Good shot from Johnson at the end.
He rocked him.
Iriarte got clocked against the ropes.
Oh, he rocked him. Wow.
Johnson,
that was a good overhand, right?
Best shot all night from both fighters comes from Kevin Johnson. Final seconds of the fight.
Well, maybe that's the answer you were looking for. That he was wary of Johnson's ability, and this is why he wasn't kind of pressing forward like we wanted him to do.
Maybe Joel's a little more tired than I expected. It just doesn't look good. So, but yeah. But anyways, I think it's a good performance. I think Golden Boy got exactly what they're looking for to get rounds in. Yes. Joel avoid round. I think exactly what he needed and what they were looking for. I think this is perfect, honestly.
Right.
We love the knockouts, but the development of a young fighter is about these kind of fights.
Oh, these are the most important fights. Learning lessons. Fight that elevates your skills. Fight that makes you think, and fight that gives you the second thought of questioning what you need to do in order for you to become what you want in the vision that you have as a fighter.
This is where the matchmakers did great. The matchmakers did a great job here. This is great.
DAZN is the official global broadcaster of the 2025 FIFA Club World Cup. We're into the round of 16, so don't miss some huge matches, all live on DAZN. Still waiting on the decision. There you see Team Iriarte. So they go to the decision the first time in his career. Hey, respect to that man right there. Kevin Johnson, short notice, shows up. Pro's pro. Going 8 good rounds.
Veterans, sometimes they just know how to survive, man, And that's something that Kevin Johnson did today.
Yeah, and Joel Iriarte will say, if I don't ever see that man again, I'm good.
I mean, Deontay Wilder and Mike Tyson and knock everyone out. So some guys you hit everybody with the kitchen sink and they still won't go anywhere. It's just some guys are built like that.
One more fight to go here on the prelims. That'll be Holly Holm against Yolanda Vega, who's 10-0 from Sonora, Mexico. Holm, of course, all the awards, all the accolades in both boxing and MMA. Signed to MVP. Both fighters signed to MVP promotions. So one more for you here on the preview. 5 p.m. is the pay-per-view. "22-year-old Joel Iriarte." Coach Sanchez with him. Yeah, Scorecard taking a little bit longer than I thought. You know, I'm pretty sure everybody looked at the record, saw what was going on, was thinking, hey, we're going to get an early stoppage here, which odds were on that side.
You think they didn't even bring a pen?
They had to work for it.
Wait a minute, we were supposed to score this fight?
Right. Well, good experience for him. Definitely is a fight that will elevate his mind, elevate his skills, and elevate his game going forward.
Yeah.
Yeah, he will grow from this fight.
It's all about the development of a young fighter. You know, Oscar Dolo extremely high on Joel Iriarte, who they signed before he even turned pro last year.
Oh, Kevin Johnson right there is a man.
So Kevin Johnson gives his hand to Ray Corona. Another handshake. Big Mo is inside the ring to let us know who won this fight.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 8 full rounds, we go to the judges' scorecards for the official decision. Judge Jerry Cantu sees it 78-74. Judge Fernando Villarreal sees it 80-72. And Judge Eddie Hernandez Sr. sees it 79-74. Declaring your winner by unanimous decision, and still undefeated, Joel Iriarte.
And congratulations to Joel Iriarte for the first time in his career. Goes the distance. And he sweeps the cards. He's now 8-0 with the 7 stoppages. There you see one of those regional youth belts on his shoulder. So for Iriarte, quality rounds for him. He'll learn from this, move on, and Golden Boy will have him back into the ring really soon. Let's look at the highlights of how he got this job done. 8 good rounds for Iriarte against the veteran Kevin Johnson.
There you go. In the beginning, Iriarte was coming in there, no distance, just trying to knock Johnson out, and then try in the following round he's trying to use the distance and counter. But Johnson was tough, man.
The pressure, the uppercut, the body shots, I think were the keys right here. He came on the ropes, right uppercut inside, and then those body shots took some of the win out Kevin Johnson.
And I think this is where the uppercut started showing up in the fight for both guys.
The Kevin Johnson was game. He fought off those ropes, spent a lot of energy, put a lot of heart fighting off the ropes as well.
Well, definitely a learning experience for Iriarte of how to fight experienced fighters.
So Joel Iriarte gets the victory. The 22-year-old representing Sinaloa on Bakersfield, now 8-0. Here ringside, Beto Duran, Nonito Donaire, Jordan Panther, now joined by Ariel Hawani.
Hello, guys.
Who will be on the broadcast for the pay-per-view, along with Todd Grisham, Antonio Tarver, Claudia Trejos. Everybody is showing up for this one tonight because Jake Paul and Chavez Jr. is going to get this place packed. How did we get here with Jake Paul?
Oh my gosh, how long do you have?
Oh, we had an hour.
That's a very long story, but very excited to be here. And, you know, it was an interesting road to get to this particular fight because, as you guys know, Jake was so close to getting that Canelo fight. Then there was some talk of the Tank Davis fight, believe it or not. And here's Julio Cesar Chavez Jr. getting the opportunity. We were sitting right here just about a year ago watching JCC Jr. fight Uriah Hall, another former MMA fighter, and it was a very uninspired performance, if you ask me. I never in a million years thought that he would get an opportunity like this a year later, but as has been the theme throughout his career, it seems like he has 12 lives, not 9 lives. He's getting one more chance to show that he still has it at 39.
What do you think of what do you expect in Julio Cesar Chavez coming into this, knowing that this is his last hurrah?
This is it.
You know, this is his moment. This is where he can make his father proud, himself proud. What do you expect in Julio Cesar Chavez?
Man, I would love to ask you that question as well because, to be honest, there are 2 questions heading into this fight for me. 2 questions that need to be answered. Number 1, who is Julio Cesar Chavez Jr. in 2025? That, to me, is the biggest question. We have no idea. If it was the guy we saw last year, it's going to be a bad night for him. If it was the guy that we saw against Anderson Silva, it's going to be an even worse night for him. And then the second question is, can Jake Paul stop that version of him? Because I think, look, we all know what the Mike Tyson fight was, but the knock on Jake in the aftermath of that fight was he took his foot off the gas. It felt like he did not go for the the knockout blow when he could have. I think tonight he needs to prove that he can finish guys, that he can stop guys. If he wants to get those big names, you can't be a pay-per-view draw if you're not stopping guys when the public thinks that you can.
Yeah, let's keep it real for a second. But nonetheless, Chavez Jr. fought Javier Martinez back in 2013.
Yes.
Since then, he kind of been going downhill. So the Aspie has been out of his prime for over 10 years now. When he was in his prime, he fought at 160. Now he's fighting at 200 pounds.
Yep.
So we've seen Chavez Jr. have some bad nights, say no mas sometimes, and some nights. So that's the real question you just said. That's what we've been saying. What version shows up? What work did he put in training camp? And honestly, no one really knows until we see it. We can talk all we want. We're not going to know until it happens or whatnot. But nonetheless, he's a 60-plus fight veteran. So if Jake Paul does get a W tonight, does get the KO in, which if he hits it with the right hand, he definitely easily can because he has the power. It still says something, but the Chavez Jr., no, we're not going to know what shows up until it happens.
Yeah, and he's saying all the right things. He said that he's been sober for 18 months, that he's taking this seriously, that he recognizes this is his last chance. I spoke to him a couple weeks ago. He said, yeah, after this fight, I want Zurdo, I want Jai Opetaia. He's not even a natural cruiserweight, as you know. So, like, it's all asking for a lot, but if he can pull it off, he says he wants to be the guy to end Jake Paul's boxing career. We've heard this from others before. But ultimately, I think what the fans of JCC Jr. want to see is just him give it his all, right? That there are no regrets afterwards. Even in a loss, we want to know that he emptied the tank. And sometimes that hasn't been the case.
And that's one thing about the Mexican fans are going to ride with you. But the way that Chavez Jr. has treated them over the years, they're not mostly on his side. A lot of them are on Jake Paul's side. But Zurdo Ramirez is a Mexican who has a lot of fans on his side. And Jake Paul said, maybe one day, Zurdo. Is that a possibility?
Not in the near future.
Okay.
Let's be honest. The fight we all want to see is Zurdo Ramirez against Jai Opetaia. And to me, it's crazy that it hasn't happened yet. I think after Zurdo beat Chris Smith late last year, we all thought, all right, it's happening, right? And for whatever reason, you know how boxing goes, it hasn't happened. I heard some rumors that Jai was going to come over here. Is that in fact true? I don't know, but I would love to see him in the front row. I want to see him try to do everything in his power to get that fight, and I think a lot of people have been blaming Zurdo for not taking the fight. That's politics behind the scenes. You could talk to Oscar, you could talk to the Golden Boy people, who knows. But tonight I want to see Zurdo get a big win, an impressive win, a dominant win. I think he should get that. Remember the last time we saw a high-profile Mexican versus Cuban fight just a couple months ago, it was a total stinker. Canelo Alvarez against William Skull. Hopefully it's nothing like that fight, and then hopefully afterwards we finally get the fight against Jai Opetaia, because that would be one of the best fights of the year.
The pay-per-view is at 5 o'clock. You're on the broadcast for that. That gets going with Kid Austin and Tevin Farmer. But we got one more to go here on the preview, on the prelims, where it's Holly Holm. It's your world combining UFC,
That's why I'm here
MMA,
early.
the boxing.
That's why I'm here early. This is a living legend. We are getting an opportunity to watch one of the greatest female boxers of all time return 12 years later. I never thought in a million years that we would see Holly Holm fight in a squared circle again. She did not want to fight in boxing again. Her time in the UFC came to an end. She signed a deal with a company called GFL, an MMA promotion. They folded before they ever got off the ground, and this was the best opportunity for her. And I love how it's all coming full circle. This is a boxing Hall of Famer returning for one last swan song. It's a great treat, and I can't wait to see her fight again.
So question back to you. So you said a 12-year, like, do you have any expectations for tonight? 12 years, been fighting MMA, hasn't been to boxing for 12 years.
Yeah.
What should we expect?
I really don't know, because as you said, like, she's been focusing on MMA and she wanted to continue her MMA career. And when that promotion, GFL, essentially went under, they were DOA. MVP Nikisa Badarian, the co-founder of MVP, was in the UFC. He was working as a CFO of the UFC when she got signed, when she was booked to fight Ronda Rousey and pulled off the upset that shocked the world in 2015 when she head-kicked Ronda and ended that gravy train. And so they have a long-standing relationship, her agent Lenny Fresquez as well. And so he brought her in for this one last run. And honestly, I can't even believe it's happening because she's such a legend of the game.
You said it. She didn't want to box, so why is she here?
Because I think deep down, she is a boxer. She left women's boxing before all these big paydays were happening, before the seven-figure paydays, Katie Taylor, Amanda Serrano. So she went to the UFC where, let's be honest, in MMA, they were a little more receptive to women's fighters than boxing. Boxing is now caught up. And so now I think she loves the synergy, the symbolism of coming all the way back where it started.
Can she win against the younger Vega?
Man, Vega is tough, undefeated. She's coming here to make her own kind of history. I don't know, man. Look,
it's a tough one.
I don't know what version of Holly Holm we're going to see here. 42 years young. She's been doing this a long time, a lot of miles on those tires. but golly, I would love to see her have one last hurrah in the squared circle.
Ariel, great to see you.
Thank you,
Love
guys.
your success, everything you do.
Thank you.
And
Good
keep
luck.
Ade in line, please.
That's impossible. We call him Diva Oladipo for a reason.
We know.
Yes.
We know. That's Ariel Helwani. We got the pay-per-view at 5 o'clock, but right here we got one more fight. It's the women. Big Mo, bring them out.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Anaheim, California. Welcome to you viewers joining us around the world on DAZN, as we now have arrived at the main event of our prelim card. 10 two-minute rounds in the women's lightweight division. Introducing first, fighting out of the red corner, please welcome to the ring, Yolanda Vega.
Ciudad Obregón, Sonora, Mexico, Hermosillo, Phoenix. That's where she's repping everywhere. And you see over her shoulder is Jose Benavides Sr., the father of David. He's been working with her for Yolanda Vega, a fighting family. Her brother Pitaya also fights. She knows there's a lot on the line for her. Recently signed to MVP. Been in great spirits all week long.
Her Mexican style and come forward and put punches and bunches and bring the fight to a war of attrition. That's what I would love to see from her.
Enjoying the moment, the biggest stage for her, her first fight in the United States for Yolanda Vega.
And now her opponent, fighting out of the blue corner, making her return to the boxing ring, here is Holly Holm.
Yes, that is the preacher's daughter, Holly Holm, coming back out. And she's ready to go. It's a ring run for her. She's not walking Nonito Donaire.
She's ready to go. She's like, forget this. While everybody else is walking really slow, she's like running to get inside the ring.
Oh, I feel bad for our camera crew trying to keep up with her. Holly's ready to go.
Well, this is where she started.
Yeah, legend in the ring right there.
37-fight veteran in boxing.
You know, there's a lot of question going into this fight whether her ability is still intact, knowing that UFC and all of that stuff and MMA can be a habit that changes a lot of your body mechanics.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, this is the main event of our prelim card. Brought to you by Nikisa Badarian and Jake Paul for Most Valuable Promotions, and brought to you live worldwide on DAZN. 10 two-minute rounds in the lightweight division. Our referee in charge when the bell rings is David Sullivan. 2 warriors, 1 fight. Who wants it more? Let's meet the fighters. First, fighting out of the red corner. Wearing the white trunks with red and green trim, she stands 5 feet, 8 inches tall. She weighed in at 136.8 pounds. Tonight, she enters the ring with a perfect, undefeated professional record of 10 victories, opposite no defeats. And she fights out of Ciudad Obregón, Sonora, Mexico. Introducing Yolanda Pitaya Vega. And now her opponent, fighting out of the blue corner, wearing the light orange trunks. She stands 5 feet, 8 inches tall. She weighed in at 136.6 pounds. Tonight, she enters the ring with a professional boxing record of 33 victories versus just 2 defeats. And she fights out of Albuquerque, New Mexico. Ladies and gentlemen, she has 83 pro fights across 3 different sports. She is the former UFC bantamweight champion of the world and the former multi-time three-weight world champion. Ladies and gentlemen, she is the most dominant two-sport athlete in history, and she is the preacher's daughter, Holly Holm.
Okay, ladies, listen, I give you instructions in the locker room. Expect a good, clean fight. Listen to my commands at all times. Protect your all times. Ya te dice sus instructions aquí. Mándeme, escuchen todos mis comandos, okay? Right here is good right here. This is going to be good right here. Touch gloves. God bless you both.
David Sullivan, the third person in the ring from San Diego. You got Chris Lieben, Pam Hayashida, and Tiffany Clinton are judges for this one. Holly Holm with a record of 33-2-3, 9 stoppages from Albuquerque, New Mexico. The 43-year-old. I never thought we'd see her back in the ring, but that's where she's at, in the boxing ring where she started her career. Hall of Famer.
Southpaw throwing a straight coming from Holly already. You can see Ochoa coming in aggressive. You know, I've talked to her people, and she switches. That's what he told me as well. So, you know, they said she's very technical, but this is something that we will see with Holly, is that how comfortable she is being in the ring again.
Exactly. It's hard to tell. 12-year hiatus off it. You really don't know. But still, 37-fight veteran, so it might come back smooth sailing. But she is 43 years old, so I'm looking for Vega to bring her youth, bring the pressure, maybe embrace her Mexican heritage, and bring the fight to her, make it a war with attrition. I think that might really benefit her against Holly Holm.
2-minute rounds for the women. And you say 43, Nonito says 42, and I will tell you about that. Nonito, you took a couple years break, and it's harder to train when you're in your 40s, right? But if you have that fire, hunger and the desire, it's a different world.
Now, to me, man, it's the mindset. The way you take care of your body, the way you take care of your mind, nothing really stops you from accomplishing anything. You know, for me, I moved. I'm outrunning all these young guys, man. So, you know, age ain't nothing but a number, and I can attest to that.
And I'm pretty sure Holly Holm has the same attitude as you, because you know she stays ready. She stays locked in. Yesterday at the weigh-in, as Ty Grisham even said, the abs have abs. The six-pack was just all over the place.
Well, one thing I like about Holly right now is she's boxing really well.
Yeah.
She's timing the step back when Ochoa comes forward. She comes with combination, but that right there is Ochoa's counter.
Yep. Yolanda Vega Ochoa is a given name. You'll say Yolanda Vega.
Good round by Holly Holm, honestly. Good first round.
Oh, Vega.
Yeah, it's Vega Ochoa is the given name, but she's like, just go with Vega for me, please. Got you, Yolanda.
Oh, okay, Vega. Yolanda. I'm just going to say, you know what, Yolanda and Holly. How about that?
Simple as that.
But that was a good first round from Holly Holm.
She did her distance management was really good. Although she did get countered a couple times by Yolanda, but Holly did really well in distance managing in that first round.
Good job turning. She threw that 2-3, then turned right after. She kept it in the middle of the ring.
She kept it simple, just right down the middle.
Sometimes simple is all you need. Simple gets the job done.
Oh, yeah. That's why they always say, stick to the basic.
Our last fight here on the prelims, 5 o'clock, top of the hour. You'll need pay-per-view, DAZN pay-per-view. Kicking it off with Kid Austin, Floyd Schofield against Tevin Farmer. Of course, the main event, Jake Paul against Julio Cesar Chavez Jr. Holly Holm, the decorated career that she's had, trailblazer in many ways. As Ariel Helwani was telling us that she was fighting when the women's boxing wasn't a big deal, so she feels like she's coming back to it. MVP signing her. They were at the press conference a couple months ago here in L.A. And they also signed Yolanda Vega, so this is MVP against MVP tonight.
Yeah, someone's got to show out. Someone's got to say, I'm
I'm here. I'm here for a reason. I would like to see a little more intensity from Vega, a little more oomph, a little more go at her, go get her, girl attitude. Only 2-minute rounds.
I agree with you 100% with that. She needs to make the fight happen. She needs to not give Holly any space. Just like that, you give her a space, she's gonna go give you 1-2 jab, 1-2-1, 1-2-1, 1-2-1.
Yeah, because I think Holly's doing great. And I think first round scope. I think she's winning this round right now. I think this is, if the fight stays like this, I think this benefits Holly.
Holly landing a couple lefts, moves out. In the southpaw stance for Holly Holm.
Yeah, Vega needs to take more of an initiative. And
she needs to take it to her.
Yeah.
This is also Vega's biggest stage of her career. She's been fighting in Sonora, Mexico, and this is her first fight in the United States. So she went from smaller shows in your backyard, you know everybody, to press conferences, photo shoots, interviews, fighter meetings. Everything else is just completely different. And then, you get a legend in front of you.
Yep. But you don't realize how fast these 2-minute rounds go.
They fly.
Yeah.
They fly.
But Holly's doing really well by keeping that distance.
No, she is. I'm impressed so far. I'm really happy with what I'm seeing.
It's been 12 years, Jordan?
12 years.
Doesn't look like it.
Yeah, no. I'm really happy with what I'm seeing so far. She seems active. She's turning, crisp punches. So. Ooh,
Chris Cyborg ringside. She's on the side of Holly Holmes.
Maybe she wants to win her. Maybe she wants Holly Holm in the ring. I'm not sure if they fought MMA. I don't know. Did they? Any know that? I don't know.
I don't know either.
I don't know.
Nonito's like, I only know my fights.
I don't even know my fights. I just fight. That's it. You know? That's my joy. Like you said, Jordan.
Ariel Helwani is tapping the shoulder. They did fight MMA. So maybe they want to run it back in a rematch in the boxing ring. Holly Holm and Chris Cyborg.
UFC 219 back in 2017. And Cyborg defeated Holly Holm. Unanimous decision back in 2017.
Holly's doing really well, just keeping that distance management of throwing that jab and then setting up with that left straight. And then stepping back.
Yeah. I mean, keep it simple. I like simple, boom, 2-3, boom, turn on your right side. I mean, she's doing great. Keeping a good space.
Right. And Yolanda just need to go in there and just press. Yeah. There's no other way of beating when you're a step ahead, a step behind. You got to go and make the fight happen.
Time is going. Two rounds already gone. Half of this round's already gone. Vega needs to put fire, needs to put pressure, needs to take the initiative. Hey, if I even get hit once or twice to get in there, so be it. Like, I need to, before you know it's going to be round 6 and you might have lost half the fight. So, I mean, I think the time for waiting is over.
Well, that's something that Vega told Claudia Trejos yesterday at the weigh-in. Vega telling Trejos that Holm needed to just retire and get out of the way. Well, do something about it.
Well, right now, Holm is doing really well. Holly is boxing really well.
Yeah.
And I think it's a detriment for Yolanda to be switching all the time rather than staying in one spot and one stance and press the fight. You switch unless you are cutting off the ring. Then yes, that could be an advantage. But from what she's doing right now, you know, she's a step behind Holly Holm.
And she's also stepping up in huge competition against Holly Holm. She may not have fought in 12 years, but the experience Holly has been definitely showing off in the first 3 rounds.
No, exactly. 37-fight veteran. I mean, she's moving great side to side, punching and moving left, moving. She's not staying in one place. Her movement's been great, too. She's not being stationary. And then sometimes she throws the punch and then clinches and smothers for her own defense as well, too. Yeah, she's doing really good.
Again, good distance management and timing for Holly.
Yep.
As Yolanda comes in, she'll step back, but at the same time, she'll create those 1-2 jab, just right down the middle. Very simple, but effective.
Yep.
Got the women going on right now. We got more women's boxing Saturday, July 26th. Clarissa Shields returns for the undisputed heavyweight world title fight against Lonnie Daniels. That's July 26th.
I bet you there's two very different corner talks happening right now. Holly Holm's corner probably saying, "You're doing great. Keep doing what you're doing. Having fun." If I'm this corner, I'm saying, "Go get her.
Go for
get her.
it.
It's round 4 already. We could be down
100%.
3-0 already. I mean, the fight's going to be going.
And he's very fast, man.
Yeah, Vega was on a podcast I was listening to that Marco Antonio Barrera has, Un Round Mas. And Barrera came out flat out. You know Marco, he'll tell you exactly. He's like,
Yeah.
you don't have the experience. You haven't been in the ring with somebody like this. How do you win? She's like, I just need to stay confident. I need to stay within myself, and I need to bring her the fight. And Marco just, okay, that's good, but you're going against somebody, and right now we're seeing the separation from Holly Holm.
Well, definitely the experience that Holly Holm is imposing right now. You know, even the distance management, even the feint, even the jabs. I mean, she's in control of this fight, and there's nothing that Yolanda is doing that derails all of that from changing it to her fight.
She took 12 years off, and she's comfortable, very comfortable. And Yolanda's not making her be, or even try to make her any little bit uncomfortable.
Yeah, there's levels to it, and we're seeing that Holly Holm is elite. That's why she's the Hall of Famer. That's why she has all the accolades behind her. That's why when she was announced that Holly Holm was on the card, people were, really? She's back? Oh, I got to check this out.
I remember training with her back in 2004, I think, with Don House. You know, she was one of those just athletic people, you know, and just have the heart and the desire to fight.
The preacher's daughter, Holly Holm. Champion in boxing and MMA.
She's doing really well.
She's doing really great now.
For somebody who hasn't been in this ring, I mean, granted that she's been fighting in the MMA,
Yeah.
you know, but it's a different sport. It's a different mindset. But the way she's fighting right now and the way she's moving, she's very natural, organic.
She's doing great with that straight left hand. One thing I would say, when Vega's an orthodox stance, I would love for Holm to sometimes throw that straight left hand and turn it into a looping left hand.
There you go.
Just play with it, mix it up.
Mix it
Come
all
on the
up.
side, run the straight, because she's having success. But I mean, I think she's done great all 4 rounds. I'm not a judge, but I can see a 4-0 right now, Holly Holm.
You wouldn't be wrong.
She's doing really well. You know, again, Yolanda just need to, again, make the fight happen. Press it, make Holly uncomfortable, make it rough, make it tough for her. You know, that's what she needs to do. But
Make Holly
obviously,
Holm work. Make her work. Make her dig. Like, don't. Right now, Holly Holm could do this for 20, 30 rounds straight.
yeah, the way she's doing it, the way she's making it simple, the way she's countering with that straight right there.
Boom,
Another one
nice.
again and stepping
And
back.
then moving around.
Yes.
For me, it's the movement. Being out 12 years, don't forget how to punch or whatnot and this, for that. But
Hey, she's doing really well because of that, you know. Like you said, maybe it's the MMA stuff that she needs to get away every single time that's helping her fight. Yeah, you know, you never know. But one thing she's showing right now is somebody who's never left the boxing ring.
Exactly. Her feet are doing her justice right now. Her feet are being great.
Multiple-time world champion, defended her belt 18 times in 3 different weight classes. The Ring Magazine Fighter of the Year in 2005 and 6. Holly Holm back to the boxing ring for the first time in 12 years and looking like she never left.
Yolanda now is coming in and being more aggressive and just stop.
Slip, not a knockdown, a push. In 2008, she became the undisputed welterweight champion. Everything that she had in the boxing world, and it was before the time of where the women were really exploding, how it is now. Jake
like
Paul,
that
one of the big
movement.
reasons. MVP's going to be putting on the Amanda Serrano show coming up soon.
That's an incredible fight.
Yeah. Getting in and out at home.
Holly's moving really well.
Yep. It's also a lot to do, Jordan, right? The lifestyle that fighters live outside of the ring.
Keeping your body in shape and staying in shape and not blowing up on weight pays you in dividends. You know, there's some fighters, prominent fighters who get away with it, but I believe eventually that will catch up to you. So being in shape year round, taking care of your body, how you live your lifestyle will make longevity go. I'm sure that Donaire can talk to that himself. And you're seeing right now, Holly Holm, right now.
She's looking great.
I'm telling you right now, if she didn't for 43 years, if she didn't take care of her body for the last 15 years and her MMA career or not, she wouldn't be looking like this at 43 years old.
No, not at all. She's
bouncing on her toes, landing shots. 10 seconds to go in round number 5. Scheduled for 10. Our last bout for you here on the prelim show from the Honda Center in Anaheim, California.
I'm very impressed with Holly right now and the way she's moving around and the way she's countering, the way she's moving, the way she's attacking, the way she's controlling this fight through distance and movement.
Honda Center, the site for tonight's main event, pay-per-view. Jake Paul, Julio Cesar Chavez Jr. At 5 o'clock is when it gets going. 5 fights for you. Go to DAZN.com to buy that pay-per-view. You don't want to miss the problem child. Jake Paul taking on Julio Cesar Chavez Jr. Home of the Anaheim Ducks, the hockey squad. A lot of construction going around. Be a big development here in Anaheim.
Maybe this is a tale for Chavez Jr. tonight. For similar, we don't know what to expect so much from her. Like Holly Holm, we didn't know what to expect, but so far I'm impressed. So maybe that keeps going with Chavez Jr. We don't know what to expect. Maybe more impressed in the main event as well.
Well, the thing that I've seen and heard from what Chavez is saying, he's looking forward for future fights and stuff like that. And mind you, a few months ago or a year ago or so, he was suicidal, and now he's back, and maybe that changed his whole outlook of life.
Yeah, the demons that Chavez Jr. has talked about. He said he's been sober for a year and a half. He's locked in. That's what he says. Training with Mondo and Charles Huerta at Maywood Boxing in Southern California. But that's later on the night of the main event. Right now, it's Holly Holm returning back to the boxing ring, just in control of this fight.
And by the simplicity of her punches that she chooses, is making it very, very effective to land against someone who just keeps coming forward.
Keeps walking forward with no
jabs, with nothing.
No confusion, no feints,
right.
no mix-up, just nice and easy, the same rhythm coming forward.
And Vega just trying to land anything flush. She's not. She's chasing Holly around.
Holly Holm punches and turns, sometimes punches and smothers, and it's kind of like we go back to the middle and again and again.
Yes, I really like her movements after each combination. She moves, but not moving backward, moving laterally.
Yep,
you know, there's so many
discipline.
Yeah, very, very disciplined. Exactly. You know, there's so many things, and I fall for that too. Is sometimes I'm stepping back all the times rather than laterally. You know, I'm learning from this fight right now. I'm always learning, but this is something that I'm seeing that I can definitely implement for my fight.
What are you learning?
Just how she's moving. She throws those simplicity of the punches that land effectively, but the way she is backing up with lateral to the side, not backwards. You know, which is very difficult because you got to catch up to your opponent.
That's what I'm more impressed about. Like, she's not gonna forget how to punch her and like that. She's been fighting for so long, but I'm more impressed with her discipline of the moving, of not just first round and second round, round 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. She hasn't stopped. She hasn't forgot about it. It's easy to forget sometimes to do something, not to have the ability to do it, but just to forget to do it. She hasn't done that. She's been doing it consistently, and it just speaks a lot to her.
Well, that's why she is where she is in this moment, because she is very disciplined, not only in fighting, but I'm sure in lifestyle. But you won't be able to perform if you have a horrible lifestyle. The way she is right now, she's performing really well. It doesn't even show of her age or anything like that. I mean, again, age is nothing but a number, but ultimately what she's showing right now is youth, is someone with experience, but mainly someone who's just in control.
That's a great way to put it right there. In control. That's what Holly Holm is in right now.
Look at her pacing back and forth, looks amped up.
Yeah. That's how she walked, or I'm sorry, that's how she ran to the ring. She didn't do the ring walk, and she
ran
stop.
to the ring. Yes. I mean, the cameraman was trying to run after her.
Lucky they didn't pull a hamstring.
That'd be my biggest fear.
Beautiful.
If I was a cameraman running and falling with the camera, that'd be my biggest fear.
Yeah.
We have a great crew working with us tonight.
That's beautiful movement. Again, Holly Holm with that jab and just pawing jab, but setting up that straight left.
Keeping her range with the pawing jab, keeping distance. It's here, boom.
Right, and anytime that Yolanda steps forward, she gets hit with that straight, and then out goes Holly. Holly Holm just goes out right after, which is a very veteran move. But like you said, it's the discipline. Good straight left.
She does her work and then gets out of the way.
Yolanda from Ciudad Obregón, Sonora, Mexico. That's where CD Salido's from. Like, so many great fighters over the years. Tough area. You got to fight your way out there. In Sonora, I remember doing a fight there a couple years ago. Vega's brother was on the show as De La O Promotions, my boy Lucas, and we're in El Palenque, right?
The market.
You got to fight your way out of there. And if you're male, female, it doesn't matter. You have to fight your way out of Sonora, Obregón, Sonora. And Jordan, you know this, having come up in different areas, you have to have the fighting spirit. But when you step up to the next level, it doesn't matter where you're coming from. If you see a Hall of Famer like Holly Holm, you're in for a rough night.
Oh, yeah. And you got to...
Oh, good straight
nice
left.
There it is.
Walk right into
Just like we were saying.
But that's the thing, is that she's finding that position and utilizing that straight as a jab to set everything up, but with power.
And she's been very active. Her cardio, she's in shape. I mean, I expected Vega to be more active, or at least try, but Holly Holm's the one throwing punches and punch here.
Yeah, punches and punches. Oh, good
Another
left
one.
again.
Excellent round for Holly Holm. July 12th, the third Ring Magazine show, headlined by two massive co-main events. That's right, two co-main events. Hamza moves up to 168 pounds to take on Berlanga. The Shakur takes on Camarón Cepeda for the WBC World Lightweight title. Blockbuster night of boxing available to you right now at DAZN.com/boxing.
That's the thing I'm impressed with right now with Holly Holm's cardio. I know she's boxed before, but again, it's been 12 years. The thing with MMA is that you get breaks when you lay on someone. You can have more muscle mass because you're not bouncing on your feet 24/7 like you are in boxing. So it's a different type of cardio and whatnot. But look at her. She looks fresh, throwing lots of punches, very active in the ring, and not slowing down.
And you got to pace yourself because it's a 5-minute fight, right? Round.
MMA,
5-minute round. But right now it's a 2 minutes, so everything has to be really fast. But the way she is, and the way she's setting that straight left, it's just landing automatically. But because Yolanda is stepping in without anything, without any jab,
any feint, trying to counter it, coming something, nothing.
She's not even blocking that shot anymore. Another left, that lead left from Holly Holm landing flush. The right hand from Holm landing flush. Everything from Holm landing flush.
Very, very impressive.
Vega smiled right there. I wouldn't be smiling right now.
Holm getting stronger and sharper as the fight progresses.
Second win is kicking in.
And what Holly Holm's doing...
Whoa, good left from,
nice.
From Holm again. Another straight left.
Well, she's doing good, too. She's not letting Vega settle. As soon as they separate or whatnot, she doesn't let Vega settle. Boom, and there's another straight left coming. And she separates them here, and boom.
Yeah, and then she throws combination right after that, too. So, she just makes it very difficult for Vega to just come in. But again, jabs, and that's something that we don't see with Vega to come in,
Yeah, Vega's tough. She's tough.
She
but she has no
definitely
answers.
But Holly right now, although simplicity is the best key, she's landing it very, very effectively, and then she moves off. And I like that too. It's a technique. When she throws that straight, she bumps her body in, and there's no counter.
Yeah, and I think the key for her today, she's been being first. Have you seen Vega be first at all? Very rarely. Holly Holmes is being first every time. First one to go. First.
Well, she's first, second, and third.
There we go. Yeah.
Another excellent round for the preacher's daughter, Holly Holm, the Hall of Famer.
Nice. Left-handed there at the end.
We head to the 9th round. Right now, just want to say thank you to everybody in the production truck doing great work. My man, Mambo Mike on the replay. Liz, A2, Scott, A1, Isaac Perez, the tech director, Louis, the director, and of course, my man, Declan, the producer extraordinaire for us tonight. Couldn't do it without you guys making it nice and easy. This is our 6th and final fight here on the prelim show. At the top of the hour, you got to go to DAZN.com and buy the pay-per-view. for Jake Paul and Julio Cesar Chavez Jr. It's all Holly Holm. We were talking about this in the beginning. All right, 12 years away from boxing. She's back. Why? Ariel Helwani even said it, that she felt like she needed to come back to boxing, come full circle. My goodness, I want to see more Holly Holm.
Impressed to say the least.
I like how Holly executes her punches. She puts her head out of the zone of getting hit or out of the line. When she jabs, she leans a little bit to the left. Yeah. And then when she throws that straight, she goes to the right. So it keeps her head out from being countered with the same punch.
Yeah. She's throwing punches offline.
Offline, yes, exactly. You know, that's a very old school way of fighting, especially with the jab. You know, you see a lot of like Sugar Robinson kind of fight where he throws jabs like that, and Holly's doing that. Really old school ways of throwing the jabs.
I would love to see the copy box numbers after this. So I'm just impressed too how many punches Holly's throwing as well.
Yeah, no, I'm very, very, you know.
Well, Dan Canobio's over here running around busy for MVP, so he's not going to get you any numbers right now, Jordan. But let me just tell you this: a lot to a little.
Definitely a lot, man. This is a work of a workaholic, you know.
And you can see her; she's giving her all. You could just sense that she's giving all. She's moving, she's punching, she's just there. She's focused on the rope. She's throwing punches. She's giving her all.
And again, Yolanda Vega is coming to the fight. She's trying to fight. Like you said, if it's the second round, she's just a step slow, and has no answers.
Yeah, I think speed. Yeah, you're right. I think speed is a big factor here too.
Good feint. And good straight left. Yep. Again, over and over and over. Just Yolanda just gets hit with that.
And that was great. Her being first with there. She's right in the ropes. She was right in the ropes right there. And Vega was about to go. And then Holly Holm said, nope, boom, straight left and smothered her.
Right. Very veteran move for her. You know, a lot of movies that she does is very veteran-like execution. You can see she is very, very, very in shape, Holly. She's thrown as much as she did from power to output, and here she is, still ready to go.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the final round.
Big Mo letting us know it's the 10th and final round between Holly Holm and Yolanda Vega. Coming back to the boxing world, Holly Holm. Remember at the press conference that they held in LA a couple months ago, she was locked in at that moment.
Oh, that straight left is just right on the money every single time.
She hasn't missed with that shot.
Oh, again and again.
Give Vega credit. She's game. A lot of heart for Yolanda Vega, but she's outclassed tonight.
Yolanda, it definitely is, just like any Mexican fighter, with the biggest heart, you know, and very tough and relentless. But she is very outclassed and outmatched against a very veteran in the Hall of Fame and just incredible fighter in Holly Holm after being out of 12 rounds in the square ring.
Doesn't look like she missed a beat at all.
Oh, good shot. Left.
Nice left. She looped that one around instead of being straight. She looped it a little bit.
Yeah, she set that up. Just like pretty much what you said, man.
A little blood from the nose of Holm. But another solid lead left from Holly Holm.
I mean, after all those shots that Yolanda has taken, she's, you know, you got to give her a lot of credit and respect for showing up.
Like that.
I'm just impressed, man. Honestly.
Very, very impressed. Very impressed. Just overall thing. I mean, very textbook too. Just the movement, the jabs, the straight. I mean, very, very impressive.
I've been talking too much this round. I've been enjoying this round.
Yeah.
It's been a great round for her, too. Finishing strong in 10th round.
Everybody's enjoying this fight, except for Team Vega. Final seconds of Holly Holm's return to the sport of boxing. It's been 12 years and did not skip a beat. The preacher's daughter, the Hall of Famer, Ring Magazine. Wow. Impressive work from Holly Holm this afternoon in Anaheim.
Incredible comeback and showing up the way she did.
Well, we know in the sport of boxing, for the women's side, there's a lot more money than when Holly left it. Jake Paul's a big proponent of female fighting, putting on big shows. He signed Holly Holm for a reason.
Well, she definitely showed up tonight, but you got to give it up to Yolanda as well, who fought hard, who never stopped trying. So you got to give her that credit. You got to give her that respect. But Holly Holm looked fantastic. Very impressive night for Holly Holm.
Exactly. I mean, honestly, you couldn't. If I'm Holly Holm, I couldn't ask for a better fight back here. I think it's 10-zip, 10 rounds, 10 rounds to nil. I looked great. I mean, what could you else ask for? I think it was a great performance. I mean, I'm super happy with Holly Holm and the whole team.
July 19th, the rematch for the ages. Usyk, Dubois, Wembley Stadium for the undisputed heavyweight glory. Be part of this historic night of boxing. Buy now at DAZN.com/boxing. All right, let's make it official with Big Mo inside the ring.
Ladies and gentlemen, another round of applause for these two women closing out our prelim card. After 10 full rounds, we go to the judges' scorecards for the official decision. All three judges see the contest 100-90, declaring your winner by unanimous decision, Holly Holm!
So she's back. Holly Holm gets win number 33 inside the boxing ring. Shut it out. Easy to score. Impressive what she did as Ariel Helwani's inside the ring. Oh, there it is. Got to get out of the way, Ariel. Don't get kicked. Go.
I loved kicking so much that I just really loved MMA for a while. But then I started feeling this growing pain to want to box again. So it's been fun to get back and just kind of get that boxing my arms going again. I only sparred in actual wrestling shoes 2 times. I was barefoot the whole camp. I was looking for my groin protector the day I flew out. I was in the bins in my garage. I still train with my same team, my same coaches. I did my whole. I haven't sparred in a ring in I don't know how long, so this kind of feels cool.
It's amazing seeing the same crew with you for all these years. Mike Winklejaw, Izzy Martinez, Lenny Fresquez. And so here you are in this sort of final chapter, looking as good as you did tonight. What is the actual goal here? What are you trying to accomplish?
Well, I wanted to finish early, but also I didn't mind feeling 10 rounds, because I do want to fight for a title, and I know that the girls are just going to keep getting tougher. So it was a great fight tonight. She's an undefeated, fighter, and so I was glad to be able to be up against somebody that's tough and put my skills to the test and just see how it feels again.
It actually felt like you were getting better as the rounds went on. Did you feel the same? And if so, what are you most proud of your performance?
You know, what I'm not proud of is I didn't listen to my coaches in the first two. Well, I heard them, but I wasn't doing what they said.
Why not?
I don't know, it's that mind block, I guess, but, you know, just the things they were telling me to adjust before the second half of the fight, and I finally started to actually do it. So I also want to do so much more.
And so here we are, and MVP is signing all these women. They just signed a WBA lightweight champion named Stephanie Hahn. Perhaps that's an opponent that could be down the line. There's a lot of big names fighting on July 11th as well on their MSG card. Do you have anyone in your sights as far as who is next for you?
I mean, Hahn would be great, and then I also, you know, Taylor Serrano, and I have respect for all three of them. It's nothing but just, hey, let's all chase our dreams, you know, so we'll just see where we go from here.
Okay, last thing. Let's look into one of these cameras. To everyone who said Holly Holm was done, to everyone who said Holly Holm didn't have it anymore, to everyone who did not believe, what is your message to them?
It ain't the first time. They've been telling me to retire since 2012. So I'll retire. You guys will know when I retire because it'll come from my mouth.
Well, you are a long ways from that. Boxing Hall of Famer, soon to be UFC Hall of Famer, back in the ring. It was an honor to watch you compete again. Congratulations.
Thank you. And I'm so thankful for MVP and this opportunity to kind of come back and still continue this dream for boxing. So thank you.
Congrats, Holly. Anaheim, make some noise for the preacher's daughter, Holly Holm.
She's not retiring. She wants a belt. Holly Holm back in the sport of boxing. Oh, what a night we have ahead for you. Beto Duran, Nonito Donaire, Jordan Panthen. Jordan, all right, our main event. What's happening?
What's happening? God, I hate picking fights right now. I'm not super confident.
This is what you say. It's going to be a good one.
It's going to be a good one. It's going to be a good one. There we go.
Well, you have a lot of things, right? You got Julio Cesar Chavez Jr., the reform, right? How is that going to be? And then, of course, you have the momentum of Jake Paul, the way he works out, the way his mind is built, the way he creates that frequency of success and winning. How will that collide into this fight? And I know it's going to be a hell of a fight.
And that's how you sell a pay-per-view. 5 o'clock is when you got to go to DAZN.com to get the pay-per-view. It's going to kick off with Floyd Schofield against Tevin Farmer. Griffin Rodriguez don't like each other. Uriel Rodriguez getting personal. Zurdo Ramirez against the KO doctor from Cuba. Juniel Dorticos, of course, the main event. Jake Paul, the problem child, against Julio Cesar Chavez Jr. That's what's going to happen to you. Top of the hour, go buy the pay-per-view. That's what you got to do right here on DAZN. For everybody working behind the scenes, thank you so much. For Jordan Panthen, Alexis Rocha, and Nonito Donaire, I'm Beto Duran. Thanks for watching. 5 o'clock, Jake Paul, Chavez Jr. on DAZN.
Only on DAZN, June 28th. Jake Paul versus Chavez Jr. Everyone's got something to say.
There is a new king of violence, and his name is Jake Paul.
But with every comment, a fighter grows stronger. One is defending a name, the other is building one. The ring doesn't care where you come from, only if you can survive in it. Live, only on DAZN, June 28th. Jake Paul versus Chavez Jr. Buy now at DAZN.com/boxing.